I forgot it.
Sorry, sorry. I know I went on
No,
a rant.
no, 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 no. It's fine.
That's it. And then if you have that, you should there's in Islam we have two things. We have you should be balanced between two places. You should be balanced between hope, meaning that maybe God will forgive me. Maybe God will forgive all of my sins and just take me to heaven fully, like just bam, I'm going to heaven. And then you should also be balanced in a state of fear, which is to say, you know what? I do a lot of crap in my life, and I might go to hell. So you're forever balanced in that state. And the perfect Muslim is someone who's balanced between those two states of fear and hope.
Should I make the next one about how I'm against the social, political, and economic forces of both Christianity and Islam?
I'm sorry?
Should I make the next hangout title about how I'm against the social, political, and economic forces of both Christianity and Islam?
Nadia, sometimes I'm at work, your titles, and I'm like, I'll be at work and I want to like just kind of listen in or whatever, but then the titles of those talks will be like, transsexuals push Christians to gay marriage or something, something like off the wall like that. And I'm like, I can't have this like at work. So what I do is I have HTTPS so that anyone who's intercepting the traffic can't see that I'm watching this video, and then I'll change I'll edit the HTML code, and I'll remove any reference to like the title of the video, so that if anyone walks by my screen, they won't see like I'm watching this bizarre titled.
Is that bizarre?
Yeah, I totally, man. You're like atheist transsexuals will like something Jesus. I don't know. Like it's like, and I'm like, dude, I'm at work. I can't do this right now. Like,
Well, I guess tension or whatever between the religion and LGBT affairs is not terribly unremarkable, or not terribly remarkable. I mean, it's kind of a well-known thing.
but I wouldn't use those videos at work. Like I wouldn't watch like a video titled like something very forward like that. So all I'm gonna say is I thank God for SSL or TLS, and thank God for Google's ability to change the HTML inside of a video like while watching the video.
Where do you work?
Sure.
Where do I work?
Yes.
With respect, I'd rather not say where I work. I don't mean to be rude. I just kind of something I'd rather not say.
You'd rather not say.
Can you say what kind of work?
Yeah, it's IT security.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind saying that. I'll tell you what I do. I'm basically like an internal hacker for the company I work for.
But let's not piss you off.
Man, with that voice, I don't think anyone could. I couldn't piss you off, or you couldn't piss me
I
off.
hope not.
Thanks to the political, social, and economic forces of mostly Christianity, I guess Islam a little bit too, I will never be employed to do anything again.
Oh come on, Nadia. We've had this conversation so many times.
Okay, well, there's how much of a conversation is there to have? What else drives this employment discrimination against me?
I think the thing was to take proactive steps. You're living in New York. It's like one of the most liberal places on the planet.
Yeah, I found out I graduated in 2012 that it was not quite enough to be in New York.
Come on, Nadia.
I know how people do it. I mean, they have their rock solid track records at the really super big companies, and on top being on extremely liberal areas, and then from there they get through without anything rocking the boat besides who and what they are.
Is New York?
That's how they make it.
is New York more liberal than California, or like San Francisco?
No, it's about the same, but
Okay, because I live in Baton Rouge, and we've become extremely liberal. I mean, I've seen more transgens in the last year than I've ever seen in my life. So,
Wow.
yeah, we have a lot. I mean, I just my neighbor just went. Well, she's not my neighbor anymore, but well, she went to become a I don't know the terminology, but went from female to male. And
Where's this again?
Baton Rouge.
Can you just keep talking?
Yes.
Like, just say something.
Baton Rouge.
Right. Is that a mod? How do you?
No. No, I've got it running through compressor.
Say, in a world where, and then like, in a world where good is evil and evil is good.
In a world where good is evil and evil is good.
Oh my God. Say like one man,
Vampire in
one
Brooklyn?
desire. Say that.
What?
It's from a comics.
This is
One
going to be the
man.
whole hangout. Say this. Say this.
Everybody uses me. All the time.
Make
Here's
an
the thing.
Ocean's mom joke. We'll cut that out.
Yeah, is that the Al Sharpton speech from the Vampire in Brooklyn? So he's in Brooklyn right now.
There's somebody outside. Or just breathing really obnoxiously.
On the cam, on the thing.
Oh.
Is that what you're saying?
I heard like a wind sensation.
But I wanted to say that we're becoming more liberal here in Baton Rouge because we basically have taken away the tax for Hollywood, so a lot of Hollywood is moving to Louisiana. I think it's probably more so here now. Hollywood is more Louisiana now than it is actually Hollywood.
Yeah, we stole your... Well, I mean, okay. That was because Jindal was an idiot and decided to sign away your tax incentives for having film there.
I hate Jindal.
Are you talking about? But that was good for. I mean, that wasn't good for us. But I mean, it was good for Hollywood. What I'm trying to say is.
Yeah, it was... well, not really. Because Georgia stole all that business.
Oh, so you guys they went to Georgia now? Is that
Yeah,
what
it's
you're
all just moved over to Georgia. Everything
Oh,
that was
wow.
going to Louisiana has just gone to Georgia. None of it went to California.
saying? Wow. So what do you think about the lifestyle that's kind of changed here over the last like 5 years, 10 years? Do you think that's going to just stay here with us, or do you think that's going to go also to Georgia?
What? Anything that came with the film business will leave with the film business.
Wow, that's interesting because I mean, obviously, it's going to affect people that actually lived here, though, right? I mean, the culture, the change in the culture.
Jindal was a fool.
Yeah.
He basically, from what I've heard, he basically sold it for his presidential campaign, and his presidential campaign is tanked
Right.
because he's unelectable. He's an idiot.
And this is Jindal we're talking about?
Yeah, Bobby Jindal.
Yeah.
I think obviously the social, political, and economic force of religion and Christianity is, pretty much as an LGBT hate group. So I'm not really too impressed with Baba Jindal or any others.
Yeah, but Ocean, I think you're gonna find that you're gonna see that you're gonna you guys are gonna get some good stuff along with that. But I think you're gonna see that you're gonna also get a lot of bad stuff that you didn't anticipate.
Like what?
Well, it's just when you have people who don't live naturally, who are not natural residents, and they come and they don't really respect your that habitat, then that's not there, so they don't feel loyal to it. And
Who have
so-
you been listening to?
No, I'm just saying from my own personal experience, what I have seen. I mean, this is not nothing that I've heard. I mean,
Yeah, film crews are messy, so that's kind of what happens. They sometimes they destroy the location, sometimes they don't.
No, I'm not even talking about the film crew. I'm just talking about the culture itself. I mean, we have this club called The Review. It's just because it's more liberal, and you have people who I think that you have people who don't naturally live in that area. It's anytime somebody moves from one area to another area, it's not their backyard, so they don't care for it like it was their backyard. And
That hasn't been my experience. A lot of the people I know in the film industry are it's kind of one way or the other. A lot of them, most of them are liberal, but there's a lot of conservatives too.
That's terrifying. Yeah. And welcome, Slim Jim. Yeah, conservatism is.
Hey, how's everyone doing tonight?
How's it going?
Yeah. I was just about to say how conservatism is extremely destructive and is, I mean, essentially synonymous with evil.
Nadia, the conservatives have turned me into a liberal. Liberal-ish, meaning more. I don't call myself one, but.
I'm fairly liberal as a result of what it means to be a conservative, moving further and further right.
Yeah, that's affected me too. I miss being a conservative, libertarian.
I thought I was conservative until the party is just the Republican Party especially has just moved further and further right. It's like, well, shit, I've stayed the same and the party has moved, and I feel like, well, I'm a Democrat, I guess now. Seems like the Democrats are saying things that are more sane than these guys, and because the Tea Party's taken over the Republican Party.
I agree.
Neither one of these parties gives a damn about anybody in this hangout.
They should be defining themselves according to my opinions. What are you talking about?
The reality is the entire
I'm telling the truth.
Political spectrum is so far to the right it makes Mussolini look like Vladimir Lenin.
I wouldn't go that far, but I would say it is moving in that direction.
For a second, though, I do kind of want to poke Rooston a little bit more because he's saying something about like the industry that I work in, and that it's destructive or with it moving around. And it's like
I was just personally saying that. I mean, we have this really liberal bar called the Radio Bar.
Sorry.
And it's I just find that it looked just what they were doing with that bar. What I was seeing at that bar just seemed so immoral. And it was. I mean, most of those people that would go to that bar did belong to the Hollywood part of Louisiana, and I just thought that it was.
Yeah.
I just thought it was immoral.
When the film industry moves in, we kind of take over certain locations, but what specifically was immoral about that location? It's because like I've seen the film locations around here, the places that we've kind of taken up. I don't see anything necessarily immoral being done with them. What did you see?
Well, I just thought that usually when it comes to like, I mean, I'm not saying drugs are immoral or moral, but it just seems so open, and it just seemed like.
That's not because of Hollywood, man. That's a different problem entirely. I think I'm surprised that you're in Louisiana and it's in the same state as New Orleans, and you think that drugs being in a bar is because of the film industry.
No, it wasn't. No. I mean, it wasn't just that. It was just how open it was. I never seen something that was just so open, and based on other people's anecdotal evidence, based on what other people were saying, they just felt like the morality had just definitely declined, and I think that was a direct result.
I think that it's more with times a changing than.
Maybe so. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm making the wrong connection. Yeah, maybe I'm just attributing that to the people that were. They just happened to be there. Just happened to be in the same place at the same time, and so I'm making.
I know about the places over here where Hollywood's kind of moved into. That's not the kind of changes I'm seeing. I'm just seeing changes in faces.
Okay. All right.
Like as the spots that I'm aware of, there's not a drug trade going on. The drug trade happens somewhere else.
Don't you work in the film industry?
Yeah. That's the reason why I'm like, what? Is like, there's a couple of film bars around here now that have just kind of been taken over by the film industry, but it's just places where people meet up after set.
I kind of wish I lived that lifestyle. It seems like nobody's like loaded, and nobody cares to be loaded. People are just having a good time and just enjoying each other's company, and there's something so liberating about that.
Talking about Atlanta, or are you talking about the film industry?
The film, well, like the entertainment industry as a whole, I've gotten that experience. I've seen that.
Yeah, it's fairly laid back.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's competitive, but
you don't think it's overly flashy? I mean, that was another experience that I had. Like when I went to a movie theater, and it was one of those ones where you preview the movie, so you get to see like a free movie like once a month, and it's usually very crowded. I just kind of thought like the glitz and the glamour and the flashiness of it was just a little much. And
that's the face that it puts on when you're working in the industry. You don't really experience that. It's not glamorous or flashy at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Explain.
Like, if you go to a premiere, there's a lot of flashiness. When you're on the set, or you're working with the people there, or when you're, like, during the shooting or anything like that, there's not a glamour to it at all. There's nice costumes. Working in wardrobe is pretty cool, but at that point, you're more worried about, making sure that you're making your budget and making sure that you can get your returns, and that everything fits and everything's there on time. It's very logistic. It's more logistical than anything else.
So I'll relate that to what I do. People say it sounds really cool, you're a hacker, but so much of the time I'm actually doing stuff that's not related to technical stuff. Like I'm writing reports, I don't know, other stuff like that.
Yeah, that's kind of similar to the outside looking in on the film world is that we're like going to great parties and always checking out our suits. I haven't worn my suit in a long fucking time. Also, I haven't gone to very many parties that I've been invited to. But the work aspect of it is like I go to work in jeans and a ratty jacket. So, and I bring construction gloves.
Wow. What do you think about the producer, the director, Lars von Trier? Do you like him?
I don't even know who that is.
Okay, he's
What did he
German. He did Antichrist with
Oh,
Charlotte
I'm familiar with that. Yeah. Okay. Just very graphic, like in your face, but other than that, I've never worked with him, so.
Yeah, I don't know. As someone who will never be able to get a job of any kind again in their life, I'm not really very up on the glamour or whatever it is.
But now that you also don't try
that backs to the social political economic force. Where the fuck does that come from?
No, like you say, we'll say something.
Where the fuck does that come from?
Then that's the whole thing. Like you said, like I'll never get a job, but like that's the reason why.
How the fuck do you tell me I'm not trying?
Are you trying?
Yeah.
Didn't you say like there's no point of trying because I'll never accomplish these things. There's no point. There's too much discrimination, so there's no point of even putting my resume out there. There's no point of even like writing. Remember we talked about doing these projects.
I'm doing it.
Didn't you say like, for example, there's no point of doing these things because there's too many gaps in my resume, so I'm burned. I'm done. That's it. Forget it. There's no point.
Doesn't mean I'm not doing it. I'm fucking desperate.
Okay, then I stand corrected. If you're doing it, then I stand corrected.
Well, I can listen. I was falsely arrested, and just even though it was falsely arrested, that still is keeping me from getting employed. And the longer that I go unemployed, the more difficult it is to get hired. And if somebody finds out about my arrest, and I mean, it's usually I've gotten jobs since the arrest, but as soon as they find out about it, then they usually find some way to kind of get me out of their circle. So. I can understand where Nadia's coming from, even though we have different issues. But yeah, I mean, it does get to a point where you do give up. I mean, what else do you? I mean, you can't just keep going forever, right? It's I'm thinking of behaviorism. You eventually go through extinction where you just kind of there's no point in continuing to try.
But do you think it's possible to recover from a gap in your employment history?
I mean, you can lie and say like you're dealing with a terminal illness, or you can lie and say that you were homebound doing business at home, or you were taking care of a kid. You can lie, but I'm usually a person who has too much information. So like I personally don't like to hide anything from anybody because I don't like something to come up later on and have to explain it. And I kind of want people to know everything about me right at first. So and usually
Well, considering our economy, gaps in employment is not really uncommon. There's a lot of ways you can deal with that in an interview, if you have interviewing skills, that is.
right, like I usually don't have problems, with someone hiring me. Usually, like I have a degree in chemistry and modern psychology. Well, I teach chemistry and modern psychology. I don't have a problem in getting hired. That's usually not the problem. The problem is like once I get hired, and then they go. Yeah, they go on the internet because my arrest is on the internet, and so if they Google me, then like they're gonna see that I've been arrested.
But typically arrests don't really they investigate convictions, as far as I know, about background checks.
That's on paper, that's true, but in reality, that's usually not how people operate.
How is it on the internet? Like in articles or in what?
Yeah, my arrest, basically what happened was I just and I didn't mean to steal the floor from Nadia. I mean, I was just trying to say that I'm going through the same thing that she was going through. But yeah, so I mean, like I was saying, I think some of you guys were in here before. I basically I had quit my job at one school. It was a public school, and it was terrible. And so I was trying to get a job at a private school, and so they were giving me bad references because I was leaving. But I was really like I was the chair of the department. I was doing well, but I left doing well, and just out of resentment, they were making it very difficult for me to find employment elsewhere. So I sent an email out to a few of the teachers, and accidentally, it was just making fun of them. It wasn't nothing that was like serious and I had on my emails, I had them all linked together. So when I sent the emails out, it went to almost everybody that I had contact with at my former employee. So it kind of came across as a little bizarre. And so the cops came in, and so the cops came in, and then yeah, basically arrested me, and that went on for like 2 years.
So were you in jail for 2 years?
No, only for like 48 hours.
Why would it even make the news?
Well, because the cop that was that made the arrest, the sheriff. You got when a school's involved, that's gonna make the news.
That makes sense.
It's very like their objective is to become as sensational as possible, right? So
yeah, that's true. Local teacher does whatever.
Right.
Nadia, what I would like to see, I mean, not what I would like to see, what I suggested was, in the time you have right now, during these Hangouts, and this has been, we've talked about this for at least like maybe a month and a half or so. In that time, you could have said, like, I've been working on so-and-so project for a month and a half. And that would have been, I think, a good, way of healing that gap. Because the gap's there. The gap's not going away, but the gap can be mitigated.
I'm dead. I will be starved out of the employment until I'm dead.
So when you say stuff like that, that's why I say like you don't try.
Okay. Where has that have any relationship to trying?
I mean, it's just the mentality you're saying. Like, there's no point. There's no point.
Well, they are killing me.
So then why do you even apply then if you feel like there's no hope?
It's actually not that hard. Fill out a few web forms online, and who cares?
Nadia, I really wish you the best. I really do. Like, I'm not saying that like to mess around.
Not to be like really creepy, but I just did a Google search on Rustin just to see, and his name pops up immediately with a whole bunch of stuff. So that has to be nasty if you're going in trying to get jobs.
Yeah. People will Google you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, go ahead and put the link in the chat. I want to see the dirt.
No, let's just forget about it. It never happened.
You
I
can
don't
just
know
Google
who brought it up. I mean, I can Google it myself.
Yeah, I just want to say publicly really fast that there are a number of people who seem to believe that somehow or another that I'm a black supremacist, and I don't know where that comes from.
It came from when you said you wanted black supremacy.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
That's
Are you
elite,
sure?
man.
I didn't say that.
Because it was really funny.
Well, let me ask you something, Ocean. Do you play chess?
Sure.
What colors are the pieces in chess?
Depends on the chessboard.
Generally speaking.
Generally speaking.
Don't play games, man. You freaking.
On mine, it's wood and then painted wood.
Okay.
Yeah,
But,
there's
all
red
right.
and white. There's red and white. There's black and white. There's trees and bulldozers. That's my favorite one.
Yeah, a chessboard just has contrast, so you can identify, obviously, who you are versus your opponent. I guess black and white is the answer he wants. So let's give it to him. Black and white.
Okay, but you know the point I'm just trying to make, man, is don't call me that. I don't know why you were saying that yesterday.
Then don't say you are one. Because when you say you
never
were black
said I
supremacy,
was
people might
one.
think you're a black supremacist.
I never said that.
It just kind of comes with the territory of saying you want black supremacy. When you say that, people start to think you're being honest. And maybe we shouldn't give your words the benefit of the doubt when you say them, but when usually people do that at face value. I get that you can be a liar, and if we want to accept you as that, then we can accept you as that.
So to change the mode a little bit, or actually, never mind. I'll wait until you're done.
But yeah, black and white. What's your next question?
Well, the point I was trying to make is do you play chess?
Yeah.
What's the point of the game of chess?
Trap the other person's king.
Exactly. And how do you do that?
Checkmate.
Exactly. By doing what?
Take their pieces and whittle them down.
By dominating the board, right?
Well, I mean, it kind of there's a number of different strategies, some of which don't involve dominating the board, but sure.
Okay, well, that's all I was just trying to say. I'm just trying to say that if, I mean, I'd rather be in a position where, if you're in a position where you're constantly where a lot of people they're in a position where they're constantly losing, they just need to revamp their strategy so that they can win. Not necessarily. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Are you a black supremacist?
No, I don't even know what what is a black supremacist?
I mean, he was just saying earlier, like,
I'll point you to some.
do you want equality or do you want something else?
Okay, but you're talking about equality. There's no such thing as equality.
All right. What is your end goal for people that you're fighting for?
I would just say prosperity.
Prosperity over anyone, or just prosperity in general?
Just prosperity in general.
Okay, that's not what you said last time that question was asked of you.
Okay.
Have you changed your position?
Well, I just want to go ahead and clear that up.
I mean, I'm trying to clarify something as well. Have you changed your position on that in the last 30 days?
That has always been my position.
Not when you were asked before.
Okay, but you need to take into context you need to take in the context that was said in. That was said basically in a conversation in which I believe capitalism was also being discussed, and I just let people know, or I think I was talking to Sugar at the time, and I just basically let her know that you're talking about equality in American society. You can't have equality in a capitalist system. The way you win in a capitalist society is by control and domination, and or it could be control or domination of a market, or the control and domination
So
of a.
you want black domination in that sense, where you have black.
No, it could be, but you got to take it in context. I said if you say domination, what I meant was black people should dominate just in their neighborhood. If you own most of the infrastructure and businesses in your neighborhood, it ends up being a good thing because the people in that neighborhood can sustain themselves. If you look at like a Chinatown, that's a completely different.
What do you mean by domination?
Chinatown. Who dominates in Chinatown, Ocean? If I go to a Chinatown, who's dominating in that Chinatown?
There's a number of individuals that would be.
The Chinese who's trying to get you.
Exactly. If I go to a Koreatown, who's dominating in the Koreatown?
The Koreans.
So
okay, if I hold on. If I go to an Indonesian neighborhood, who's dominating in the Indonesian neighborhood?
I mean, you're saying in who downs in the black neighborhood, it's not black people.
Yeah, but just play along. So who's dominating in the Indonesian neighborhood?
Let's go with the Indonesians. I've never seen an Indonesian.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish.
I kind of disagree with.
Hold on, Farhan. Who's dominating in? Farhan. Who's dominating in the Russian neighborhood?
Can we get to the point, man? Like, I understand. Like, I don't know. I mean, let's go with the Russians, sure.
Okay. Who's dominating in the Pakistani neighborhood?
There are Pakistani neighborhoods? I would not say the Pakistani person. There.
Who's dominating in the Pakistani neighborhood?
Not the Pakistani.
Are we talking about in Pakistan? Nobody knows what you're doing right now.
You're not supposed to know. Who's dominating in the Pakistani?
not the okay.
Dominating in the Pakistani neighborhood.
In all honesty, not the Pakistanis.
Okay, well, who's dominating in a Pakistani neighborhood in Pakistan?
The Pakistanis.
Okay, great. Who's dominating? And if I went to Vancouver, Canada.
How about you get to your damn point?
Okay, whatever. But then my point is just to dominate where you live. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you look at the let's say the United States.
What do you mean by dominate?
He means to have the locality.
Hold on, let him make his point. What do you mean by dominate?
I mean controlling the resources and institutions in your neighborhood and businesses.
All right. So what is a black neighborhood then?
A place where black people live side by side, and also they have and support their own local economy, and they reinvest back into their neighborhood. That's a black neighborhood. Okay.
How can the Pakistanis do it, but not the black people? You have to explain yourself because you painted this picture, and now you have.
I will explain that. I will explain that when I come back, Slim. But first, I gotta go pee, and then I gotta go get my macadamia.
It's gonna be real entertaining for you to prop up a bunch of minorities and explain why blacks can't do what they did, but you're gonna sell us a story about how blacks are double down oppressed, right?
Isn't that true, though? I mean, I don't disagree with that.
Guys, if I pop out of the conversation, it's because my phone died, and when I get home, I'm going to plug in and rejoin you. It's not because I'm not enjoying this, just on a side note.
Slim, are you still there? Are you still there, Incorporated?
He said he's going to go take a little wee-wee.
Okay.
Yeah, get his nuts.
Now, I understand what he's saying. He's saying that he doesn't like the fact that in black communities, it's owned by, all the businesses are owned by not black people. So when you go into a black community, like I was in Anacostia a couple days ago, pretty much black area. Well, that might be the exception. That actually is owned by black people. But if you...
the black... See, here's the thing, is in black areas that I've lived in as well, all the businesses are owned by blacks.
Okay, fair enough.
So,
well,
I've lived in a couple.
No one thinks you're immoral and intrinsically disgusting for being black. No one thinks you're immoral and intrinsically disgusting for being black.
Yeah, they do. People think that all the time. Do you know, one of the things that Malcolm X talks about is that his hair used to conk his hair, and that was basically a way of saying, like, my blackness needs to conform to white people. So I need to be, or not even just white people, everybody else really, but I need to change my hair to look like others. That, hey, I'm ugly because my nose is wide, or that my skin is dark.
Okay, let me address Slim. Yeah, you were basically saying that, well, I mean, who's to say that black African Americans are not doing that, Slim?
No, while you were gone, we were talking about the various black-owned businesses that people have visited in this very hangout.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know if Anacostia is for sure. I'm just assuming that it is.
Okay, but
No. The ball's in your court, Incorporated. You propped up all these minorities, and we didn't know if you were talking about the U.S. or in their home countries. We weren't really sure. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you're talking about communities within the United States of America, and you propped them up and said, "Oh, who's dominating those communities? It's those people." And then you're saying, black people don't do that. Well, why? I mean, are you saying that there's more oppression for black people? Go ahead and tell us the story about how black people in particular are going to come out the losers over some Pakistanis, like a handful of Pakistanis.
Can I say something to that, though? The Pakistanis that come to this country are usually the educated people who have, I'm going to be kind of blunt here, but they're usually the upper class of people, and their mentality is towards education and these things, whereas a lot of black people, they grow up, unfortunately, because of obvious reasons, historical, in communities that are largely, they're not taught these things that we would take for granted, and that's where like for example a lot of these black movements come into play, where they try to teach their own people in a language they understand that you need to lift yourself up and get yourself out of this situation, not do the drugs and the alcohol and stuff like that, but move towards social betterment.
Okay, Farhan,
who made the sound thing? Who did that?
That was Incorporated. He seems to not know that that's not allowed in this room.
Yeah, but I get right. So.
Hey, when are you gonna grow up, dude? Honestly, we want you to just be a little adult, just for a moment, man.
So that was my first strike. Okay.
I'll say something also. Incorporated. I recently purchased a book called Trans African Slaves, Muslim Slaves, talking about the Muslims who were slaves that came over. And a lot of them were actually like shuyukh and ulama, like really big Islamic scholars. And like there's many of them, just like Bilali Muhammad. I have to find their list, but all the slaves who were Muslims.
All right. Can I ask you a question and you not really like take offense to it? Like you just be like, oh, this is Google Hangout. I'm putting it out there, man. I'm just.
All right. Okay. Hold on a second. Here comes.
Fucking everything. I'm just kidding. Man.
Here it comes.
Was that a yes or a no? I'm asking your permission.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm gonna duck a little bit, but go ahead.
No, dude, you don't have anything to worry about. You're in your house. It's cool, man. Really. See, do you have some kind of guilt about the whole slave experience, considering that most of the slaves went into Muslim countries and not to the Americas?
Most slaves, I didn't know they did that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fact.
I wouldn't disbelieve it, but no, I have no guilt about it. I didn't do any. Had nothing to do with it.
Okay, but let me get back with Slim Jim. You keep on asking as if that African Americans somehow aren't building up their community, or.
I'll take it a step further. I'll say that one of the things that's really
Incorporated. You propped up a bunch of minorities and talked about who's dominating their communities. I mean, what's the difference with black people? Are they just stupid? They can't keep up? What's the deal? Explain this.
Okay, I would say that there's a number of reasons. For instance, if I take you, Slim Jim, into any black neighborhood in America, it could be Detroit, it could be Baltimore, it could be Los Angeles, it could be New York, you will see that the majority of the businesses there are owned by people who do not live in that community. And I would attest the reason to that to the fact of there is a huge lack of education in black communities, and there's also a huge lack of capital in black communities. Okay, it's kind of hard to be prosperous when you're in an area that is not conducive to prosperity, and where the resources simply are not there. Okay.
And not all capital.
Why don't you just take $800 and start a business?
Okay. That's it. Yeah. Well, but see, the problem is,
Well, $800. You start on less. Hey, here's 10 cents.
in order to take $300 and have a business, you have to have a business mind.
A dime is too
Yeah,
much.
no, he just hit the nail on the head
Have a
there.
business off a nickel, can't you?
Yeah.
He's hit the
Here's
nail
the
on the
thing.
head.
A penny. A penny. A penny is enough for you to start a business, isn't it?
Okay. Here's the problem, Christine. In order to take you can take $300 and start a business, but you need a business mind.
Yeah.
And when you
Actually, I said 800, but you don't listen very well.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
No, but he's right though. He's right though. You need a business mind. You need to
is
have a
not right.
mindset. How is that not right? Like you need to have a mindset towards that. You need to.
This goes back to previous conversations between you and I was making a point.
Thank you, Christine. I'm on mute. Go ahead. Christine knows what I'm talking about.
Mindsets don't matter.
No, they do. They do.
No, you do the same thing anyway. You can figure out what to do and so on. Mindsets are irrelevant. It's some kind of irrelevant supernatural.
That's supernatural.
Yeah, it is. You're basically arguing for telekinesis.
No, you're not. You're just saying.
Yeah,
like,
you are. You are. You're telekinesis.
No.
Yeah, you do the same thing, and your mindset somehow matters, right?
Okay, well, I'm gonna quote these.
It's magical thinking.
Nadia, would you agree that, for example, black people have been historically oppressed in this country?
Of course, yeah.
All right, come on. What you're taking us off topic.
Let me finish.
I was talking to Slim, and I keep getting derailed.
Sorry.
Yeah, I would say, Slim, that a lot of it has to do with historically the culture of African Americans, where they have a culture where they tend to work for like other groups of people or in corporations under other groups of people, rather than fostering the majority of their own employment. Whereas a lot of immigrants, they come from Asia and these various parts of the world, they have a very much of like a market culture where, in their country people sell goods, on the street, in the market to survive. And what happens is that mentality actually serves them well in a capitalist economy versus the model of African Americans, which is to wait to be a consumer and not a producer and wait for other people to employ you.
So you're saying by nature of your birthplace, be it the United States, you cannot intrinsically have a mindset or even a culture of wanting to build within your own, being an entrepreneur. Is that what you're selling right now?
Yeah, because you understand in these other countries, they either be entrepreneurs or that's what they have to do to survive. You look at Vietnam.
Maybe we should raise the stakes for the black people and actually make it about survival, which you seem to indicate that it is, but no one knows. It's like your big secret.
No. That I'm in support of that. I don't support welfare or any of that stuff. I think if you were to cut off welfare, all the welfare to black people tomorrow, the day after that, they would be some of the most productive people in the country because they would realize that they have to actually produce something to survive. They just can't sit there and they start becoming very productive. And this whole I'm just gonna sit here and wait for the government check, and they would be more cohesive with one another. They would probably cultivate their families a little bit more because they would realize that they have to rely on one another to survive rather than a government check.
Yeah, I think nobody's figured out. Bullshit. You said it was a bunch of people dead.
I don't know what you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that starving people to death kills them.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have much more effect than getting a bunch of dead people.
Okay, well, how did people survive when they didn't have welfare?
They didn't. They freaking died.
No, they did. They survived by being self-sufficient, Nadia.
They did not survive by being self-sufficient. They They freaking died.
Okay, you have this notion that millions of people died before the Great Society or before they died in the Soviet Union like that. They died in China like that. They didn't die in the United States like that. Yeah,
dude, crack open a history book at some point because what Nadia is saying is on point.
No, it's not.
Yeah?
How is it on point? Well, show me an American history where millions of Americans died of hunger. That has never happened. You've had a lot of Americans die in wars and stuff, but you've never
Gilded
had...
Age.
What?
The Gilded Age.
Well, what was that, the 1890s?
Yes.
You didn't have millions of Americans. You had a lot of poverty.
You didn't have people dying of hunger, but
you had a financial panic.
Hold on, hey. You didn't have people dying of hunger in millions, but you did have people dying in the millions from unsanitary conditions, dangerous work environments. You would have people fall in the meat vats and factories.
Wow.
You would have people disappear on the job just because the factories they're working in didn't have any regulatory oversight. Like, that's the kind of shit that would go down.
Okay, but if that did happen, that's not the same thing as millions of people just dying from hunger.
No, you had people dying from all kinds of crap because there was no kind of oversight. And beyond that, people were working for quarters an hour, if they were lucky. Quarters a day, actually.
You know how much a quarter was worth in 1890 compared to today's money?
Yeah, it might have been enough to get you your rent.
Because they were fucking desperate. Right, they were so desperate they'd do anything.
But the quarter was worth like $6 back then or something.
Hold on, let me calculate it for you.
It's still, a quarter isn't worth like a huge amount. You would, if you wanted to, really, honestly, you should read the book The Jungle.
Yeah.
I've read that in high school.
You had starving people.
Right. If you read that in high school and you have no idea what the Gilded Age was like, or if you think
all right, check it out. Hold on, Ocean. Hold on. Check this out, Ocean. Let me share my screen so you know I'm not lying to you. Okay, look. Inflation calculator. What cost 25 cents in 1890 would cost $6.49 in 2004.
And if that's your day rate and you're comfortable with that?
Also, if you were to buy exactly the same products in 2014 and 1890, they would cost you 25 cents and 1 cent respectively. So in 1890, 25 cents would have bought you a Big Mac combo.
All right, cool. If you could live off of $6 a day in our society now, I invite you to.
Yeah, but you got to calculate it for inflation.
No.
That's what
that's not what. If you're working for a quarter a day and I account for inflation $6 a day, and then I try to account for inflation again, you're trying to double the math.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
There are illegal immigrant workers who do work for that.
Holy shit! Fuck! What the hell are you? We talk about one thing, and as soon as we kind of hone in on it, and I'm routing you, you're like, move the goalpost, gotta hide the goalpost.
Yeah, it's possible.
This is crap.
No, it's possible to survive on that, like the illegal immigrants do. If you pile 15 people into one house, you can survive on that.
What the hell are you saying?
There are 15 people in this house. What are you thinking?
Yeah, but you guys aren't necessarily a family. You're just.
When World War I happened, the inspections of people that took place for soldiers made people realize that the progressive era needed to fucking start, because the soldiers that were being examined were malnourished as fuck out of certain neighborhoods. It's just, oh wait, shit, the people that we want to try and throw at the front line don't have any bodies.
Okay, how is that any?
Let me ask. I've been waiting again for a little bit.
This is the reason why we have welfare. This is the reason why we have welfare in the first place, is because of the soldier inspections of World War I. Because we started pulling people out of poor neighborhoods to be like, here, you're a soldier now, and they were barely alive.
Okay, let me ask you a question related to this. I think I actually kind of agree with. I see a very valid point in both of you guys. But let me say one thing though. I don't think that people were just dying in mass before we had. I mean, I'm sure there were many, but for example, when people went west and there was no social safety net, they didn't just go out west and die. People actually did survive, and there were no social safety nets. So we can't just
That
make a
was
blanket
the
statement
one
like that.
out of
Yeah,
100.
and a lot of people died on those trips too.
Yeah.
They did. That's very true.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, but that was from diseases and stuff. Those people knew how to set up farms and sustain
They died
themselves.
from scurvy because they didn't bring
I'm
fucking
one of those
sauerkraut.
ones who's
No, but
like-
did everybody die?
I'm
Like,
one of those ones who's dying.
No, you had people that had very strong minds and strong wills that managed to get out of that shit alive, and even those that did have strong minds and strong wills that didn't have a strong enough body died. Like you had to be kind of a magical set of attributes in order to survive the trip west, and some people managed to pull it off. That
Or
doesn't
how
mean,
about
there doesn't
just
need to be
being
any
like a-
social
how
safety
about-
net.
It's not just attributes, it's also
No, you didn't
circumstances.
need magic. No, Ocean. You didn't need magic. All you needed was just knowledge of how to survive. That's all you
People-
needed.
No, because if you
people
didn't
died
have the right body,
unnecessarily,
you were
though.
fucked. If you
People-
may have known everything
right
to do,
circumstances.
but if you weren't strong enough to handle it, then it didn't work, and you died halfway down the
And-
trip.
And it didn't go all all go right for you.
There wasn't.
It's also
There was. Sorry,
situation.
Nadia.
Well,
Sorry,
not
go ahead.
everybody could make it.
There were people that died unnecessarily before there were social services put in place to help people.
right.
There were unnecessary deaths that could have been avoided.
Okay, but what about
But I
Well,
think what he's saying.
what about
what
all
he's
the
saying-
Because
dead?
people managed to survive shit like the Homestead Act doesn't mean that we shouldn't have welfare in this country.
What he's
Okay,
saying
what
is that
about all the
what he's saying. Wait. What he's saying is that not everybody died. It wasn't like you just went out and everyone just died. It was like yes, there were.
I
I'm
don't
sure
think
there
you
were
need
more
to have
time.
everybody die in order for his point to make.
You guys are contradicting. You guys are not contradicting each other. You're just emphasizing the different parts of this. Essentially, like as what could be synchronized.
But the part that he's emphasizing doesn't actually make his point. Like if he's trying to say that we should do away with welfare because people manage to survive shitty conditions.
Oh, I don't
That
agree with
doesn't
that at
make any
all. I don't think we should do it. I think we should definitely have. I think if anything, we need to have more welfare these days. We need to cut
Okay,
down.
but I would make the argument. Ocean, that more welfare, all that would do, Farham, is just make people less productive because there would be less of a sense of urgency that, okay, I need to go out here and work and be productive and build myself up.
For some people, yes.
When the government can give me enough money to have enough food and have enough money left over for my rent.
So what do you think about
Without-
temporary?
Oh, sorry.
Temporary welfare. People who, for example, have, or for limited to those who have health issues. Like if you're not determined to be disadvantaged in a way that's like objective in some way, then those people don't need welfare. But people, for example, like if you're just like, what, F it, I'm not working, and the GDP in your area is very high, and you're just like, I don't care, that's different. What do you think about that? But for everybody else, they should have.
Yeah, that's different. If it's a dire need situation where someone's gonna die if they don't get it, but you're talking about able-bodied young people.
Who the hell isn't gonna die if they don't get fed?
The point is, Nadia, that what if somebody just is like, F it, I'm just choosing not to work out of my own like free will.
Okay, that's a good question.
No,
That
like-
does happen, and I'm just going to pick an arbitrary number. Let's say 1 out of every 10 people on welfare are doing that. Should we then make 9 other families suffer because of one asshole?
Good point. It's probably a lot less than that, by the way. It's probably one.
It's like the whole drug test for getting welfare thing. You wound up spending more money on the drug test than you do than
Wow.
like.
I did not know that.
Yeah, when people started trying to require drug, you wound up spending like several $1 million in order to find like point-something% of people that were on welfare that happened to be smoking marijuana at some point.
There's actually a theory that if they drug tested politicians, the number would be higher. I think that's kind of funny.
Is that a real thing?
That's
No,
not
no,
substantiated.
It's just a hypothesis
joke.
that's out there, and it's if you want to drug test people that are on social assistance or whatever you call it in the States, I'm not sure. It would be funny, I think, to turn around and test the politicians, because I have a sneaking suspicion, no proof, I'm just saying, that the numbers would be interesting to look at.
I hate how freaking liberal the conservatives have turned me. It pisses me off.
Oh, I agree.
I wish I was more conservative, but they've just totally destroyed my liberal conservatism. Not totally, but largely.
It's like the best way to turn you liberal is to have a conversation with a legitimate conservative.
Yeah, like Donald Trump. Well, he's not a conservative, really, but Yeah.
No, Donald Trump is not a conservative. But but Rick Perry is, and he's enough.
Yeah, that's true. And by the way, I know I talk about Islam all the time, but Donald Trump said he was going to shut down. Well, he actually said it in context. It's something different, but basically he's going to start shutting down masjids in the U.S. It's like, all right, well.
Shutting down what?
What?
Mosques,
How can he even manage to pull that off? That doesn't make any
Well, what in context, what he said was like an ISIS mosque, right? Which there are none, but.
Yeah, what the hell? All right, anyway.
What was he gonna shut down?
A masjid. He would shut down mosques. I say masjid, but it's actually, I say mosque. Masjid. That's the actual word.
That's messed
Is
up.
there, Farhan, is there a difference between masjid and mosque, or is it?
No. Mosque is the French or Spanish, I think, version of the same
Masjid?
thing. Yeah,
Okay.
same thing, yeah. No, I'm generally.
The part of me was thinking like the mosque is the building and the masjid is the building with the minaret or something like that.
No, it's the same thing. A mosque is actually, I think, is actually technically a derogatory term, but I think it's kind of become accepted now.
Oh, okay.
I think so. I'm not certain, but I've heard that it means like mosquitoes or something like that.
Oh, I guess I can look that up. Hold on.
Yeah, actually, please do. I'd be interested if that's a real thing or.
Okay. But here's another thing, Ocean. How do you explain for the fact the impact welfare had on the African American family? And I know you're a historian, so I know you know this. You know what I'm talking about here.
I'm not a historian, but I have historical education.
Well, I know you have some training.
That's probably the closest thing to a historian in the room.
Okay, so I know you have some training in the field, and I know you know what I'm talking about when I say, how do you feel, or when I ask you, how do you feel about welfare and its impact on the African American family from 1970 forward?
From 1970 forward?
Because if you from 1970 and forward, because if you look at any time prior to that, the black family was actually together.
I think I know what you're talking about, but I think that there's a lot more that goes into that than
okay, well,
what you're talking about. And like, there's a lot more that first off, there's a lot more that goes into that than welfare.
Okay.
And you also have to consider that there was a giant black migration.
Mm-hmm.
So into urban areas around that period of time as well. So there's a lot of things happening all at once. So you can't. I don't know if you can blame all that on one thing.
Okay. All right.
I support black nationalism.
All right, but I mean, my thing is if you look at the fact that the black women who was get offered welfare in the late 1960s by the LBJ administration, one of the stipulations of that welfare is that in order to get these benefits, you cannot have a man in the house. So as a result, a lot of black families were broken up, and even Mike Tyson, when he was a kid, he remembers being a child in his apartment complex, and every month or whatever, these women would come in that were the welfare workers and peep into people's apartments to see if there were any men in there. Okay, and then we went look at this out of wedlock birth rate that we have in the black community today, and how that has such a problem in terms of resources.
Not sure if you're reading history or if you're reading conspiracy theories.
Do you know? He's talking about. I've heard about this as well. Basically,
no, I have as well. It's kind of it's one of those things that's kind of on the fringe of historical study. I don't know exactly.
Well, have you heard of the Patrick Moynihan report? Have you heard of the Patrick Moynihan report?
I don't know what you're saying that is actually anecdotal. Or
okay, I'm gonna look it up for you.
Yeah, if you want to give me like the law that LBJ's that Lyndon Johnson was putting out, then that'd be great. But there's also, and Lyndon Johnson was also a shit person, and there might be cause for repealing a lot of the laws that he made. He's arguably one of the worst presidents we ever had.
Why so? I'm not arguing. I'm just wondering why.
He's just read up on him. He's a despicable human being. He's one of those presidents that kind of fancied himself emperor, kind of like Franklin Delano Roosevelt. and there's a couple of others that kind of the same sort of vision. But those are the two big ones: is Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Lyndon Johnson.
Before we argue with each other, by the way, can't we let's at least
Okay,
include...
now I'm gonna go ahead and show this. Okay, the Negro family, the case for national action. Okay, Moneyhan argued that the rise in black single mother families was not due to a lack of jobs, but rather to a destructive vein in ghetto culture, which could be traced to slavery times and continued discrimination in the American South under Jim Crow. Black sociologist E. Franklin Frazier had introduced this idea in 1930s. Okay. Basically, yeah, I disagree with this report actually. But he's basically saying that black people's issues were because of racism, but that's bullshit because even in the early 1900s, you had a black family that was together.
Well, okay, I think that this is what I was wondering if was the case: is which came first, the family problems or the welfare law?
I know what came first.
My bet is that the family problems came first, and that's the reason.
Yeah,
for
the welfare law came first, and then all of a sudden, from 1970 forward.
Oh no, that's true, buddy. Because like the black communities have had issues since Reconstruction, and this is really controversial American history, by the way. Like super controversial.
Why is it controversial?
Because it's
putting the blame on the victim kind of deal.
Sort of.
Yeah.
There's a lot of factors that tie into this, and it's really easy. There are some people who write off the entire situation as these people are too stupid to get their act together, and there's others that write it off as it's a conspiracy to keep this race where it is. And
okay, well, let me go ahead and show you this.
There's other schools. It's just that there's clusterfuck of historical factors that have led this to be the case.
Okay, well, I'm about to show you. It really backs up a lot of stuff that I was saying earlier. And these statistics are from the U.S. Census Bureau. So, hold on, that's the wrong thing. Okay, here.
When you guys have a moment, I want to say something.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just say it now. Can't we come to a general agreement? Can't we say, like, look, there maybe it's a hybrid of causes. Maybe it's, like just between you two.
Well, can you give us a chance to come to the agreement first? I still have evidence to present.
Okay.
No, I think that to a certain extent he's right. I just think that there's other factors.
Okay, now let me go ahead and show
because I agree with you that there is a kind of a power play in place that has been keeping black communities in check. But at the same time, it's also kind of a happenstance of history where you're talking about a group of people that are the result of the slave trade.
Okay, but I'm going to go ahead and present this last piece of evidence, and I'm going to go ahead and get out of here.
Before you leave, I want to say something to you.
Okay, black women more likely to be married than white women until 1970. Okay, if you look at 1890, only 5%, only barely like 6% of black women were unmarried. Whereas it was like 8% for white women. And all throughout the early half of the 20th century, white women had a continuously a more higher divorce rate than black women, all the way up until 1970, and we see this huge reversal where the divorce rate for black women shoots up substantially, and where it kind of just ebbs and kind of remains the same for a white woman. So how do you explain that?
What's the source on that graph?
This is the United States Census Bureau. Here, see blackdemographics.com. It's okay. In 2014, this is all from the United States Census Bureau for this whole website here. So
I have a question. What do you think's happened here? Do you think that a bunch of people decided in 1970, now that this new options available to me, I'm just not going to marry, or I don't think it can be that simple. I think there's, you know, there's institutional racism. There's
How is
a myriad of
racism?
issues,
How,
and
okay,
I'm not done talking. And I'm just wondering, like, and now I've lost my train of thought. Thank you for interrupting.
okay, but to address what you did say, um, like I said, in 1890, okay, the Ku Klux Klan was running around back then. Racism was way more in your face back then, but even then, the black marriage rate was only barely higher than 5%. So how is the so-called institution? How is institutional racism keep people from being married? You care to answer?
Yeah, I do. I don't think it can be, I don't think it be down to, for lack of a better phrase, that black and white. I think there's a myriad of issues that have helped to oppress a people that should be addressed. And I don't think that it does anyone benefit to blame a society for issues that they didn't cause. They didn't ask to be brought here. They didn't ask for institutional racism. And I don't think collectively in the 1970s a bunch of women got together and said, haha, now that the government's going to give us money, let's all decide not to get married. I mean, I think that's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of these graphs on this page also don't match up with other information.
Like what?
Like the U.S. Census Bureau says that 46.8% of African Americans are never married, and then, but with other races, it's 30%.
Okay.
Then you scroll down, and oh, okay, it looks like it's talking about presently versus age differences.
Yeah.
Okay. And kind of,
Okay,
I'm just
so-
looking at these graphs, and there's like a whole bunch of trying to get the info.
Yeah,
Source,
but tell you
decennial
what,
centrism.
I just want to go ahead and throw that out there. It was good talking to you guys tonight, and I'll talk to you some other night.
Cool.
Hey, good hanging out in corporate.
Oh, come on, man. I even told him I had something to say.
At least
I get it.
like
I
blatantly
think
insult
the
people this time.
answers, I think the answers are pretty simple. I think they should just all take $800, start a business, and they would need welfare.
You know, you were actually kind of arguing for him, but he couldn't understand it because he thought it was 300 and he was insulted. Literally, the guy doesn't really kind of. I know sometimes things are nuanced, but he just doesn't get anything.
No, and
And
Christine
he
is.
doesn't listen.
Were you being serious, Christine? You say that?
No, Christine's poking at him because
She
of something he
was
said in
totally
the previous
poking
hangout.
at him. The guy's too dense to even know. It's horrible.
I was not being serious at all. No, not at all. This stems from previous conversations he's had with me, and I was just throwing something back in his face that he had tried on me once, and I just thought it was funny to do so. I thought the timing was perfect. And thanks for laughing, Ocean.
No, I like as soon as you said it, I knew exactly what you were doing.
No, and I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you were one of the people that got what I was trying to say, because in no way do I blame the black community. If at anything, maybe 1% is to blame, but there are so many. It's so nuanced, and there's so many levels, and to say that if we took away welfare, then all the problems would be solved. That's just simpleton.
It's stupid,
Yeah, that's really ridiculous.
and it's not in the interest of his race. Like,
Farhan, you were backing him up, and now you're kind of, I don't know.
I was taking a middle ground position. I think there's certain things he says that are right, and there's certain things he says that are wrong.
and I agree with that.
Yeah,
Or-
I don't think you disagree with me at all, actually.
He is somebody who kind of like incorporated
Again? Sorry, I'm working on this
facts
machine here.
and then extrapolate them into bullshit. And it's pretty interesting how he does this.
And not only that, once we start exploring, even when we entertain him and explore one of the points he might bring up, whether it's right or wrong, as soon as he feels uncomfortable or it's not going in the general direction that he chooses, he'll move the conversation to something immediately different. It's sneaky
Right.
and underhanded and dishonest.
Saw him do that a couple of times in this hangout. It's like as soon as I was dogging him on something, he would switch around to this different subject.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, definitely.
It's like, wait, there's more than one issue. Here's the other issue. Oh, wait, you're switching the subject now. Fuck you.
Well, when he went on that whole tangent about who's dominating, and he went all over the globe talking about different countries, who's dominated, and we got real lost. And and then I guess that just means, black people need to dominate their, I don't know, their domain, wherever it may be or whatever. And we're not doing it. And why we're not doing it, and I wanted him to give the whole conspiracy, because that's what it is.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you guys, like, as a welfare recipient, I can tell you actually how it works psychologically. I mean, with me, I'm extremely, well, before I received it, was an extreme hard worker. So I worked very, very hard, like 14 hours a day. As a school teacher, you can imagine. I think once you get it, though, after probably about 6 months, I think you just start to kind of, you just kind of lose your energy and your drive, and then after that, you just start drinking to deal with the boredom. So I mean, yeah, I do think like the welfare has contributed to the black problem in the black community. I don't think you can say that it helps them. I think it can only help them if it's temporarily. If it's temporary, like in my case, it can't be, because I mean it's obvious that it's going to be very difficult for me to get work. But I think it should only be a temp solution. It shouldn't be a permanent solution for the most part. But it is treated as a permanent solution. For example, I know one guy who had like a tumor, and he got Social Security like $3,000 a month, and then like the tumor actually went away, but he still gets the Social Security no matter what. So.
How does the system work there in the States? Because I know here, my battery might die. Sorry. You can get what's called unemployment. So you work a certain amount of time and you get fired or you quit. You're entitled to, I think it's like 8 or 16 weeks of some percentage of what you would make till you find a new job. And then there's welfare, which is more long term. How does it work in the States?
Okay, so I know a little bit about this because I went through the system. So for the most part, if you're working, like if I was a school teacher still, then I would have what's called Social Security insurance, which is SSDI. And that basically means I'm insured. And then if something were to happen to me, like if I were to get depressed or if I were to get hurt on the job, then I would get like probably around between $2,700 a month to $3,000, and that's pretty much like where it stays at. And then like if you're not working at all and you've never worked in your life, then you get like what's called SSI, and that's like a bare minimum. And that's basically if you have some type of cognitive disorder or if you have some type of mental illness, like in my case it's PTSD and depression. And in my case, it was just because the situation was so long, and it was they were purposely taunting me, so they're making me go to court every 2 months, and they were just dragging it on because I would never plead. I kept trying to say I wanted to go to trial, and they wouldn't want to go to trial. They kept trying to make me plead to public disturbing the peace, and I wouldn't plead to that. But anyway. So yeah, you get like if you had the insurance. In my case, I had insurance, but because I was in trial for so long, or because I was in the court system for so long, my Social Security insurance went away. So that's the reason why I only get like $800 a month, whereas I should really get around $2,700 a month. But I live with my ex-girlfriend, so it's like if I was by myself, I'd be in a shitload of trouble.
Oh, thanks for the explanation. I didn't know your system. Hi, Sugar.
Oh, and as far as a wealth of food stamps, usually if you have like absolutely nothing, you get $200 in food stamps a month, and then if you get money somewhere else, like in my case now because I get Social Security, like my food stamps have gotten reduced to like $50 a month.
Yeah, so I'll just be
Hey,
real.
Christine.
Hey, Sugar. Christine says she didn't want to indict black people. Listen, as a one black guy right now, I will indict black people. Modern black culture is deficient. It is broken, and that is a problem. And welfare is not a help, but that's kind of a sideshow. Black culture in America is highly broken, deficient on so many levels. Music, just you name it.
You mean you're not rocking any David Banner there, Slim Jim?
No, I mean when you just analyze the culture,
No, I hear what you're saying.
I mean, it is what it is. What's his name? Incorporated was in here, and
I know. I was listening.
Asians. He was talking about the Indians.
I
all
listened.
of these people have a core culture to them. They have. I mean, black people were stripped of that. If he wants to make excuses for black people, he should talk about how they were stripped of a lot of things that are inherent to certain groups. No, he doesn't. He wants to make excuses for blatant bad behavior. It is what it is.
Yeah. I'm really proud of you, by the way. I was listening to the whole thing, and sorry. I was really proud of you, and I thought you did a really great job, because I guess I expected you to take that road, and you didn't, and I just wanted to say it sounded great.
I didn't know Neff was in the room.
What?
I just heard him. He was...
Oh, you just heard him crying?
No, my bad. That was your baby crying?
Funny.
Oh.
Not my baby. Well, it's my grandbaby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's not in here. Oh, well.
It's a girl.
You do not look like a grandmother, by the way. Actually, you don't look what society says grandmothers should look like. We all have a misconception about what age looks like.
Yeah. I sold my soul to the devil.
I'm just saying, you're sexy girl.
Oh, thank you, honey. I'm kind of digging those braids myself. So, you just meet me after and we'll talk. Yeah, I was I was waiting for Farhan to talk about this issue, because he and I had a conversation about the African American culture in our early days when we first got here, and he's very knowledgeable, very knowledgeable.
No, not really. I'm just
yes,
patient with people.
You are.
No, he was very apologetic. That's what he was.
Well,
I think
you should have heard him before. He's very knowledgeable.
No, I'm not really. I'm really not. I don't think I understand the black community. I just know. Here's what I know. I'll tell you what I do know, and I'll stay away. I think that there's definitely a problem in, unfortunately, some parts of black culture, and I don't think that's some controversial statement. I think a lot of even the black leaders that I listen to will agree with that, and I think there's also a problem with discrimination and a historic discrimination there. And one of the things that he mentioned that I actually did agree with, and that Nadia was disagreeing with me about, was that there is such a thing as like an entrepreneurial mind, or like a mind for living a certain lifestyle that's productive for the community. So it's both. It's not just one or the other. These are all collective problems.
Yeah,
there's a speech I listened to. You guys know who Tavis Smiley is? Tavis, what's his last name?
Yeah, I know who.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot how.
Good guy. Great
yeah,
guy.
he gave a speech called "The State of the Black America," and he invited a bunch of people over, and every one of them was taking a different perspective. One of them was saying that, this is an issue. This is a broader labor issue, and it's not just the black community, although we're suffering the most. One of them said it's a cultural issue. One of them said it's an intellectual issue. One of them said it's a leadership issue. And there's many issues. It's not just one or the other. But I don't feel like I should say that, because I'm not.
But one does dominate the other, because there are good people in the black community. The cultural problem is the foundation. If you don't have a foundation, you're fucked. And there is no foundation in the black community right now. There's splattering of leadership here and there. Some people, guys. Al Sharpton. Even black people don't respect him now, but he always has his face on cable news and stuff like that. It's total anarchy. There is no, but the other cultures that incorporated was propping up, and he doesn't even realize he was arguing against his own point by bringing up all these other races and how successful they are. These races have, dare I say, a patriarchy. They have a history. They have a culture. Black people were robbed of that. He could have just said that, but no, he wants to point the finger at welfare. He's saying that a check coming in just means you just go ahead and you lower yourself to that check, that you automatically do that. You never strive. That is ridiculous. This is fantasy. And he just does that because he is a black racist.
When I finally got him to admit that the other day, I'd been asking him over and over again, what do you want the world to know? And he wouldn't say anything. And finally he said it that same day. He was telling me there was an N-word hater. Or he wasn't telling me. He was saying it behind my back. And
Yeah,
did
he
you
was asking you, Sugar, if blacks were allowed in your house, like by the men in your home, or some weird stuff.
Yeah, that my daddy was saying, don't you bring those N-words in my house, which my father would have never done. And if my dad were alive today, he would have just he'd
That's
have
why
laughed
I
his
don't.
ass off. He'd have laughed his ass off, and he would have looked at him and said, N-word, please. He would have,
You were visibly upset. It was obvious you were upset, and then he just said that to you. It's like that guy. He's disruptive.
Well, I sent the thing. I told Ocean. I showed or wrote to Ocean about this thing, and I sent it to all of you. I think except for Rousting, because I don't think I have his. I couldn't find his name. It's a 1946 essay that Albert Einstein wrote, and it's called The Negro Question. And he wrote it. Einstein was a big civil rights activist that a lot of people didn't know about. A full 16 years before our people even organized. And he'd go around to all the black universities. He went to Jefferson University, I think, in Pennsylvania, and he would lecture there. He would talk to the people and say, hey, they were the first college to hand out degrees to African Americans. And he was a big proponent. He wrote this essay about why he believed that the blacks and whites don't get along. And it's a real short little essay, and he talks about he talks about how even though he's a perceived white, he knows that the white man is in control, and not to believe the hype about why blacks and whites don't get along. And the way I read it and the way I paraphrase it is, it's as if a black man and a white man got into a fist fight, and the white man just knocks the black man out. And right at that very point, and you can kind of mark that as the Civil War, when the slaves were freed, he has two choices right then and there. He looks at the man that's down on the ground that he's just put there and says, get up on your own, I'm not helping you, and walks away. Or he puts his hand out, he reaches down, he helps his brother up, and he apologizes and said, I'm so sorry for what we did to you. Dust him off, come with me, I'll help you catch up. That's what should have been done, and it wasn't. And I think we see the effects of that, obviously, to this day. It affected me, that essay affected me, and I try to give it to anybody I can. That was during the McCarthy era, and only black publications put that out. And in 100 publications from 1946 to 2007, it was in virtually none. So I think it's a crime. That's it. That's all I got to say about that.
So that's a great movie to really illustrate the whole black and white experience. I mean, Forrest Gump was an awesome movie because of all the historical context, but it tackled a lot of stuff that's not very comfortable, and it did it so eloquently. I'm a big fan of that movie.
I didn't mean to put those two together. I guess I just was being silly.
Yeah, well, I got it.
You know what's kind of unique to the United States, and I could be wrong, at least in, I guess, for lack of a better term, white-dominated countries, this idea of black universities and white universities. I don't see other countries that have a higher population of whites. It's weird. I'm not saying it bad or good. I'm just saying it's an observation.
There obviously used to be white universities. It's more there's like historic black universities. I don't think any of the, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think any of the historic black universities like Howard or something won't allow white people into the thing. It's just that they rose because of the cultural and sociocultural situation for black people. These universities came about in order to facilitate education for black people.
Joe is 100%. I went to Clark Atlanta University for a year, and spot on, historically black university, College Park. Plenty of, well, I wouldn't say plenty, but yeah, white people, Hispanic people, a few Asians, they were students there.
I mean, I'm not saying it didn't happen in other nations, and I'm not saying it wasn't a necessary step. Yeah. I'm just saying it's continued on longer than it seems to than it should. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, race is an important identity feature for people. I mean, it's socially constructed and it's important to people. And there's nothing necessarily wrong. I mean, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. And also, not whitewashing, or even becoming colorblind might actually be detrimental to societies. So there are things like historically black churches, for example. That was an issue a couple months ago. But also historically black colleges and everything, neighborhoods, and so forth. And the thing with America is that, you know, it's the cultural melting pot. We having some sort of identity and basing it on race, religion, or ethnicity, or what have you, having pride, not even having pride, but having like some sort of awareness of that, it's an important part of the American society. And so the issue is that obviously it does bring up some like tensions and racial issues, and it's necessarily divisive, but it's not what is it? It's not just something that's all in all bad. It just needs to be kind of understood and placed in context. Like,
right. I'm not trying to label it as bad.
Very well said, Joe.
I just took a whole bunch of classes on this. What's up? Oh, Christine, I'm sorry if you think that. I don't think that that's what you're saying. I totally don't. Don't worry about it. And I hope no one else thinks you're saying that either. I just like I don't know, the idea that these things are very important to people. I mean, it's an issue, and since I've been researching all the horrible religious, creationist racism stuff, so I have good canned answers for this kind of
question. I'm glad
to tag on to what Christine. To tag on to what she said, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I don't have a problem so much with universities, but I do have a problem with things like a black entertainment television, things of that nature. I do have an issue with, because you can't have a white entertainment television.
Can I explain to you why there's that?
Yeah, Farhan, I'm not interested in your explanation. It's a double standard. It is what it is.
Well, let's hear it out though, because they would argue that the dominant culture is a white culture. And so their culture is not what's represented. So if you look at most popular TV shows, most popular movies, the main character is white and is a white male. And so they feel like, hey, it's entertainment that would largely be appreciated by, like white Americans or Euro Americans or whatever we're going to say.
No, I reject you. I reject this outright. You're telling me that black people can't be entertained by white people?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, I can. I'm sorry?
I was going to say I agree with Slim, because if you think about like the movie White Chicks, now if white people had done that, the Wayans brothers,
they have done that.
But that's in a broader context, though. But
recently
yeah.
They've done it. And what?
Yeah, there was a popular movie in the 80s about someone it was a white guy, I forget what it's called. It was a white guy whose family was rich, but they wouldn't pay for him to go to college. So he put on blackface and went to college in order to get into college.
No, but that's in a broader context, though. You can't just say like there's a double standard. You're right, there is a double standard, but that double standard is also society pervasive. If, for example, when I'm saying black TV, for example, or white TV, most TVs that are out there, like I said, the cultural TV shows revolve around historically white culture, and so they feel like, hey, this is not my kind of entertainment. It doesn't prescribe to my values and my social norms.
I see that.
No, I agree with you.
Wait, Joe,
go ahead,
please.
Christine.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, I feel that way too as a Pakistani.
I see that wanting to have, like even if at work I was in a male-dominated, and I have nothing against it. I chose that field, but it was occasionally nice to run across someone that outranked me, that was a woman that I could look up to and emulate. And I do see a huge difference, because you even touched upon it yourself. Like you said, mostly male. A difference between even television between the 70s and 80s and nowadays, and how the woman is not always just in the movies to be the love interest of the main character. We're getting more representation of not just a a trope, but actual character and character building, and I see the difference, and I appreciate the difference nowadays.
And the inversion of that is that men are put down. The husbands are portrayed as buffoons, and they're not incapable of taking care of a household. It's
That's
a complete
absolutely true.
inversion.
Yeah, I don't like actually the way that rights have gone. We're kind of anti-male at this point.
The way what has gone?
The way, like, we don't, men are, if there's a crime, it's the man's fault. If there's like a custody battle, the men will lose, and they'll lose hard. Those types of things.
Okay, well, I ask this question anytime someone brings up the custody issue, which I think is unfair, and I think the most capable parent should have the majority of the time with a child, 50-50, but we know that nothing is black and white, and every case is a shade of gray.
Mm-hmm.
Ask yourself this: who are the people that started those laws? Who are the people that administrated those laws for the majority of time up until recently? Those laws and those decisions were made by other men.
That's true. Perhaps that's true. But it was done like with what I'm saying is, okay, that might have been the case, but we're talking now in the year 2015.
It's still done that way. Remember the panels on women's birth control? All old white guys. This isn't something that's changed or anything.
Yeah, but look, I can speak about like the public school system, and I can tell you just from, this is from my own personal. This is personal evidence that I have. I can see what has happened. I can look at, as a chemistry teacher, we did I'm going to go into the female issue right now. What happened, I think, like when you had the civil rights movement happen, you had females that were being hired in high school positions where usually it was a male-dominated field, and then because of the civil rights movement, the white male was considered to be the devil, and so what happened was that the white females teamed alongside with the black males.
Yeah, I disagree with that, by the way.
And then, well, I don't know about. I'm just saying, in this personal setting, that's what happened. And then after that, you destroyed the white males, and then you had the black females and the black males with the white females, and then all of a sudden the white females left. And then now you have a situation where it's mostly black males and black females in a public school situation. At least here it is like that. And then you certainly have like, they turn off our gas. We can't have gas anymore because they're worried about liability. So we can't do chemistry experiments. So that's what happened was the feminist movement joined alongside with the civil rights movement, and basically destroyed white privilege or white males.
It was a party of leftists come together, form like
wait. Isn't it still the case that women are being paid less in the working field? And also, women have historically been.
That's a myth, because what really happens is they go into fields that they choose to go into fields that pay less because they rather stay with the family.
Yeah, that's absolutely
true. Wait a minute.
True, yeah.
So they chose to go into the field that you want to go into.
No, they go. I'm saying that's just what you said just now. That they make less. They don't make. They only go into fields that. No. Those teachers that I was working with were actually, some of those females were getting paid way more than I was, depending on like if they were doing like extra curriculum, which is fair. But your statement that females.
But they're the outliers.
But no, hold a second. No, you're saying that females get paid less per dollar than males do, and that's just a myth. It's because they go into fields that pay them less because they rather stay home with their family. But if they go into like engineering, they're going to get paid the same amount that a male does in engineer.
Yeah,
it's harder for them to break into those fields.
No, that's absolutely correct. They've actually.
And also, it's historically, it's also been harder for them to break into the fields. There were females.
Also, listen, women are poor negotiators. It's statistically proven.
And then there's things like that.
They just are.
But it's true. Even as a CEO, a female CEO does substantially worse than a male CEO does. That's been proven.
Okay, explain this. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Joe, go ahead, Christine. You were gonna. We're kind of going off topic. It sounded like you had something to say about the women being the glass ceiling. I guess.
If we look at jobs that were or are historically female-dominated trades, like or professions now, like nursing, it cannot be denied that now that there are more men joining that field, that there are huge pay raises now, like minimum pay raises, starting off positions. It's encouraged. I remember nursing, we wanted more men in the field because it had been proven that the more men in your field, the greater amount of money you would end up making in the end. I don't understand why people deny that there's a pay gap when it's blatantly obvious.
So here's what I was going to say. They did a regression analysis, met multiple on this to weed out like independent variables, because the 25 cents to the dollar, or 75 cents rather to the dollar thing, is based on taking all men in society and what they make, and all women in society and what they make, and then to compare their incomes. But if you actually do it like in the same field, so male nurses, male doctors, female doctors, male computer programmers, female computer programmers, what they found was that not only is it closer to being equal, it's actually that the woman actually makes slightly more than their male counterparts. But they said, so what is this based on? Where is this gender difference coming from? And they determined that it was based on that women tend to pursue non-STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, math, and that men tend to pursue them. And also women tend to take longer breaks, have gaps in their employment, usually when they have children. And so this was actually presented to a lot of feminist organizations, and they said that what their conclusion was that the reason why women don't pursue STEM is because of inherent social sexism. And there's actually a movement now in the U.S. to have women in the STEM fields.
Yeah, hey, wait, hold on a second. But actually, right now, I was listening to the Young Turks, and they were saying it was actually the opposite starting to occur, where they were trying to have more females graduate from college, and now actually more females graduate from college, a lot more so than men do. And just look.
Okay, you guys are talking about two separate things.
Yeah, I know, but I
just
wanted to incorporate the whole feminist movement and how damaging it has been. I mean, just in my case, when I got arrested, for example, that and I know I'm talking about an individual and not a sex, but like she lied. And I basically destroyed my life because I wanted to have a family, and so but we now know that she lied, but no one cares. You know, she's still a principal, she still has a family, she still gets a salary, whereas I'm left like most males are. We're just left here to just suck it up and deal with it.
I don't know how you can say that that the feminist movement is somehow not been beneficial. As a woman who was born in the 70s. And is growing up through what is labeled, I guess, third wave feminism, I have felt and seen a great increase in, or the leveling off of how I'm treated overall, how I'm paid, how I'm viewed, how I guess I'm repeating myself, treated. The fact that I have control over my own reproductive system is a huge benefit to the value or the quality of life I have now. And it's outstanding what feminism has done for my life.
Can I say something that's offensive? It's offensive, but it kind of proves what I mean. It's offensive, but I hope that you see that like I'm better than that, and that I'm just really using it to make a point. If you ever seen that movie As Good as It Gets with Jack Nicholson, and he asks, "How do you write females so well?" And basically he says, "I take away accountability." And that's what I found. Like that woman was not held accountable. Whereas if that would have been a male that had did what he did to me, he would have been held accountable by other males. And I think I'm saying that's at least in my culture where I live. I'm not saying that's where your culture where you live.
Okay, so
can we agree that there are certain aspects of feminism that we should all agree with?
Okay, fine.
Sorry, you first. Go ahead.
Just go. I posted something in the. Sorry.
All right. So here's what I see, is that there are certain aspects of feminism that have obviously been very good, but then I think sometimes this is a problem I've seen like in liberals and conservatives, that they have their team. So for example, for men, for the like Republicans, they have their team of the white male, right? The straight white male. That's like team straight white male, and anything that kind of criticizes that movement or that group is seen as inherently bad. Right, so like no, like this is the segment of society we need to absolutely care about. And I see the same thing with a lot of liberals, that it doesn't, the statistics do not matter. What matters is that we have picked our team. Our team is anyone who's not straight white male.
I mean, I just posted something with statistics.
I have made several videos on YouTube criticizing things like the unfair treatment of men when it comes to rape, child custody. I'm a feminist, card-carrying, proud feminist. I made a video railing against talk show hosts that made light of and made a joke of a man being mutilated by a woman and having his penis cut off. I don't think that men should be circumcised. I believe that's also genital mutilation. So I don't think, for me at least, that I'm on some sort of team and that it's at all costs all women must succeed at the expense of men. Not at all.
I think you can say that now, and I think you can say that and be like, and that's like PC. But I think when you really put it in a working atmosphere, and you really do the benchmarks and the lab tests, I really think it comes across like females do tend to, especially like, okay, so for nursing, for example, I mean, a lot of the nurses, like the male nurses do not get any respect whatsoever. Like if you're in the medical field, the only way you're gonna get respect is if you're a doctor, a male doctor.
That's bullshit. What are you basing that on?
I'm just based on, like I said, like I'm basing it on my. Oh, no, it's not. It's based on my culture and where I live and what I've seen. I'm not saying it's your culture and what's around you. I'm just saying based on what I've seen. So I'm not applying my my system to your system. So it's very important that that's understood in this room. That I'm only applying what I see in my system.
So here's a question.
Are you a nurse? Do you work in the medical field? My
mother has been a nurse for over 40 years.
Okay, and that's great. But she also belonged to the last generation. I'm talking about right now. As someone who has nursed and has worked in the field, men get as much respect or more respect in my actual experience, and not just my conjecture.
So then what do you say about this then? Do you think that, for example, now we know that women are graduating in higher numbers than men significantly, and that educational systems, the way a male brain is different than the way the female brain is. It's not just social construction. And we know that schools are being taught geared primarily towards women. Based on that, do you think that we need to have, for example, preferential treatment towards men?
What's the point of having the recent need to bring women into STEM then? I don't understand how. I mean, if it's so like females are really racking up everything, why are we campaigning to have more of them enter STEM fields?
Because they graduate at higher rates, but they choose fields that are not as high income earning as men do.
Yeah, but I just posted a link that shows that even when they do, there's a huge disparity.
I've seen the exact opposite. Here we go. Women attorneys face 2 million lifetime pay disparity. I've actually heard the exact opposite.
Where?
See, like, then I would say, like, does it talk about the same kinds of?
I've heard the exact opposite too, but it's usually from people that have an agenda. He's providing stats, and he's sourced.
I've actually seen. I mean, I don't have it on me right now, but I have seen stats on this topic.
Okay. Well. It's he said thing, so I mean.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, we can provide. I mean, the Wall Street Journal has a thing called the wage gap myth that won't die. I thought this was common knowledge at this point, but.
That's the thing. It's like it obviously is the. I mean, look, to say that, you know, like what was it that Slim said? White privilege. Or male privilege, I forget which one he said, died in the 70s. That's absurd. Look at the crap that Hillary Clinton is getting. People were going, oh, what's going to happen when she becomes a grandma? I mean, freaking, how old was Reagan when he became president? How old were, no one was going, oh, look at I mean, they're becoming grandpas right now. She gets crap for wearing pantsuits, and
You're right. I'll agree with you. I agree with you.
There are people that don't want to elect a female
Look, this is not a way. This is not a war against women. This is really a war against.
I never said that either, though.
This is a war against men. Let's make that clear. This is right now is a war against men. MGTOW is an example of that.
So, Christine, you're not doing so well in your work.
What the?
Apparently.
Yeah, girl.
Right? Ocean, I was waiting for you to come in here.
Yeah, I've just been kind of listening patiently, waiting.
So here's what they found. They found that in certain fields, that men, for example, like if it's a field where there is in certain fields, yes, there is a pay gap, but that's in the extremes. So like you'll find most homeless people are men and most super rich people are men. But in terms of the normality, like 90% of the population, this is what the study was done on. This is what really excuse me.
And they're more likely to commit suicide. They're more likely to get raped by other male. I mean, there's so much stuff that's not being reported about what happens to men.
And nobody
You're
cares.
absolutely right. Do you know why that men are more likely to commit suicide?
Men are more likely to be the subjects of violence, but nobody
before
cares.
we move on to the next subject, do you know why men are more likely to have heart attacks and commit suicide?
The social pay, I'm going to make a joke, never mind. Why? Because of personal choices?
Because we get held accountable.
Yeah, social. I thought you were going to say social pressure. That makes sense.
Actually, because for the majority of time, men have held positions in job situations that are high stressed, high paying, high fast, and that they've had a choice whether or not to go in these fields. And I'm not blaming them for choosing those fields. I think it's great to be have goals and to try to succeed in jobs, but you're more likely to have a heart attack because the jobs you hold. When we level out and have just as many women in stressful positions, you'll find that the numbers, I believe, or at least in my opinion, women will be dying of just as many heart attacks or be likely to kill themselves as well.
Okay, let me ask this question then. Does anyone think that, for example, that there's aspects of Black American culture that, and like I'm saying this as someone who supports Black Lives Matter, and I went to a rally this past weekend. Does anyone think that, for example, there maybe is something, maybe it's not appropriate for us to say, that is wrong with African American culture that maybe needs to be rectified? Is that a controversial statement? I mean, this is something Black leaders say. No one's going to say anything? Okay. Well,
yeah, I'm not going to touch that. Sorry.
I would say that in a lot of, if you listen to a lot of, like, even like Louis Farrakhan, who I listen to from time to time, he'll say...
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Okay, so a lot of...
there's your problem, listening to Louis Farrakhan. I think we established...
No. Louis Farrakhan, despite the the horrible...
he's very
anti-Semitism?
No, he's
like foundational.
Okay, despite the irresponsible phraseology he says, what he says is like completely agreeable. If you actually listen to the words he says, it's like you need to stop talking like that. But if you listen to like the essence of what he's saying, it's like, yeah, I completely agree with that. But what I was going to say was that he will say that there's a problem in certain aspects of Black culture, right? He will say that. It's not me talking. And I think I don't think that's wrong to be a little bit self-reflective on that. Likewise, when you listen to I think the idea that, for example, women don't prefer STEM fields, that's not like some type of sexist thing to say. Like, that's a fact. Like, we know that statistically, that women, generally speaking, don't pursue that. Those types
I'm not saying that's sexist. I'm saying, doesn't it mean something when we're trying to have an initiative to bring women into the STEM fields?
And that's great. I support that 100%.
Well, the thing is, you're saying that women are able to, like, women are apparently taking, or maybe not you, maybe it was, I'm not sure if it was Rustin or Slim, but people, on the one hand, you have people saying, look, women are taking over things, there's a war on men, and then on the other hand, it's like, we're having initiatives to try and bring women into these fields because they're not represented in them in a way that would seem satisfactory. On the other hand, we're having...
So what I was saying, there was like, okay, let's just get court, for example. If I have a child, okay, a woman can like literally steal my DNA, let's say out of the trash can, which has happened. Can actually, I mean, I don't have any children, but I'm just saying they can steal your DNA, have your child, and then they have complete custody of their child, and you don't have any rights to that child, and you have to pay for them to live.
But does that really happen? I don't think that's going.
No,
that's happening.
I'll tell you a case recently.
What he's talking about is from a case that took place.
No, I can tell you personally what's happened. I've had an affair with this woman, and she was like, "Go, tell me when you're about to finish." I don't mean to be vulgar, but and I didn't realize what she was doing, but she was trying to take the condom off right before I was about to finish, and she was trying to get impregnated. So women do stuff like this, and you should be suspicious. I don't care how long you've been knowing them; they do stuff. I mean, you can hate me for saying it, but it's true.
Yeah,
What
but
does that have
men
to
do
do
some
with
creepy
feminism?
shit too, right?
No, you're absolutely right. I don't want to give men think that men are angels by no means. I mean, the worst thing that can happen to a woman is a man. But I'm just saying, let's make it clear that women are not these innocent angels either. That's all.
What has that to do with feminism at all?
But because
some women
because they are pushing that
somewhere.
agenda,
Can
they're
I
making.
finish my sentence?
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I got a little upset there. But I'm not denying that women haven't gone into the garbage bag and retrieved used condoms and impregnated themselves unknowingly to the person who had put the sperm in that condom. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but I don't see how that has anything to do with feminism, that some people are dirty and underhanded and sneaky.
I think he's saying
and do
that.
wrong things. Why? What does that to do with
I'm saying
feminism?
I'm saying it gets played out in the court system because of the feminism, the movement of feminism, especially the last wave, the third wave, which is I think what happened.
You're saying that man doesn't get the right to choose if the woman is gonna have the baby or not without his consent.
Yeah, and she almost
I
always
mean,
gets
of
custody.
course. Yeah, of course the woman doesn't need the man's consent, but it would need if he would have to pay child support for the rest of
and
that.
that's really unfortunate, and that's wrong that those people do those things. I'm not condoning that action at all. And if it were just between the man and the woman and there was no third party that eventually happens, that woman should be held accountable and liable legally for doing something that is abhorrible and should be illegal. However, the stickiness comes into the point where an innocent third party is brought into the world and that child has to be supported. And that's where the stickiness comes from. It's not that someone is saying what she did is right, not at all. In fact, that's appalling.
But what
shouldn't be allowed.
What if that
what
unwanted?
still has to happen is that a child has to be looked after, and that should be done as fairly and as equally in all costs. The child should be put first, I think.
Yeah, but if there's a unwanted pregnancy and the man says that he does not have or does not even want to support that child, I guess people say that he should have the right to, even though the woman wants to go through with her pregnancy, even though he's the father, and everything.
There should be a right to revoke father's rights.
Yeah, within the limit of abortion.
To revoke fatherhood.
It's almost like reverse rape. I mean, it's like you're making me be forced to take care of a child that I made clear that I didn't want in the first place.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Like a woman's right to rape. A woman's
rape. I think that's a disgusting statement. First of all.
Wait, men don't get raped.
Just think about what you just said.
Men don't get raped.
Reverse rape.
That's not what you.
That's
even,
not
all
what
right,
I said.
First off, that's not what you even insinuated, Rustin.
Yeah, that's not what I meant. But
No,
I meant
what you said was it's like reverse rape when someone makes you take care of a child that you didn't ask for. That's not.
A little much,
that's
yeah.
just. I agree that there's
an
element of non-consent there, but it's not. It's not rape. It's not the same thing.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. So what about this?
And
thing?
I've
What about this
stated
thing?
earlier that men do get raped, and that is wrong, and that I fully support that all rape should be ended if possible.
But the whole thing of men getting raped, I don't even think that's that people should
We're
take
not even
that in
talking
consideration. No, I'm just saying because usually the man.
Subject change. I'm trying to
I
prevent.
was just saying the severity of a woman who I'm not saying that the rape part. Yeah, of course, I didn't mean to bring that into the argument. I was just saying like when a woman complains about being raped and then having a baby to take care of, that's not hers. I'm just saying that feeling can also be the same feeling that a guy has when he has sex with a woman and he didn't want to get her pregnant. That can be the same feeling. Like I wanted to have sex with you, but I didn't want to necessarily have a kid with you. And I think that
I
feeling can be
understand
the
the
same.
violation. I understand it's a violation, but it is not the same as rape.
Right, definitely
I think
not.
he's retracted that.
But here's okay, yeah. That's
But wait, why is it so cool to admonish someone over like words and verbs and stuff? That's not cool either.
Whatever,
I mean,
whatever.
We know that he doesn't advocate rape. I mean, we know that it was a figure of speech. This
Because it's a little
is
too
where it
far.
gets strange.
Because hyperbole does affect people. Like it's like I would
No, you're making stuff up now. For normally talking
Decidedly the wrong word there, Slim, and you know it. Come on now.
Let me make a point here. Is that first off, I don't actually agree with some of these notions of we're going over, but what I'll say one thing is that a woman's right to reproduction ends basically right, like I mean literally like the day before she has the child, she can have an abortion if she chooses to. A man's right ends as soon as he finishes. So that's clearly a difference between men's and women's reproductive rights. That's very clear. Like
And
men
that's
have less
possibly
reproductive.
something that should be addressed legally, and
But what do
points should
feminists
be
support that?
made, and laws should be put into effect.
So which feminist
I agree
organization is
with
fighting
you.
for equality?
Pardon me?
Which feminist organization is fighting for gender equality on that topic?
I don't know off the top of my head, but
Answer is
as
none
a
of them.
feminist, I've spoken out publicly and repeatedly on that topic. Just
Christian, I think you
because
and I
I'm pro, okay, I akin it to like say someone who says that they're fighting for gays to have the right to marry doesn't necessarily mean they're anti-heterosexual marriage.
True.
I'm not in any way anti-male. You can look at my record, you can look at my public statements about
I
what
believe
I've
you on
said
face
about
value.
rape against men, about custody, child custody, and circumcision. I think that there are unfortunately a small group of people that label themselves feminists and that are very loud, unfortunately, and that have derailed what should be a very equitable debate and growth in this area where we can come to some sort of, as best we can, equality.
I agree with everything you just said. That was very beautiful, and I completely agreeable.
Yeah, I think feminism.
Wait, I disagree with the. Wait, was it which feminist movement has gone against male rape on male victims? Is that what the question was?
No,
okay.
damn it.
Sorry. Okay,
Damn it.
good. Sorry,
Right.
I wasn't sure. I was
The
wondering.
question is, which feminist organization is actually fighting for men's rights on the issue of reproductive rights? And the answer is, as far as I know, none.
Yeah, but
There are individuals.
And not
But-
just that, by the way. We're
No,
talking a lot of stuff that affects men.
I would be interested in that specific issue, just to, like, because when you start
Alright.
talking about men's rights generally, so on, such as some people think it's a joke, some people think that it's a legitimate issue, but they don't fight for it or whatever, and or they'll
This is
speak
how
about
I see it. There's a show. Hold on. There's a show called the Atheist Experience, and every once in a while, people will call in and go, "Hey, how come you don't have Christians on the show? How come you're only showing atheists and stuff?" And the Atheist Experience, they have a bunch of different answers, but one of them is like, you could go to like 500 other things and watch a Christian Experience show, pretty much. This is the Atheist Experience show because we think that this is.
Does this tie into the topic at all?
Yeah. Because feminism is trying to promote women's stuff.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that it has to all of a sudden become super equal.
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Why not?
So here's the issue with that, because when men start trying to speak out about their rights, one of the prime responses that they get from feminists is that feminism is about equality, and feminism is supposed to
not
be
about
fighting for
equality.
these things too. This is what they're happy to say. Ask a feminist. I'm
a feminist.
They'll be like, feminism is about equalizing the sexes, and that a lot of the issues that men's rights activists speak out about are actually feminist issues, but they're approaching it, going about it the wrong way.
I
Now,
understand
the
that.
flip side of this is, okay, if these issues are feminist issues and feminists should be fighting for them as well, where are the feminists? They don't seem to be there.
But I understand why.
Honestly, I'll be frank.
Again,
I'm here
as I have
and
said,
I've read in the literature.
Joe, hold on a second. I need to address Christine because she brought up a valid point that she as an individual supports these issues. The issue with that, though, is I see individuals occasionally that agree with these things, but I don't see feminist organizations advocating for this or lobbying for it as they do with a myriad of other feminist issues.
What is it? The AAA, the American Anthropological Association. They advocate for these issues, and they're a feminist organization. There are plenty of other academic resources and academic groups that also consider themselves feminists that do advocate against the issues that you brought up. If you want a specific feminist group, I can go and find it. I bet you. I think that you guys are not really looking for the answers to these questions, to be honest.
Please do, please do. I'd be very interested. I genuinely would be
Here's
interested.
another
in that.
question. What have you personally done to correct these things?
I have done nothing.
You could be aware of your surrounding and try to be as neutral as possible about things around you, and not try to, treat just women or minorities or whatever different from what for your circles are. That's one thing we can do in society, and trying to influence other people.
This is going to kind of go off on a tangent.
There's a couple of problems with men making movements about this kind of stuff. Is that when they do, they are seen as selfish. They're seen as
trolls.
Yeah, they're seen as trolls. Their ideas are dismissed immediately.
Yeah.
And also, like, people aren't willing to give those issues as much credence. For whatever reason, it could be that because men can take it better or something like that.
No, it's because men had the power all throughout history.
And also, usually when men try to bring this up in feminist circles, that I've seen, it's usually been responded with, you're trying to distract from the conversation of feminism by bringing up issues that affect you personally. It's not about you. Get out. And then it's no longer a conversation about equality anymore. It's a conversation where men listen and nod. And like, I've seen reasonable feminists on this, and I've seen unreasonable feminists on this, and it's weird that the kind of the loudest top part of this conversation is usually kind of pushing out these issues as much as it can.
I don't understand that last part that you said.
When you like the big names in the feminist movement usually.
Like who?
Shoot.
Anita Sarkeesian?
Yes, I mean, Sarkeesian is talking about pop culture. She's a name, but she's not one of the people I would be making reference to. But there's a lot of kind of
anyone on Slate, everyone on Slate.com.
Some of them want
in all kinds of places.
Some of them want to lock us up in camps, all men in camps, and they treat us all as pedophiles and rapists. I mean, some of them are that extreme where they don't want us to have anything to do with the children.
Yeah, but you can't go by them though. That's
those are when you take like fringe of fringe and treat them seriously.
Look, I won't lie. I know mostly anthropology feminist people. Like I think her last name is Abu Gold. I know Judith Butler. I know a lot of those, and those are people who write. Who's Linda? What's her last name? I should know this. She's popular. I should know this as an anthropologist. Damn it.
Okay, so why is it? What he said was very valid. That, for example, someone said, "Well, where are the men's organizations fighting for these issues?" Right? And when they
women's organizations,
there are men's organizations fighting for these issues.
Yeah, he's asking for the women's organizations.
Because the thing is, being part of these organizations is considered taboo.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's also treated the same way that the black organization is. It's like the guy said, why don't we have like white TV? And it's because you're already considered to be dominant, so it doesn't matter. So when it comes to how come the males,
it doesn't matter.
So when you say how come white males don't have their organizations, and I know they do, but like you said, it's not popular. It's just the same way. It's the same way as saying, well, because they're already dominant, they already have white privilege, so it doesn't really matter. So I think that's the reason why.
Exactly. Boom.
If I leave the conversation, it's because my phone died, and I apologize, but I'm going to be here as long as my phone lasts.
Now, you guys are kind of jumping all over. It went back to white male and to... so it's not
I was trying to stick to one issue, but it's not happening.
No, he was drawing a parallel, and they do kind of follow the same similar logic. This kind of when you're in the majority, or if you have some type of power, you're no longer valid in terms of equality. It is divided by you at that point. Equality is about the lowest common denominator.
The very last video I made on my YouTube channel, and I don't have a huge following. I think I have about 1,500 people that follow me. I get maybe 70 views per video. I don't have a lot of followers. But the very last video I made was yesterday, and it was recently there's an atheist called Thunderfoot that has had a woman that labels herself as a feminist write to his employer and try and get him fired. Why don't you go watch my video about that?
I've seen Thunderfoot's
Yeah,
video about
that's
that.
some
What is?
fucked up shit.
I mean, that's the other thing that made me disillusioned with the skeptic community for a while. A couple of years ago, just the proliferation of like sexual not crimes, but what is it? Just the treatment of women, harassment. There we go. Treatment of women at skeptic conventions and in groups and everything. It just kind of bummed me out. What is it? DJ Grothy, the guy who at the time took over for James Randi for the James Randi Educational Foundation, he made a tweet that was like making fun of a transsexual woman for obviously still looking like a male. It's like there's obvious, these things are issues, and when people make groups to point out the issues, there shouldn't be a problem. So I mean, it's a bummer for men's rights activists when they make a group that want to point out the problem that's happening with men's rights. But I mean, I don't know what to say. Like,
well, I do. I think it's kind of ironic that one of the complaints was that you get a stigma for belonging to a men's rights organization. What do you think feminists get when I come out and say I'm a feminist? Before even anyone speaks to me about what that means to me, there are huge assumptions made about me, and there are even personal attacks made against me before they even get to know me or what I mean by that word.
Christine,
so,
you seem...
welcome
No,
to the club.
I agree that both sides have got kind of a stigma attached to them, but this is me speaking just from what I've seen, and I'm mostly a lurker on this issue. I don't talk about it very much. From what I've seen, there are kind of like safety zones in the feminist movement, and there are safety zones kind of in the MRA movement. They kind of exist on. What I'm most familiar with is internet version of this movement. They exist. These safety zones kind of exist on different websites, and there are some places where you can say you're a feminist and everybody congratulates you, and there are some places where you can say you're a feminist and everybody's going to attack the shit out of you, and that's very obvious. And I think that at atheist conventions would probably be something where you could. There are some environments there where both of these things would happen very seriously. Is that accurate at all? You're the one who's been to one. I have not.
Oh, you mean me?
Yeah.
I think I've been to about 6 atheist conventions so far, and I find them to be very inclusive. That's just my personal experience. But just recently I had an interaction with someone who identified as an MRA. And I always like talking to people that are MRAs because I want there to be dialogue, and I think it's important for there to be great understanding of each other's positions and human issues, that we do talk. And I gave him a little more time than I normally would because he was getting actually pretty personal and offensive. Like when he was, he said things like, well, how many times does a man have to be assaulted, like physically assaulted, like beat up to equal one rape? What do you think the answer to that is? Like he was making just absurd statements. So up until that last meeting, I've never had, even with other MRAs, a bad interaction until this very last person.
You were saying that
something?
when you mentioned that you're a feminist, sometimes you have a lot of assumptions made about you. Does this kind of stuff happen at skeptic conventions, or does it happen somewhere else?
I think more often it happens outside of the skeptic world. but it still does happen occasionally within the skeptic community, for sure. Like, for instance, I don't know TJ, who's the amazing atheist personally, but I think it would be interesting if I were to communicate to him that I was a feminist, to see what kind of reaction I would get from him.
I will say that a lot of people that are anti-feminist don't necessarily realize that there is more than one form of feminism kind of trolling around, and that there's not feminism, but there's feminisms, and each feminist is fairly different from the next on as far as issue to issue to issue. There are some feminists that are intersectional. There are some feminists that belong to a different movement. So, like, I think that recently Taylor Swift has come under fire for her feminism not being intersectional.
I like intersectionalism.
The way it was explained to me when I took what was it, sexuality or something like that, and it's called OIC, would be grade 13 here in Canada. So this is 20 years ago. Feminism can broadly be based into two different groups. It's what's labeled as liberal feminism and other, basically. And in liberal feminism, in general, they believe that within the system that exists now, laws and changes can be made so that both sexes have equality. And then there's everybody else. And in the other group, you can have someone who labels themselves, for instance, as a feminist that believes all women should stay at home and be mothers. And at the very opposite end of the spectrum, you can find people that label themselves as feminists that believe men should be put into stud farms or whatever and kept only for sperm donation.
Right.
I'm not saying this is the vast majority of them, of feminists, but I try to explain to people I fall what's in the category of liberal feminist.
Right, and you can find, like, that's something that's a nuance that I think a lot of people that label themselves as anti-feminist miss.
Oh, I agree with you there. I totally agree with you on that.
And our resident anti-feminist just left the chat. So
I guess the unreasonable feminists out there, they're really outspoken. They have like a stronger voice because they speak really, they try to be as loud about it as possible, and that maybe comes out as what feminism is about the ones that brings up, issues that really isn't an issue in society. And that's why maybe like feminism in the Muslim world, I mean, that's definitely a place where you would need feminism to act and liberate women and give them more rights and stuff. It's like you have so many unreasonable feminists out there that's like taking away what the other feminist movement is actually trying to say.
I totally agree with you, and nothing makes me more angry than feminists that are derailing the main cause or part of the movement that is, I think, if discussed rationally, most people would agree upon, men and women.
Yes, for sure.
Who left the conversation? Who was it that left? I didn't realize someone left.
Rustin left, and then he came back, and then he left again. He might be having a connection issue. He was the one that was kind of especially seemed like he might be actually an MRA.
And that's fine. That's his choice. I just want people, hopefully, to make their choices based on more accurate information, because there are a lot of squeaky wheels that seem to be the outliers that are getting, and it's in the best interest of the media to have sensational sound bites from, for lack of a better term, I can use this word, crazies, to get people to watch and to sell ad space. So you're not gonna get the rational, well-spoken, sort of mundane feminist getting sound bites in the media.
And a lot of the, I would say, the unreasonable arguments from the unreasonable side of feminism tries to impose of how society should be run, while at the same time, the same way society is built as it is today, let's just say women are lean, not nowadays, but I would say a few years ago, that women lean more towards taking care of the kids, staying in the house, and men has the responsibility to go out there and provide for their families. It's like it's pressure being put on both sides to what
Yeah.
to how a family should be. So that's maybe why men has the pressure to provide for their families, and when they lose their job, and they're the ones that stay at home dads, and the women is the one that has to go out there and find the job. A lot of them maybe just feel, extremely depressed about the whole situation, because it is seen in society as a bad thing, because a man should be able to provide for his family.
Not by me. I think it's up to the individual couple to decide what best works for their family,
Right.
and to come up to an agreement and the division of labor. It should be individualized to the group or to the couple involved. And I think that's what's important about feminism, is that we have equality, and that both men and women get to decide, in this case, I should stay home or he should stay home, because either for whatever reason, it's up to that group of people, or that couple. And we should take away the stigma of the male staying at home and somehow that being bad. I think that's wonderful if that's the decision of that couple.
Yeah, it's just this whole point of view. It's a very recent thing. A society, pretty much in every culture, it is the man taking care of the home. Even in the animal kingdom, you have the males, having this obligation to defend their living area, living space, and protect maybe not every species out there, but a lot of them have this just part of who they are as males.
So how do we stop this stigma?
I think I think it's
Go ahead.
changing. I mean, the way, just like you said, to me it sounds normal. I don't think there's nothing wrong with the men that can't find a job, stay at home, while the woman maybe has a better opportunity to find a job and work for a while. I don't see anything wrong with that, and I think a lot of people are changing their minds. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be.
I agree with you. I think that it's changing. I think it'll continue to change. There are some nations now where it's not even blinked an eye at when you say that you're a stay-at-home dad. And even if the man could find a job, maybe he wants to stay at home and be the child rearer. Maybe that's his dream. Maybe that's what he's best suited for, that particular male. And it should be open to him to make that choice, and it to be allowed,
Yeah, but if you ask anybody, and if they go around and tell their buddies, hey, yeah, I just want to stay home and take care of my kids, they would just call them pussy. What are you, a fucking pussy? What are you doing? You know what I mean? I mean, that's just the point of view. That's just the mentality of.
And I think one of the things we can all do is, when we hear in a group that we belong to, when one man is chastised for making that decision, that you speak up. Not just you, I mean, like you, the royal you, everybody. If you hear that happening, the best thing to do is say, hey, wait a second, that's David's decision, and I support his decision. There's no reason why a man can't take care of a child or children. In fact, it's a very difficult, hard job, and a very important job. One could even argue probably one of the most important jobs.
Yeah, but I guess the thing is, the way societies are organized, I think they came to be as they are in the natural sense. Nobody analyzed it and looked into it like in a rational way and said, this is the best way for us to run the system. It just came together naturally. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's probably how it came to be. Now we're trying to organize society in a way where we're trying to go against our our instincts and try to be more rational about how we perceive things, even though it's going against our nature. You know what I mean? So that's the difficult part.
I'm gonna have to disagree that it's in our nature. Like I definitely don't think it's in my nature to be a childbearing person, because that's just not something I've ever had a drive to do. Like I don't have this urge to be a mom.
Right.
I'm not saying that's the norm. It's just that's just me.
Yeah. You might be a I forgot the exception to the rule. You know what I mean? But I guess it's just the man that carries. I guess the hormones has a lot to do with that, the way we behave, and that kind of dictates of how we behave ourselves. We're not entirely rational. We have all those evolutionary traces that our ancestors passed on to us. But we do have the capacity. Yeah, we have the capacity to choose not to follow our instincts. Of course, nobody. That's not. I understand that's not an excuse.
Well, I don't think you need to have excuses. I mean,
we're not evolving. Again, this is that whole double standard again. I mean, why is it expected that men are supposed to make the first move and be? You're supposed to be all aggressive to get the woman, but when you get her, you're all of a sudden you're supposed to be passive. It's like total again. This is like
a lot of that's about the birth control pill too. There was some studies that were done that showed that women picked males that were not quite suited for them when they were on birth control pills because the body's already being told it's pregnant. So we don't look for that alpha male as much. And there's a lot of different factors as far as our differences, and like she said, the way we're evolving and things are changing. And to say that men and women are exactly the same, I think we all know that's not true. And I was born to do certain things. That doesn't mean I want to. I'm lived in a man's world.
Yeah, I would never say that we're the same. In fact, I would celebrate the difference. I think if we were all the same, it would be so boring.
Yeah.
But I think that we can have equality without being, all exactly the same. Just like, not all men are the same. Not all women are the same.
I don't know, this new alpha, or not, maybe it's not new, but the use of alpha and beta, alpha males and alpha females and all this stuff, and I kind of go along with it, but I really don't like it. I mean, I've found men that maybe were supposed to be beta males really attractive, and just, I don't understand what the ranking is. What is an alpha male? What's an alpha female? What does that mean? And I think we put ourselves in these categories.
No, I mean, listen, 80% of the women are chasing after about 20% of the men. And that's an inversion, too, men for women. I mean, there is an alpha male. This is not some strange
what is it?
That people just create.
I don't know what it is.
A dominant that attracts women, and it has a certain mores to it. I mean, this crosses cultures, too, by the way. The strong man is always considered to have vigor. I mean, he can be dubious, he can be intelligent, but strength is that universal kind of link. That is the alpha male.
Okay.
Strength, I don't think anybody cares about strength anymore. It's more about intelligence and be able to, gather up as much of riches as possible. That's what it is seen as alpha male in our culture nowadays. Not strength.
I mean, maybe to the gold digger. You're talking to the gold digger right now. When you're talking
I'm talking about somebody that wants to have a safe life and be protected, not to the gold digger. You're exaggerating my point.
Nah, he's divisive.
Yeah, I'm saying somebody that's able to protect their family or to be able to care for them and not be just somebody that doesn't have any interest in raising a family or whatever it is, the interest of a woman. Doesn't mean that has to be the main interest of a female either. So.
No. You just made the argument that no one's interested in strength, and you kind of changed a little bit. And that's what I was speaking to. And you even said intelligence was more attractive to women, and that's ridiculous.
No. I'm talking about in society, strength doesn't do anything for you nowadays. But if you have the brain to be able to raise a lot of money. But
You know what?
that's just how
The fact
society
that Bill
works.
Gates gets as good looking of a wife as he does says it is.
You don't
know?
see any bodybuilder with I don't know, a very famous girl. She's with either the intelligent guy that's either famous or he's able to gather up all those riches through his intelligence.
I heard about that.
Hold on. Bodybuilders don't represent men.
No, I'm
I
just
have
saying
to
you're.
pick a partner because I need someone to provide for me.
Thank
so
you.
what I try to do is to be self-sufficient. So when I do choose to be with someone, I choose to be with someone based on things that are attractive to me, and that is someone that is in generally good health and symmetrically pleasing to my eye, but is not limited to that. In fact, I've dated men that are shorter than me. I find the most attractive thing to me, anyway, is the term nerd.
Me too.
Yeah, I didn't mean to use the word provide. What I'm trying to say is somebody that's capable to be responsible, take care of themselves, and be like a reasonable person. I'm not talking about being able to provide for a female. That's not what I meant.
So I heard about a study that talked about, this is going to be a little sketchy, basically penis size and why different, cultures have different penis sizes, and it was about basically the first person out of Africa. You know how everybody came from this one area. The first one out would be the first one to actually put clothes on, right? So they don't need to show off or preen or whatever, and that you know, I don't know if there's any, if it's real or not, but I thought that's interesting. You know, certain cultures put clothes on first, and so evolution-wise, we didn't look at things, we didn't see them, you know, uncovered all the time. So you didn't go for the guy with the.
Why do they have to do that? You know, they're ruined for some guys.
I have no idea. Talk to the Asian guys. They're real pissed off.
Oh my gosh! I don't know.
I mean, it was a real study. It was a real study,
Yeah,
and
that
I
makes sense.
don't know whether it's true or not. But I thought, wow,
Sure.
they don't pick men the same way that I think most women pick men. I don't.
But I'm sure a lot of people would be offended by those studies. That's the problem.
Yeah,
you know?
except for the guys with the big Johnsons. They don't give about anybody.
Yeah, that's true. They'll even come with the freaking paper showing. Look, even the studies say so. They'll be so proud of the whole situation.
I guess, John, you're growing into such a troll. You're silent and amazing. I'm just so proud. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he should say something.
I like this idea of whoever wants to stay home stays home. My daughter, you know, pumps because she's still nursing, and you know, I feel the same way you guys were talking about getting away from our natural self. You know, I mean, to the point where women just don't even think about breastfeeding. Some don't, and you know, and that doesn't seem right. And there's a meme going around about the family bed, right? That's I mean, 150 years ago, when you lived in just a one-room house, everybody did sleep together. In tribes, they slept together, at least the women and the children. But now it's just like horrible. Yeah. Your children sleep with you, and that's just, think about, you have a baby, you pop them out, and then they go down the hall in their own bed by themselves. No other animal would put their baby that far away.
Right.
It's fit inside of you. It needs to be next to you for the first however long. But we want to go off to our new SUV and our new house, and we've got to have the bigger, better, faster. So, you know, I mean, I feel really good about being able to stay home to help. I mean, it's not that I'm able to, it's just that it happened that way. But I think we miss out on some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Tradition isn't that bad. At least the traditional form is not that bad. I think we're forgetting about these little people, right? We're forgetting about that this is all they want. And this is all they need, and this is about security in those first 10 years, well, 7, I guess is what they say, His first 7 years of just making them feel like their needs are met. They don't need chaos or any of that stuff. And people go, well, I had chaos and I grew up okay.
Right.
Well, there's about 7 billion of us right now that are speaking a different language. We aren't all okay.
Right.
And I think that's worth looking at.
Yeah, I think that too. I think nurture is everything. I mean, if you just gotta be able to provide to the child as much as possible. I mean, that influences. I think they even said that within the first 3 years, the child.
Somebody mute.
What?
It might
Somebody
be
mute.
sugar.
He's echoing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. Sorry. Go ahead.
And yeah, like I was saying, yeah, I think nurture is everything.
I think it's certainly a lot. I mean, I guess I'm sure nature has something to do with it, but I think we're really forgetting about the nurture thing. You know.
Yeah. I mean, if you get a baby from any race, and you just put them in a good household, what do you think that's going to come out of that?
Yeah.
A good human being, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
children don't know anything about race and bigotry. They don't know this. They just love. They just love, you know. They just look at you like you're the greatest thing in the world, and man, that's just really cool.
Yeah.
It's been a good experience, you know, and it keeps you grounded. It's, I think, the thing that got me on this activist thing, because I was like Christine. I really didn't have many maternal drives when I was younger, and had I not gotten pregnant, I probably would never have had children. And then I tried to talk my kids into not having children, and that obviously didn't work out, but I'm glad. But yeah, it's an amazing thing. But you know what? There's also amazing things. I know I had a sister-in-law that didn't want to have children, and she never did. And she's a valuable, wonderful woman. I hate to see women feel less womanly because they don't do that. Or for the longest time, if you had a C-section, a lot of women felt like they didn't do their job, and that's the bull.
Oh yeah.
I get that quite a bit. Not quite a bit. I've experienced this where people first meet you or whatever, and they're like, well, how many kids do you have? And I say none, and it's like, oh, well, why not? Or, oh, that's too bad, or just keep trying. And it's like, it's never like the first like thought that enters a lot of people's minds that it just might be at a choice.
Yeah, you'd think so, especially nowadays with as many alternative lifestyles that we have, that you'd think it would just be, you know, part of. But, you know, we're a country that was 22nd in marriage equality. The 22nd country to do marriage equality. We acted like we were the first people to see gay people, so I don't know. Who knows? It's all going crazy, people.
So I was gonna say I actually don't take a male versus female approach to these issues. Like one of the things I remember when I was in college was that there was a women's self-defense class. This is a bad example because they're actually, well, I'm not gonna get there, but there was a women's self-defense class, and I remember getting offended. I was like, why am I not allowed to come to this? And it was male only, but actually I don't have a problem with that really, because I don't take this whole like men and women should be equal in all things. I take the approach of like, I guess what you would call complementarianism, where there are certain things that are women are there's a spectrum, of course, but certain things that women are better at, and there's a spectrum, of course, but certain things that men are better at naturally, and or maybe not better is the wrong word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And yeah.
More adaptable.
Pardon?
Yeah, just
more adaptable.
Yeah, more adaptable. Yeah. And I don't see a problem with certain, even treating men and women differently in certain ways. I mean, at some point we have separate bathrooms, and we do treat men and women at some level differently. I mean, that's a silly example, but the thing is, I don't really, like, I think a lot of times people see it as, like, male versus female, and I don't see it that way.
I don't either.
All right, but there's one thing with that, though. I mean, I don't want to offend you or anything, but if you...
You're not going to offend me.
Yeah, I've seen this debate where there was that physicist, I can't remember his name right now, where he was criticizing the Muslim culture for covering their women. And in that debate, some women stood up and said, that's the way we want to be treated. And stop trying to change our culture. And I thought to myself, I don't really think they know what it is to be treated like a woman in a different culture. What it is to live a more similar life to a man like they do in other countries.
So here's what I would say to that. Here's what I would say to that. I would say that you're kind of dismissing their own views and saying isn't that kind of what they would say in response is that you don't know what it's like to be a real woman.
Right, yeah.
So
But I mean, I just see that as wrong, because I understand that you have women in other cultures that are able to drive, that are able to dress that dress to the same point that men can dress themselves and not be limited because their culture tell them to. But like you said, at the same time, they're saying stop trying to change who we think we should be. You know what I mean? So I can understand.
I've heard women, Muslim women, and also we had them in our town. There were Dunkards, or like Mennonite type women, and they wore the same thing, and they said, it's an awful. You may think it's fun to be fancy and dress like the blonde here, but there's a part of it that is very liberated. Some of them felt very liberated.
That cartoon's naive.
Well, yes. It was. It's an exaggeration, but let's look at it from another point of view.
No, I don't think it's an exaggeration. I think I know many Niqabi women who are. My cousins are Niqabi. And
because the female on the right, she's being forced to dress that way. The one on the left, she can dress whichever way she wants to.
Well, there's a lot of women
to feel pressure to dress that way.
There are plenty of cases in which both as options are true.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
But there's a who's forcing women to have a hot body?
I give you that in some societies, women are forced to dress in the way on the right.
Yeah.
However, there are plenty of women who opt to dress in the way on the right and view it as empowering.
Yeah, I know lots of women who wear hijabs and they love it.
How many societies?
That's not a hijab. That's like a full body burqa.
No, I know that's the burqa, but
that's the reason why I brought up the fact that the women were saying that. Yeah. So they see themselves as being part of that culture, and nobody should be able to criticize it.
Yeah,
that's what I find it weird.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's wrong.
Can I?
Just like I'm not going to compare with a cult, but people in cults seem to see themselves in a good situation. I'm not saying it's the same thing.
I'm just saying all Muslim women have Stockholm syndrome.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the human brain is very malleable, and people can just be influenced easily. That applies to everybody, even myself, I would say.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Christine.
Can I just say something about that cartoon, because I've seen that before, and I think everyone should have the right to make a choice what they wear. I think the main difference that disturbs me is that if the one that was wearing the full body burqa chose to wear what the other woman wore, in a lot of countries, she wouldn't make it out the front door, and in some cases she might even be hurt or even murdered, and that's the difference.
I think that's not quite accurate.
It's not quite accurate that women would be stoned to death or beaten by police force that are put in place specifically to check to make sure that women are dressed a certain way.
In two
countries, if they're not, that they're beaten with sticks in the streets.
Well, let me challenge you on that. In two countries, that's true. One of them is Iran, and the other one is Saudi Arabia. But in every other Muslim country, the exact opposite is true, where you are treated as an educated, more moderate. They don't use that term. They say modern, rather. More modern, educated, respectable person if you wear less clothing, and you are humiliated and put down and insulted to your face if you wear traditional clothing. If you have a beard, people will call you they'll call you mullah and molvi and stuff like that, and they'll openly talk about how you're probably dumb and a terrorist.
What are you talking about?
I'm not saying any of that should happen or that that's right.
Well, what I'm saying is yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's okay. I think that what you're missing, because that's not what I'm saying, and I'm not saying it happens everywhere. I'm not saying that every woman is killed or that every woman is beaten, but there are instances where they're saying that there's a choice, but there really isn't a choice. Like I could wear a bikini, or I can wear a hijab, I can wear or a burqa, or any.
Oh, she dropped.
And there went her phone.
Well, let's wait. I want to wait till she comes back because I really actually feel very passionate about this topic.
Yeah, I know you do.
So I'm interested in seeing where this goes.
Yeah.
What'd you think of the other things that I posted?
A correction, by the way, 3 countries. Probably Afghanistan is one of them, but only southern Afghanistan, not northern.
I was going to say Afghanistan had something, but the only thing I could think of wasn't related specific to what we were talking about. It was
Syria.
What?
Syria.
Oh.
No, Syria, you're fine. You can do whatever the hell you want to do in Syria.
What about in places? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
but Syria
real
is in
quickly
the
for Joe,
war.
that is found in MRA groups.
Well, Syria's in a war, so you can't really take a war-torn country and kind of as an example. But no, even in Syria, okay. So here's what I'll say. I'd hate to say this while she's gone, or I guess she said her phone was going to die. Is that there's a perception that's in the Muslim community that if of the Muslim, let me turn this off, of the Muslim community, which is that like if you like they're really strict on their women, and like religious people are kind of seen as like the superior types. That's almost exactly the opposite. Really what happens, like if you have a beard, people will say, like I've had people tell me to my face, like I'm not even joking when I say this, the first thing that this lady said to me, she came up to me and says, "Are you a Taliban?" And I said, "What?" Like she didn't even say salam, didn't even say hi, nothing. "Are you in the Taliban?" I said, "No." And then she goes, "Well, as long as no," she said, "Are you Pashtun?" I said, "Yes." And then she said, "Are you from the Taliban?" I said, "No." And then she said, "Well, as long as you're not from the Taliban, you're okay." So
Where was this?
Would it have made it better if she was like, "Hey, how's it going?" and then asked it? I don't.
The point is what I'm saying is that the point of what I'm saying is that the perception is that like, oh, like these cultures are ultra religious and just oppress people based on like this. And I don't deny that happens, right? And I mentioned that it happens primarily in 3 countries, but the dominant experience for most people is actually the exact opposite. That if you
we
have
moved
a
on to
beard-
religion now. I've been out of the conversation for a bit.
yeah, kind
Sorry.
of. Yeah, we're talking about a comic that I put
It's
up.
still women's rights.
Okay.
The dominant expression, and if you wear a niqab, this is, by the way, not a burqa, this is called a niqab and a jilbab, but if you wear that, you're seen as like, oh, you're dumb, you're uneducated, you didn't go to school, you just got married and had a whole bunch of kids, and you did that because you're societally pressured to do that. And you're denying their own agency, and you're basically, you're calling, that's more common, and I would respond to, Bo, what you said, that, oh, they're in a cult. I would kind of say the opposite. I would say, have you ever thought that maybe you're
No, that's not what I said.
you said that they're societally...
No, I said that people in cults tend to see themselves in a good situation. I didn't compare the two.
Fair. Okay,
go ahead.
Yeah, so what I would say was, have you ever thought that perhaps, like, we tend to see ourselves as the objective, neutral observer, and we don't sometimes think that actually our views are shaped by our own society. I'm going to turn this comment off. Our views are shaped and affected by our own societies. So we're not the objective, neutral observer who's looking in. Actually, other people are looking at us and saying the same thing. That, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I would say, don't assume that you're not in the cult. Maybe you are the one who's in the cult.
Oh, for sure, I'm influenced by the whole system that I'm living in. I'm just comparing. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just comparing how societies are today.
How would we know because I've heard other Muslim women say exactly what Farhan's saying. They like it. I mean, a lot of them do like it, and those that don't, they buck the system, or they have the right to do that. We have 250,000 Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan, and some of them are 4th generation. Some of them still wear the hijab. Others abandoned it, a long time ago. How do we know who's telling the truth and who's not? Or, I mean, I understand the 3 countries. How do we better understand that?
Ask them and take their word.
Yeah, that's what I say.
But is it a law in those other countries?
The only countries that it's a law that I know of is probably Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, and Iran.
Okay.
And then in Pakistan, it's probably less common. It's probably more common. unless you're in the northern parts of Pakistan, it's more common not to wear a hijab than it is to. And if you do, I know this one girl who someone came up to her and said, "Do you wear that all the time?" And she's in a Muslim country. And in Turkey, it's illegal to go to school with a hijab. And in Uzbekistan, there used to be president would go around on the streets on camera and go up to women and take their scarves off and say, "You look so much better without this. You should not."
But you understand why it's illegal, right? It's not because of their religion. It's because the law applies to everybody.
And that's screwed up, because now you have secularism trampling upon religious rights.
Yeah. Okay. So you talked about this before, and you kind of suggested that we should have a separate, segregated, but in accordance with everybody, regions throughout a country where secular laws shouldn't be able to influence people. Do you really think that would work? Because you're talking about segregation.
No,
and
I'm not.
And the examples you gave of how people are oppressed was through segregation. What's happening in Palestine, that's segregation. What happened in South Africa, that's segregation. So you're giving a solution where you suggest segregation, but in a sense where it's just the segregation with people will be able to segregate themselves and build their own cultures and not have outside influence. And how do you think a country would... But what would you suggest then?
What I said was that if, for example, if we I mean, I don't want to argue about marijuana being legal or not, because I do think it should be legal. But I think that if the country decides that marijuana is harmful and we should make it illegal, and someone's religion says, or ayahuasca, for example, if someone's religion says I drink ayahuasca once a month or whatever, I think that they should have the right to do that, provided they're above a certain age and it's not going to kill them like immediately or severely retard their mental development. I think that they should have the right to do that. I think if their religion says that they want to freaking marry their own sister, I think they should have the right to do that.
Okay.
And I think that the government should not stop them. And if the government makes a law that says in general people can't do this, then they should be given the exception to the rule because it's their established religious right.
Okay, one more question because I don't want to deviate the...
Does that make sense? I don't see why that's disagreeable.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't want to deviate what you guys were talking about before. I was interested in what you guys were arguing about. But another question is, what about if there is something that other people are doing outside of your religion is offending you? Should the laws of your religion influence that person also? That's outside of your religion?
No.
Because that happens a lot, right?
I don't think so. No, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I don't like. I'm going to be honest. I don't like the depictions of Mary. I don't like them at all. I don't like the depictions of even Jesus. I mean, literally, like he's naked on a cross, basically naked as far as Sharia is concerned, on a cross, beaten and like hung up. Like I just don't appreciate that. Like this is like a glorious prophet of God in the Islamic tradition, and he's like depicted in this way. But
it's always creeped me out. Like even like the portraits and stuff. Like
But
we just have him like helping kids instead or something.
But I don't have. I don't like it when people draw Muhammad because I know it's offensive to Muslims and yet they say, well, I have that right. Well,
but they have the right to draw the pictures of Jesus.
But I don't like, someone goes, well, do you like putting crucifixes in pee? No, I don't. I don't like anything that
What's that about?
Somebody's religion. Why do you want to do that? I mean, especially in this country, right? I mean, this country with this constitution, and that's what we do. It's arrogant, and it's.
Yeah, but of course, people should be able to have the right to do these things, right? I mean.
Yeah, and it's that same thing like from Jurassic Park when they were talking about the scientists. Well, the scientists were trying to figure out whether they could. They didn't stop to think about whether they should. Just because you have the right doesn't mean you need to offend somebody. You know what I mean? It's one thing to be able to live your life and openly worship, but drawing somebody's sacred idol when it's against their religion, you're going out of your way.
Your mic is breaking up a lot, by the way. It's really like your body.
Sorry.
It's been doing that for a couple of minutes, but I kind of ignored it.
Oh, sorry. You should tell me right away.
Yeah, Bo, surely you agree with that though. Like, if in their religion they do ayahuasca as an example, or
Yeah.
polygamy, they should have the right to do that.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if everybody should be able to do whatever they want. Because I mentioned that other time, people could just come up with their brand new ideology where it's just gonna, it's just not gonna seem fair to other people.
So, what do you think about the idea, for example, that in general people should? Because yeah, I don't think this will work nowadays. I really don't think so. This kind of only applies to established religions. What about having, for example, everyone just has any right the hell they want to do, and then if they choose to live under a certain religious community, they can choose to do that, and then that religious community can have the right to have its own laws that
Yeah,
they can
but
enforce. So, for example, in this locale, no alcohol.
right, but isn't that in a sense, like
Segregation.
an incentive to segregation? Because the whole purpose to have a society come together is so we can work as a team, as a country, and have progress as a country. That's the whole, I see it as the whole purpose of it. Because if you segregate a
Yeah,
country,
me too.
what do you think what are the chances that how are we going to be able to get along with each other if we're just keeping ourselves further apart from each other more and more and not understand
Yeah.
the other side?
Yeah, that was
Um,
my whole focus.
Yeah,
That's
a
the
good
whole
point.
reason I'm here. I mean, really, because that was my thought was how do you get an entire nation that has a constitution that allows for it, the freedom of religion and free speech? How do you get all of us to, instead of going in separate directions or fighting each other, right? How do we get us all to go in the same direction while still supporting each other and respecting each other's abilities? How is it that I can learn the ways of Islam um, without changing my mind, right? I don't have to change my mind. If I know how Farhan's religion and culture works, I'm not afraid of it. I don't have questions. I don't sit home and people go, I know what they're doing. That's just it's sketchy. You don't want to do that. If I know that the Christians have this culture that you're only supposed to preach the gospel in a certain way or rebuke sin a certain way, and you see somebody violating somebody's right that way, you can go, hey, your scripture says this. It seems a little strange that in order to be taken seriously as an atheist, I have to learn everybody's religion, but hey, whatever gets us all equal respect. I don't know. I wanted to know too. That's what I'm like. How do we get that done? I figure we're it, right? This is what we're doing here.
as much as I understand a person's necessity to defend their sacred point of view, I definitely understand that because I used to be religious. I do see humanity, as much as people have these sacred views that they think shouldn't be changed by the environment at all. But at the same time, humanity is being more tolerant.
Right.
Towards religion, towards everything, and the world is becoming less violent, a lot safer, a lot more progressive.
Doesn't always feel that way, does it? I mean, with the news and stuff like that. But I know the statistics are pointing to exactly what he's saying. But
that we have less war in the world right now.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
Just look back 100 years ago, or even further. How did human beings live their life? We're basically living like kings. We have water. We have we're able to take a shower and have electricity and all these things. We're living basically like kings if you compare it to the Middle Ages.
I can get oranges in the winter, right? I can get
Yeah,
anything.
exactly.
I mean, in the summer, I
Only
get oranges in the summer. I can get pineapple in Nebraska. I mean, that's yeah.
Even with the world being different from one place to the other, people are still able to come together and try to understand, other societies and come into agreement. I think that's in human nature.
Other than probably the reduction in wars, I don't really agree with some of these things. I think that's only probably true in maybe Western Europe and America. and then
Oh,
parts of
you're
like
probably
southern.
right.
But like if you step outside, like if you go to like Central Africa, you probably can't get oranges, during whenever, and
You're
the
right.
internet isn't available, and probably only the phone
In
lines.
certain
Yeah.
areas, right, right. You're right. You're right. You're
Yeah,
right.
but I mean, in
Tolerance
general.
has gone
I
down.
mean, in general.
Well, in
But
general,
yeah,
but that's referring to like really only one part of the world. I think even tolerance towards religion has probably gone down. I mean, I see that definitely like in there's a lot of intra-religious fighting, I think, and you also have a lot of intolerance. I think the Middle East is erupting right now. I think in China there's a lot of if you're religious, you can get killed or pressed by the government. North Korea, obviously, large parts of Asia. Korea is probably the exception, but you almost get mocked, or you might even it might be a reason to put you in prison if you're a religious person.
Yeah, but
Christians
you're
are
looking at.
worldwide. There really are, like except for some parts of like the Western Europe and America, there's a lot of really bad persecution against Christians. Let me voice her.
can someone get Christine in? Thanks. I gotta move the baby and me. I'm listening in the room.
But isn't that true? I mean, like if you look at parts of like major parts of the world, there's a lot of really horrible persecution against Christians, against Jews in Europe. I think Jews are the hate crimes. They do have more hate crimes than any other group in all of the U.S. is Jews. In America.
By who? By who though? By individuals, you mean, right? Not by governments.
Yeah, you're right. But well, I mean, it's kind of like a mixed bag. So like in the Middle East, like in Egypt, for example, if you're like a religious Muslim, you are liable to potentially get put in prison. If you're in same with Uzbekistan, if you're a Christian in China, unless you're a member of the official church, that's not good. China's a huge country. There's a lot of religious persecution against the Orthodox Church in Russia until Putin needs him. I mean, it kind of goes on and on.
Yeah, but I do see a lot more tolerance. As much as you can pick out these places around the world, you can definitely see a lot. The way of life of a person has gotten better. There's no denying that.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. I would definitely agree. Our material success or progress is leaps and bounds over, and I think that's probably almost universal. Like, that's probably universal.
Yeah, of course there are problems that might come with it. Who knows what the next problem might be. I see, like for example, what do you call the big companies again? I can't remember the name right now. Corporations. Sometimes that could definitely get out of control.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's set up under a fair system, but nobody ever took in consideration where that system would take us. These hundreds of years that it has to the places where corporations are just basically controlling the world in a sense. You know what I mean? There's a lot of
that scares me more than anything.
A small number of people with a lot of power, and that could be kind of scary, I guess.
$2.1 trillion in 2014 went offshores, untaxed.
What do you guys think about Gandhi, Mahatma Gandhi?
I don't know, because after getting blindsided on Mother Teresa, I don't know anything. I really don't.
I think you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just. I mean, kind of the answer I was looking for. You're right. The Mother Teresa is kind of a questionable. Here's what I was going to say, and I don't know that I agree with this, but everyone loves Gandhi in the world. Like he's seen as like a universal peacemaker kind of thing, except for in Pakistan. There's like the only country so where he's seen as like a bad dude. But like it's interesting, and I think sometimes we have to look at that perspective. That sometimes it could be that our views are only our views because of where we live and what we see. But like and this is something I have to bite the bullet on also. That other parts of the world.
Che Guevara, right? Was not. I mean, some people revered him, and other people thought he was a criminal, right?
Mass murderer, actually. He killed a lot of people, but like some people love him. They absolutely love him, and some people think he was of the devil. So like, we can't, sometimes when we say about in general he's seen this way, like you kind of have to step back and look at all perspectives.
I guess one thing people do agree on that he wasn't a hypocrite. He went out and did exactly what he died basically finding when he had no need to. Fidel Castro had already taken over Cuba, but he went on to fight other
Africa.
some war in Africa to liberate those people. It's like that was his ideology. And he kept that to the end.
Like
even though
with, oh, sorry, go on.
I honestly don't know much about it.
He was yeah, he is right. Whatever you say about him, you can't deny that he was a man of integrity.
Right.
When him and Fidel were fighting together to liberate Cuba, when that was finally done and Fidel got the power and the money, then he got the women. Sorry, very bad Scarface reference.
The women.
He stopped as soon as he got the money and the power, and Che's like, no, the world's, in my view, the world still needs changing, and I'll fight until it's all done. You know, he kept going.
And there are more
whether
women
you like
to
him
get.
or not, he wasn't a hypocrite.
Yeah.
I don't know much about him.
In Gandhi, people like to portray him as this saint figure, but I just see him as a human being. He's flawed like anybody else, and he probably committed a lot of quote unquote sins during his time, but he influenced the liberation of India. He's the one that through a very peaceful movement, he was able to do that. As much as you can criticize his the man that was behind that whole saint figure, I never saw that. I think he was a human being like anybody that made mistakes. If you compare him to the saint figure that people portray him as, then you definitely see, oh, that's bullshit. He's full of crap. But if you just judge him for a human being, he's definitely somebody that people should look up to, for what he fought for.
Absolutely.
It's very important not to put anyone on a pedestal and not to completely demonize someone. You really have to even include room for growth as well and change.
But I don't know if I could say the same about Mother Teresa, though. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? That took me by surprise. I was really, as a matter of fact, I was just about to do like a blogging essay. I was because being atheist, I was looking at these things that could motivate people, and I knew that Mother Teresa had this, this philosophy and all these quotes and stuff, and so I'm collecting all these quotes because I'm going to do like this 30-day inspirational thing. I know it was kind of strange, and then I come here and I find out she was not what we thought, and I looked at the fact that when Christopher Hitchens dies, he dies, and one of the last things I see him on video, he's talking to this little girl who she's saying, I'm a free thinker, and I've done all this, I've read this, and what should I do? And he's very frail, and you can tell that the end is near for him. And he says, well, I think you should just keep doing what you're doing, and to the effect of, don't forget the love bit. He says, don't forget the love bit, which it seemed very telling that he'd done so much, and it was so smart, but don't forget the love, that maybe he had forgotten some of those things. So at the end of his life as an atheist, or an anti-theist he was, he says, don't forget the love bit. But Mother Teresa, at the end of her life, is writing letters to God saying, where were you? Where were you? Yeah, and I was like, that's powerful. I don't think, I read her story about when she was young, and I don't think she started off that way. I think she was disillusioned and overwhelmed, and like anybody else. But I don't know.
She probably felt a lot of pressure from the whole church, her leaders and stuff.
Yeah, and growing up, she was from not Latvia, Albania. Yeah, she was Albanian, and I guess there was a war going on at the time, or something. There was a lot of tragedy during the time when she was growing up. So who knows? Maybe she was a little twisted. Those Catholic girls, they're a mess.
Yugoslavia was taken over by the Soviet Union, or the Russians, communists, and
exactly
put a lot of problems. Yeah.
What were you going to say, Christine? I'm sorry. Yeah.
People were starving. Stalin was killing millions, and people were starving. It was a very dangerous time, and a very hard time for many people.
Yeah, yeah. I remember reading that, thinking that must have been a horrible time. Probably going into the nunnery or the order was probably a way out. You know.
I have a great story about a woman that escaped. She was a patient of mine, and I remember this is when I realized that old people weren't just these frail, waiting to die, kind of non-human. I realized from her, this is the first time I sort of got it, that old people, basically, to put it crudely, they fucked, they fought, they feared, they did all these things, and they weren't just this 90-year-old that I saw in front of me. But she told me about how she got out of Stalin's Russia from. She was in a park late at night, and she was confused for a prostitute by two sailors that I want to say were from Sweden. And they solicited her, and she said, "No, I'm not a prostitute." And she was already crying because she was just so, like, hungry and didn't see a future. And they started talking to her anyway. And they said, "Well, listen, if you can get $100, before dawn, we'll smuggle you onto our ship." And she went and visited every acquaintance, every relative, every friend, even probably every enemy she knew, to scrape together in like 4 hours $100. And back then that was just a huge amount of money, especially for the poor.
Sure.
And she managed it, and they got her a uniform, and they put her between them, and she put her head down and acted really drunk, and they smuggled her on board the ship. And they got her out that way. And and before she told me the story, Olga was just, she was kind of, to be honest, she wasn't even really human to me. And she really opened my eyes. And I recognized that I had some ageism, like racism, but like some ageism going on.
Yeah. It was something that Rustin, is it Rustin? Rustin wrote over there in the side chat. The sign that the world is going to shit is when people disrespect old age, and I would agree. And I made a comment in this room about Jacqueline Glenn and Lacey Green. I'm like, why do we have these young girls representing feminism? It offended me, and I rarely use that word, because I thought, I remember at 25, what did I know about being a mature woman? I didn't know jack. And I'm not saying that you don't know things at 25, but you certainly know more at 50, and you know what you don't know. You know what you didn't know. And I think the two together, because the youth is so important and they bring fresh ideas, but when we're not going to our older women saying, what did you find? How did you, because there's only so many stories in the Naked City, right? I mean, so things tend to repeat. When we stop going to the elderly to ask, what's going on? What do we do? We're losing sight.
You think that's happening a lot today? A lot more than they used to?
Oh, yeah. Why do you think I want to look like this, at 51 years old, I, look like I'm 12 some days. We feel like we have to stay young and be young, and that's what's important, and
or you won't get hurt or something.
Do you mind if I
yeah. I don't even know that. You're just dismissed, once you're old, once your neck starts to go and the waddle starts in, right? It's like you're not sexual anymore. I remember working in a convalescent hospital. Or no, I picked him up when I was on the ambulance, and this little old lady came out to kiss this man on the gurney. They must have been like 85 something, and I said, "I'll bring him back, don't worry, I'll bring the husband back." She goes, "Oh, he's not my husband. He lives four doors down." And they were getting busy up in that place, and you're exactly right. And they had a big problem with venereal disease in the STDs and stuff in that beginning, because they'd go out on a day pass, and boy, once Viagra came in.
Retirement homes had epidemics of STD breakouts.
Yeah, that's a darn truth. That's
pretty awesome, though.
Yeah, and we forget that you still.
Not that they had STDs, but they're able to be more
busy.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, at the end of the day, that's a beautiful thing. I mean,
of course, yeah.
We shouldn't deny that, and that's another one of our issues, right? Is that we're also stiff about our most natural carnal desire
Right.
next to eating and breathing.
Do you mind if I go back to an earlier thing we were saying?
You mean you don't want to talk about sex anymore, Farhan? Because I
With a
really
dog.
I'm teasing.
No,
Go ahead.
that's not it. I was going to say,
You know how I am.
one thing I noticed about, because we were talking about the hijab, is that
Mhm.
like it comes up a lot, like all the time. I noticed, but like in Muslim circles, it almost never comes up. Like when you're just like sitting and talking with people, like I'll go to someone's house and I'll have a conversation. Like I went to my friend's house, right, and his wife was there, so we were all sitting and talking and discussing whatever. And I don't think a single time we talked about the hijab. No, definitely not. And like there'd be like 3 women who are there, and then like a couple of guys as well, and it just won't come up in conversation because it's not really a big deal. It's just like, okay, you're just dressed like whatever. Like I don't really talk about like my shirts either.
Sure.
But like,
If I went,
go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
If I went to a country where women wore a hijab, I would wear one. I absolutely would, to not offend. I mean, and I know
Yeah,
a lot of people wouldn't feel that way. Yeah, but I mean, if I were someplace where it would offend, I would do it. I mean, is it really that much skin off my nose to when in Rome something?
But what I'm getting at is that it's not even like it's something thought about. It's just like how men, for example, wear suits and shirts.
Mhm.
We don't say like, oh, that's sexist. Why don't women wear those kinds of clothing? Or why don't men wear dresses? We
Yeah.
don't say that's a sexist thing. We just kind of do whatever. It's the same kind of thing. Like it doesn't really come up in conversation even.
Yeah, if they're not laws, then I can definitely see if it's a more cultural thing, and it's even if the women think it's okay, then it's like, who are we to criticize that?
But what I'm saying, I
I
would
got a
take it
question
step
for you.
further.
Oh, go ahead.
I would take it a step further. I would say that the oppression is the other way around, and it doesn't make the news, but it's definitely there.
What oppression?
The oppression against religious people,
Can I
especially
say
religious.
something after Sugar?
Just a real quick question for Darwin when Farhan's done.
That's all. I'm done. I'm rambling.
I have a question, and it's kind of about the thing you were talking about, because I've heard this argument before, and I'm not saying I'm for or against it, because I think this is just a thought. As Americans, we often think that we get to go into everybody's country and tell them how to live. What's our limit? I mean, what should stop us? Because I've heard people say, we didn't want you there. We did not want your country there. And I sit back and I go, is that true?
Yeah, I'm not an American. I'm Brazilian, so
Yeah, I remember.
I spoke to a Nigerian, and it was a really this dark black Nigerian. And he said that that when America, he's like into like the judicial system, like he's trying to run for judge right now in America. But he was saying that when America comes, America goes over there with a blank check and says, you need to do this, you need to do that, and they're like, yes, master, yes, master. They take the check, and then they go about and do what they do anyway. So basically, they save face in order to get the money from the American people, but as soon as the Americans leave, they go back to do what they normally do.
Yeah, I don't. I'm real sensitive about the way my country is perceived right now, because I really feel like we may have stepped on one too many toes.
Do you think is it because it's the American way, or is it because America is at the top? Isn't usually the main country criticized at all times because they're the strongest? And if you look at other countries, we can definitely find things to criticize them for those things. But since they're not the main country in the world, then people don't see as much as it's not as necessary, apparently, to criticize other countries as it might seem to criticize the United States.
So, in that statement you made, the assumption that maybe if you set your parameters, what makes you think that America's number one?
Well, I mean, it might not be like compared to China nowadays, but it has the strongest military force in the world.
No, we're number one. I mean, that's unequivocal. I mean, that's
No, but you look at some of the kids are the people in China that talked about Tiananmen Square, that say, while we're glad these people did it, we're also glad they didn't progress because we like our communist life the way it is. I mean, are we to tell them that they're not telling the truth, or?
And the United States is an open country. It's open for everybody to see how things are run here, and China's closed up. But look at what we're doing. I mean, look at what we're doing. I mean,
I don't know that being this free is necessarily giving us anything. I mean, I don't know that we don't value anything. We don't care that children get killed. We don't care that people are walking around crazy and that, I mean, as a society, we're really kind of starting to fall apart.
That's why I was
don't know.
asking what his parameters were. I was just wondering what like I understand that you and I'm not even going to disagree that you might be number one. There's a lot of things I admire about the United States. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to know what maybe your top 5 things or reasons for believing that you're number one were. And I know you sort of said, well, you're military. What are the other things?
I don't want to be number one. I don't want to be number one for a killing force. I really don't.
No, I'm not saying like in the proud sense. I'm just saying on the paper, that's what it is. In terms of how much money is you know what I mean? Is invested.
No, I don't. That's
money,
why
right?
I'm asking Darwin. What are kind of like your top 5? So military, money.
Yeah, I would say everything that you take in consideration when you think of a country, economic situation in the world. I would even go as far as the freedom. I think freedom is really important, and I think that the United States value that a lot. Maybe that there might be some arguments for some interest, some of the things that the United States do in self-interest, that they use the word freedom to try to explain the reasons why behind it. But
I just want to say, like, freedom is hell. I mean, if you have freedom in the way that in the true sense of the word freedom, it's hell. I mean, you need a structured environment. If I think of freedom like it's being a school teacher, right? And I say you guys are free. I mean, that's going to be living in hell. But by creating laws and creating structure and rules, then people have certain rights are checked and certain rights are then obligated. I mean, are able to be expressed because of those laws. So we don't want freedom. I don't think that's. And I think if you look to the right of what I wrote, I think that clears up my stance when it comes to the word freedom.
Freedom to be exploitable too.
We've got a judicial system that's a mess. We've got $2.1 trillion going offshore, not taxed in 2014. That a tax at just 25% would have paid for our entire welfare bill. We've still got people that are disenfranchised and living on the streets, and we all just walk right past them.
Don't you think you could say
I was going to say, do you live in Brazil or do you live in the U.S.?
I live in the U.S.
Okay, so I was going to ask, because that would almost seem like not something that I would expect to hear from someone living in the U.S. Like,
Right.
we've actually really lost a lot of our freedom in this country,
Mhm.
and we've lost we have a higher GDP because we have a larger country rather, and a lot of people. But there's a term for the distribution of wealth is extremely non-diverse, and in terms of there's a lot of very poor parts of this country. I think we're best in our technological development, but not in our implementation. We have a lot of problems with our economy. Tons of
Aren't these? Oh, but I mean, just analyze any country in the world. Don't you think you can come up with things to criticize them for?
You definitely
Of course, but 2 wrongs don't make a right.
No, I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying the only reason why America is extremely criticized is because it is considered one of the top nations in the world, and that's just how history works. Whoever
The rest of the world doesn't think that though. The rest of the world thinks that we're ridiculous and over the top and hypocritical and violent and
I'm not saying
violating.
I'm not saying in the moral sense. I'm saying in terms of influence, not influence. In terms of
You're getting there. You're running out of things you're going to see in Artway in a minute. I mean, yeah, I love my country. I love the idea of my country. I really do.
Same.
I just feel like.
Yeah, I say
it's just
that
a
as
mess in
an
the market. I feel like
outsider.
it's all lies, right?
I say that as somebody that's coming from a third world country. That's even though Brazil is growing, it's a third world country that it is growing, but there's just so many problems that people over there they ignore because the United States is considered one of the biggest nations in the world. So you're always gonna You're always gonna try to criticize the top dogs, and
Yeah.
why would you go for that? Why would you down shame somebody? It's not even part of anything.
But even when we go down, even if we go down, which we are, and we become decadent, like Chris Hedgens has said, it doesn't mean at one time we're not the greatest force on this planet. I mean, we have places like Harvard, and I mean, and other great colleges that you haven't seen anywhere in the entire world. So I mean, I don't think because we are decadent now doesn't mean that we did not change this world for the good in the long run. So I just want to make
Decadent.
that clear.
I love that you use that word decadent
Can I say
in
something
proper
when you're done?
context. Yeah, go ahead.
No, if you're done, I'll go after you.
No, I just wanted to compliment him on using decadent because normally we use decadent for fancy things, but he used it in its proper way. I thought that was awesome.
No, it was. You're right. No, the reason, Darwin, I really wanted you to set your parameters on what you're basing your belief that the United States is #1 on is because it's very important to, well, maybe it's not important to you, but it could be important to realize that others aren't measuring you with the same measuring stick. When you do go to other countries and you do speak to people from other countries, they might have a different opinion, and it's based on some things that you might not have considered yet.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm just saying the way I see it. I'm not saying I'm not trying to defend America's point of view because I don't have as much as experience living here as an American does. All I'm saying is I see it that the United States is. I know you're saying that the world doesn't consider the United States the main nation, but I say in terms of like if you look at the numbers, not in somebody's opinion, and I don't mean in the moral sense either. I mean that's up to each person to evaluate that and decide that for themselves. I mean that since the United States, in a sense, influences the world, it's up there to be criticized by everybody doesn't have as much influence as the United States does. And since the United States is such an open and liberal country, then a lot more people can just look into exactly what's going on here because the United States is not trying to hide. Like for example, in China, they're a really closed country. They impose a lot more limitations to their citizens and to, even though they might be a powerful nation, but they have a different point of view, a more closed out point of view from the world.
Okay, yeah, it does. I am going somewhere, and I am trying to get to a point, and I will try and make it as quickly as possible. But
Why
from
be
what
different
I
than any
hear
of us?
from you, sorry?
I said, why be any different than the rest of us? We all go on. You should be able to go on too.
Yeah. From what I hear is that you're placing value on things like your GOP.
No, I'm not.
Not GOP, pardon me. Your gross national product, the size of your defense force, and like what other things? I'm just trying to get to a point, but I need to understand your stance first. I want to be more clear with you. That's all.
I'm not placing value. I'm just saying how the world perceives the United States as a nation. It looks up to the United States. It looks into when there is a election, for example. Everybody wants to know who's going to be elected in the United States. So the United States has an influence in the whole world. I'm not saying that's my personal opinion. I'm saying that's how the world sees the United States. I'm not saying if it's good or bad. I'm just saying this is what I think the situation is.
Right. No, I understand what you just said, but earlier you were saying that you believe that the States was #1, and I'm asking what you personally, not how the world views the States, but what you personally base that on. That's what I'm trying to get at. What's
I would say. I would say the economic system, military, in all these things that you can measure in comparison to other countries. Overall.
When you say all these things,
So really, there's only one thing that really matters, and that's, so to answer the question, I think to be brief would be to say our ability to be consequential. So we have the, and however you are, I mean, we can, because we have money, because we have military, we can make things happen, and that's how you would measure who's more powerful than another.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted. That's not what I wanted to hear. That's what I wanted to get clarification on, is what you personally base your belief on, your nation being number one. And when it comes to what other people believe about you, I don't necessarily. That's not what I was getting at. Like, I know you have an opinion on it, and that's great. But I want to know what you personally based it on.
Yeah,
I was curious to hear.
But being consequential is not an opinion. I mean, that's a fact.
Yeah.
That everyone has to.
I don't think it's not a belief.
That fact.
I don't see it as a belief.
Okay, I misspoke when I used that word.
But I don't think that's going to last. If that makes you feel better. I don't think it's going to last.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. There is great influence in there, and either on purpose or just as consequences of many factors, it just so happens. And as an outsider, when I hear your explanation for things, is in steep contrast to the things I've heard other outsiders say about your country. And I'm wondering if you have an awareness.
Oh, yeah, but the country's pretty much divided. It's liberals and right-winged people. You have extreme on both sides. So you have liberals that are openly criticizing their country that they live in, you know, and that's a very divided opinion in the United States. So
you know that
you're from Canada, right?
Yeah.
So Canada is a big ally of the United States.
Yeah, you're also
buddies.
Our biggest trading partner.
Yeah.
And I have no issue with other than maybe a handful, and barely a handful of individuals in your country. I have no issue with any individual American. In fact, I said the other night that, you know, other than maybe that small handful of the thousands of Americans that I've met, neither played, worked, or just had an acquaintance with in passing, I've been in general, very pleased and impressed by them. But when you say that you're the world's best, I don't put the same value on the things that you're basing that assessment on.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that we have the best culture.
I really hate being interrupted. And thank you. And I've lost my train of thought. I'm just wondering if it might be helpful or just even a great thought exercise for you to think of things from an outsider's point of view. So when you say that you have the greatest impact and the greatest influence and the greatest military might and the greatest amount of money, some people might turn around and look at a nation that is very good, and there's some very great things about it, its people, its constitution, its Bill of Rights, some historical things that have happened and been made by Americans, but there's a lot of things that you've sort of let yourself down on at the same time because you have such great power and influence that you're not living up to your own potential, and you're also on a second, like that would be A, first of all. So what I mean by potential, I mean by the protection and quality of life of your own citizens not being as good as it could be, and starkly not as good as it could be, and B, not living up to your full potential when you interfere with other nations in a negative way.
Yeah. The problem is, let me just say something real quick.
Go ahead.
It's just real quick. The problem is that, like I said, like a few times already, that criticism can be applied to any other country. The only reason why the United States is taking the hit harder is because it is one of the top nations in the world. But if you look into a small country and you apply the same point of view that you're using to criticize the United States, you're gonna see the same flaws in other countries. The only reason why you're not preoccupied about them is because you don't see them as the country that has as much influence as the United States has. Go ahead.
So I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that you undeniable. You can say like the school system and the retirement system and the healthcare system of like Finland is far superior to the United States. And I also want to backtrack to like Germany back before World War I. No doubt its empire was more consequential and more powerful than any other state around that time. But no doubt the French have a better have had a better culture than the Germans did. So to say that but when you measure power, number one, most people think of that as being consequential. But no doubt there are other cultures that are far superior than American culture. I mean, American culture is basically fast food, McDonald's, and pornography. So.
That's an easy criticism, but United States is a very open, multicultural country. You have people from all over the world, from all types of religion, that are able to practice their religion and to live different cultures in the United States.
No, you're right. You're right. I was being facetious, and I probably shouldn't have said what I said, but I do agree with what you're saying. But I'm saying that, I still think that Finland and those countries have a far superior education system and retirement than we do.
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people criticizing the education system nowadays, saying that I don't know, kids shouldn't be sitting down and not moving around for 8 hours a day, because that's just not what a child should be. I mean, that's just one little thing. And
I disagree
you have this, you clump all the kids together, and you don't give the opportunity to the ones that stand out. So the ones that might have the opportunity to have a much higher education because it has a better capacity to do that, he's just put together with all the other ones that might not have the same ability to have a better education. So everybody's like clumped together into this very limited standard type of analyzing how the students are doing, in the education system.
Okay, I'm gonna disagree with you respectfully when you say that. I know it's your opinion, you're entitled to it, that the United States is criticized because of the things that you mentioned. I disagree. I don't think that you're criticized for those reasons. I also would disagree when it comes to self-introspection in other countries. I think it happens all the time, and in fact, that's why I would even label some countries, and I'm not talking even about my country, but some countries as superior, because they do look at themselves and they do look for things, like one of the principles of leadership is know your own strengths and weaknesses and strive to improve them. Not only that, to point out that there are problems in other nations is kind of is sort of like a useless argument, because it doesn't matter if I'm or my country's failing. How is that in any way relevant to how and what you do in your country? It should be introspective. It should be what can I or we as a nation can do to be better, because it's kind of overwhelming at this point that not you personally, honey, I'm sorry, but as a nation, and foreign policy wise, not the people, but foreign policy wise and interactions politically outside of your borders is very heavily criticized, and I don't believe that it's for the reasons that you say it is. It's not because necessarily you have the power. It's how you're using that power, and there's no other nation that I see that constantly is, throwing up #1 signs and chanting almost like cultish, USA, USA. It's
Yeah,
very
but
unique. It's a very unique thing to your country, and I just wonder if it would be a great thought exercise for you to do, to go through and be introspective about your own nation.
Rustin, were you gonna say something?
but I think how long it can last. So it's just.
Yeah, I don't think we heard that. You broke up.
Yeah, you lagged out.
You don't think it's gonna last? Is that what you said?
No, so what I was saying is that you have to survive. So how long something can survive? So let me just take an example that has nothing to do with the country. But let's just talk about astronomy, for example. Like a star, for example, you can have like a red giant, right, that uses all of its energy up and then dissipates. And then you can have something that's like a neutron star or a mid-sequence, main sequence star that lasts for a long time and is constant. So I think that's what you can compare the United States with. It's something like a red giant that blows up and then dissipates. Whereas like Finland or some of those other countries, or even maybe Canada, it's like a main sequence star. It doesn't get too powerful, but it lasts so much longer.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I don't see that the United States is in a decadent situation.
Well, I've seen stuff recently that it has blown my mind. I mean, maybe it's always happened, but I was just the immorality it seems to have it. I mean, if you think about like what we see on TV, I mean, it's much more in the gutter than it used to be.
You give like an example.
I like my gutter stuff where it's supposed to be in private, not for children to see. I mean, true, right? I mean, we all have our little kinks and stuff, but our children shouldn't be subjected to that. It's not right.
Yeah, I agree.
No.
Relations
Thanks for
subject
indulging
children to
me.
anything.
Huh?
I just said thanks for indulging me, guys, and not taking it personal, because it wasn't meant to be personal.
I think we try and do that most times. Depends on who's in the room, but I prefer it this way. I mean, I don't mind a good amorous debate, and I love it when it kind of breaks out into chaos at times, but I like it when we can do this kind of stuff. It gives me hope. It makes me think people can really get along.
And also, I'm not saying that Canada is better than the United States either.
Oh, yes, you are, sweetie. Yes,
that's not. Like,
I hear a lot of Americans say that the United States should be more like Canada.
That's not such a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing that we look at each other and say, I'd like to be a little more like that, or I'd like to be a little more like that.
I agree.
You all know you want to be like Australia.
Well, there's good. There's
right
good
on.
things.
Bad income.
There's great.
Yes.
There's
Another
great.
Australian.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, go on. Sorry.
I was gonna say there's virtue in taking good examples from wherever you find them, and emulating them, whether they're from China or Canada or Australia or the state next door to you or your neighbor.
Good idea is a good idea, right?
Yeah, but
exactly.
I think liberalism is what liberal is what really kills an empire. I mean, the Roman Empire, and then Ocean can comment on this if he wants. But according to Roman, the rise and fall of the Roman Empire, what killed it. A lot of people think it was decadent, but it's not true. What destroyed the Roman Empire was Christianity, and so. But you have to understand, Christianity was considered to be a liberal movement. So I would make a parallel.
I have to comment on that, of course.
Welcome the king.
Go ahead,
Sugar, your audio is screwed up, and that's from an author named Gibbon, and Gibbon has kind of been thrown out as a historian simply because a lot of his biases against Christianity and rise and fall of the Roman Empire, or decline and fall of the Roman Empire rather, are originated from his Christian abusive father.
Yeah, I think it was
yeah.
more based on the fact that they were subletting their army, and one of the I think Germanic, not Germanic.
It's Germanic, yeah.
What?
The Emperor's Guard was a Germanic tribe.
Military.
Just because he had something against Christianity doesn't mean that it's not true, though.
The problem is that a lot of the other
I
claims that he
wasn't
makes are
done
just
making
false.
my statement. I wasn't even done. I've heard that it was due to the fact that one particular man that was in charge of a large portion of the military didn't get a promotion and then laid siege to Rome, and that sort of led to its fall. I mean, Ocean, you know more about this.
It has a lot to do with the Huns as well. There's a lot of political issues that took place, as well as the Hun invasion. So, like,
not to mention the Franks.
Here's what Gibbon's account of it is. Gibbon is like, hey guys, Christianity is this religion that's for the meek. The meek shall inherit the earth, and so on, and it promotes weakness. And whereas the arguably the Germanic religions, like Asatru, were more about strength of individuals. And while you can make an argument about that, the assertion that the Roman Empire fell because of just the two ideologies having different religions, it's way more complicated than that.
Oh, that's not what I was saying.
No, I know that's not what you were saying.
Oh,
that's
okay,
that's what Gibbon says, and that's what Reuben, damn it, what's his fucking name? Roustan. That's what Roustan cited.
And I was actually looking for the word the Franks. It wasn't Germanic. Someone in the audience.
The Franks were Germanic.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was me.
Sorry, me.
The Franks were a Germanic tribe. They came out of east of the Rhine. So.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. This is where they came from. The Saxons as well, the Burgundians as well, the Lombards as well, all of which invaded around the same time. And
the Huns?
Yeah, the Huns basically came in behind them.
Yeah,
so,
it was just really difficult for them to control everything.
Actually, the game I'm playing right now is about that. So, like, if you look on this map here, this little tiny map down in the corner, let me see if I can actually... Let's follow the cursor. Yay! This map right here. The purple on there is the Eastern Roman Empire, which was doing relatively fine during this period. It was Christian as well, so that I don't think Christianity would have been a part of it. When you move the map up to here, this is where the real issues were, and this is where the I haven't explored over there because I'm playing Ethiopia right now, but that's where the Western Roman Empire was, which was torn apart by pagan religions, which is what Gibbon is basically talking about. But a lot of the issues there were that the capital, Rome, was in shambles politically. There wasn't very much structure going on. Everybody was being assassinated. What other issues were there? There's a ton of them.
What about lead?
Ocean, can I just mention something in the Bible, though? I mean, what's that quote that says, render unto Caesar what belongs to Caesar?
Yeah, that was about taxes.
But I mean, doesn't that really mean, like, forget the worldly, look more to the otherworldly, and like screw the Roman Empire, basically? I mean, that's...
No. No, that wasn't screw the Roman Empire. That was give the Roman Empire its due respect.
Oh, okay.
During that time, wasn't the country like split up and it had like a governor on each side, and they were just having conflict with each other too?
Like, hold on.
That caused a lot of shit.
I think in the last 100 years they had 12 different leaders due to assassinations, and the West really didn't have like the East's commerce and stuff like that, and wealth.
Right. All right. Let me actually just use this video game that I'm playing to help illustrate some of this, because like this is Attila Total War. It's a game about this actual point in history. If I go to the Grand Campaign, we can actually look at this. And here's the Roman Empire. We have this guy and this guy, and it was split up between the East and the West. And
yeah,
the West, the East was much more prosperous, and the West was falling apart politically. And when people talk about the fall of the Roman Empire, they don't mean the fall of the Eastern Roman Empire. They're talking about the fall of the Western Roman Empire, and which is these guys. So what happened was, and this one of the things that you can do in this game is everybody invaded the Western Roman Empire. The Alans invaded, the Suebians invaded, the Vandals invaded, the Ostrogoths invaded. Visigoths actually invaded the Eastern Roman Empire, but that's beside the point. But they actually wound up moving down into Spain after going through the Western Roman Empire. And then also you can click on these guys. The Alamans invaded the Western Roman Empire. The Langobards came in and took over Italy after the Ostrogoths came in and took over Italy. The Franks took over what is now known as France. The Burgundians took over southern France. And then the Saxons basically were part of what kicked Rome out of Britain. So it has less to do with Christianity just being weak and more to do with the sheer number of civilizations that came in and invaded them. Actually, even these guys, Scandinavia was involved in kicking Rome out of Britain, and another group, these guys, the Celts, the Picts, also started moving south and started kicking Rome out of Britain. So Britain alone had like 5 different civilizations tearing apart the Roman Empire. And then the mainland had everybody else doing it. Meanwhile, the Eastern Roman Empire has Persians to deal with and the Visigoths threatening to settle in Greece.
But wasn't
this has more to do with why they fell than their religion.
Wasn't that happening throughout the history of the existence of the Roman Empire?
No. The biggest threat that the Roman Empire had really before this was the Macromani, and they're who cares? It's part of the big thing about that. What makes this point unique? There's a couple of ideas. One is that all these civilizations started moving at the same time, which is unprecedented. The part of it. There's a few reasons for this. One is that the Western Roman Empire's military was incredibly weak at this point in time, and the barbarians to the north and to the far east saw an opportunity, and that was Western Roman Empire alone. Eastern Roman Empire was fairly stable. The other thing is it was getting colder. We were entering the Little Ice Age, and we're entering an ice age, and there was a lot colder weather was moving south, and people were just like, fuck it, we're sick of the temperature, let's move somewhere else. In addition to that, the Huns were on the move, and which that may have been a reason why the Huns were on the move. Maybe riches to the west were an attraction for them, but they started moving west as well. So you have all these civilizations moving in and thinking that France looks attractive, and they just tore it apart. And Rome didn't have the ability to stand up against everybody invading at once. They had the ability to what they had been throughout their history was annexing civilizations and culturally subduing them over generations.
But Ocean, I guess the point that I was trying to make, and I think maybe Gibbons was making the same point, was that that Christianity had destroyed the cohesion of the pagan religion.
No, Christianity helped the cohesion. Paganism was what was destroying the Western Roman Empire. And I say that as a pagan. Constantine moved the capital out of Rome into Constantinople and established Christianity as a head of state because the paganism in the city of Rome was making the city decadent. And in addition to that, Christianity instilled values that Rome was not necessarily exhibiting at the time. Because before Constantine, everybody was being assassinated. Emperors didn't last more than a few years. There was a year where there were 4 emperors.
So is lead poisoning just a conspiracy theory?
Lead poisoning is one of the things that's considered. I don't necessarily accept that.
Even just the Romans that were being cohesive under one god that happened to be the Christian god. I think it was one of their main, near the end anyway, invading forces, and I forget his name, but he was the Germanic tribe that starts with an F,
The
Can't
Franks.
remember. Yeah, the Franks.
Yeah.
Thank you. He purposely.
I don't remember their leader's name.
Yeah, but that man that was their leader purposely got baptized and adopted that religion as a cohesive force.
Yeah, the thing that Gibbon is also missing out is that a lot of the invading forces were Christian, and that and also the Franks aren't unique in that in converting to Christianity. A lot of the invading forces converted to Christianity. The Lombards converted to Christianity, even though their initial point of invading was that they were Godin's chosen warriors and that Italy was their chosen land. That they had been invited by they're basically an Odin equivalent to take over Italy.
So you're saying he could be right? He could be correct, but like in a very like a technical right?
I'm saying he's absolutely wrong.
Okay,
Like,
you're saying,
he's correct in his analysis of the religions that Christianity is a religion that promotes inheritance to the weak, and that paganism, notably Germanic paganism, is heavily has a lot of emphasis and value as strength. But to suggest that that's the reason why Rome fell, or that had really anything to do with what happened when Christianity was a uniting factor rather than a divisive one, and the whole meekness thing, it doesn't really figure into it.
I'd agree that the main force, because they had pretty much the whole of Europe against them.
It has more to do with economic collapse happening at the same time as a mass invasion.
But it doesn't help when like you have barbarians destroying your farms and like fishing villages and just actual like villages and cutting off trading, cutting off wheat and such.
Also, I want to
help.
point out, Sugar's saying something in the side chat. It's like, says the Germanic pagan. It's true. I should have a bias the other way.
And me too.
You guys are pagans.
No, I'm an atheist.
Oh.
If it would delight me immensely if I could just point to Christianity and say that's the reason why Rome fell, and also point to my own religion and say that's what toppled the greatest civilization ever. But it's the truth of the matter is a little bit different. Most of the invading civilizations eventually converted to Christianity, and really, my religion invading Rome is what started the Dark Ages. Whoops.
Well, it's not what continued it, so.
Well, I mean, that's what needed the recovery. I think that the notion that Christianity continued the Dark Ages is also silly, because Christianity is actually what was keeping knowledge alive and was what the main player in helping the recovery.
Have you heard of? Are you familiar with the historian Jacques Berzon?
No.
Okay. You probably should. You would find him entertaining. I mean, he's a historian. He's a very respected historian, conservative historian.
This tends to be what I go with more often than not. This is conservative historians. So.
Let me put his Wikipedia.
It's like, and also I'll mention that the difference between conservative historian and liberal historian, from a historical perspective, is not, one likes women's rights and the other doesn't. It's one is less likely to make bets. Liberal historians are more likely to make a bet. Conservative historians are stick more with facts. And
they're going to espouse and expand on stuff and extrapolate more. You're saying
right? They're extrapolating from what's there rather than making like the extra 5 steps that a liberal historian might make with the same evidence.
He predicts that the future, we're basically living in a demonic age, and this is going to be the age of anxiety. He says the age of absurd expectations. The age of the common man. So, I mean, these are some of the predictions that he's. Oh, the age of massacres, which is another one. He predicted this in 2000, and so far it seems to be pretty correct.
There's been a lot of massacres, but there's also been a lot of massacres before this too.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the big massacres of human history have been in the last century, not this one.
But not in recent times, right?
Oh, I'm not sure if I think he was suggesting that it would be the following century, the 21st century, rather than the 20th. 20th century was bad. When it comes to war and massacres, like we've seen in the 20th century, showed us war on a scale that humanity has never seen before, and so far, like we have reached now the point in this century that the First World War took place in the last century, and we haven't seen anything quite like that.
But that's
I think since mankind started grouping together, there's always been, to some point, conflict. I mean, it's just sort of...
Could that be just because the technology went up and population went up also?
It's because of the bomb.
Yeah. It's easier to kill
right.
a big group of people.
You can eliminate humankind now. So people are less interested in getting into mass wars.
Oh yeah, one big nuke will lead to extinction.
Don't you think it would just lead to the end of civilization, but not necessarily extinction?
Possible.
We'll just run out the ability to fight through nukes, but I'm sure human beings would still exist, but just in a very, antique manner. It would be shitty. Back to the Middle Ages, I guess.
Kind of annoyed with this game because in 3 turns I've lost so much armies. I was doing really good as an economic power, and then all of a sudden I got invaded by the Sassanids. Fuck.
Playing Total War, right?
Yeah, it's a total war. Hold on.
I was playing Total War, Medieval 2.
I was playing as these guys, the Aksum. I was playing as Ethiopia. These little obscure trader civilization in the south. I had taken over the Arabian Peninsula, and I decided to like pick a minor fight with the Sassanids.
How'd that go for you?
It did not go well. This is the Sassanids, by the way. This giant fucking Persian civilization that had puppet states all over the east.
Oh, sorry.
But they kicked my butt.
Man,
there's this awesome church in Ethiopia that they dug out of the ground to build. I think it's fascinating.
Oh,
and
this is
also,
really cool.
sorry, I'd also like to tell you, Ocean, that I was at, I think you'd find this interesting, when I was in Morocco the last time, I went to what was the capital of that region for the Roman Empire, its economic capital, and now I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I basically...
In the south?
Near Meknes, if not that being the name itself. It was just outside of the city of Meknes, and it was a center for its the power in that region at the time, and it was just so amazing to walk along roads that Romans had walked on. I just was so cool.
There's a Roman road that is mostly intact that goes across this little area. I don't know if you can see this at all, but it goes out of Constantinople into Macedonia. And it's still mostly...
I cannot see that, no.
Okay, yeah. It goes out of Constantinople and into, which is now Istanbul, into Macedonia and Iberia, that area.
Okay, yeah, I know the region.
Yeah, and you can, it's still mostly what the Romans built. What's there?
Have you ever heard? Oh yeah, have you ever heard the theory about the width of the shuttle's gas tank in Rome?
Shuttle's gas? No.
Yeah, basically.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't have a point of reference.
Okay. Well, you know the space shuttle? Have you ever heard this connection between that and the Romans?
No.
Whether it's true or not, but it's been extrapolated that the width of the shuttle's main gas tank is based loosely on the width of two horses' asses because the Romans, as you know, built roads, and through wear and tear and constant use, they had ruts. And then, many, centuries, hundreds of years later, the first steam engines were invented. And before there were tracks, the gentleman that was experimenting on the early stages of the steam engine was using ruts as opposed to rails. Later, rails were then based on this distance between the ruts in the road, which were caused by chariots pulled by two horses normally. Later on, trains were then invented on the first steam engine and built according to the distance between these two ruts, and railroads and rail stations were built, and then America happened, and again rails were laid. Therefore, then the trains themselves were built to a certain size because the space between the rails, and therefore the tunnels these trains went through were built as to accommodate them. And because the shuttle's main gas tank was built in a separate location than Canaveral, it had to be shipped by rail. So it therefore had to fit through the tunnels that the trains were built, because the trains which were built because of the size of the rails, which were based on the size of the ruts that were made by chariots pulled by two horses. So the size indirectly is related. The shuttle size of the gas tank is related to the size of two horses' asses.
I didn't know that. Thanks for showing.
I kind of love that.
Yeah, me too.
Isn't that kind of cool? I love the connections there.
That is lovely. Let's see.
I thought you, of all people, would appreciate that.
I am definitely loving. I'm starting to look some stuff up about it now too.
We had
Even
our
if
own
it's
rail
total.
gauge issues. Sorry, we
the
had
story
our
is
own rail gauge issue here where they decided to build. There were different gauges in each state in Australia, and it was like that for 150 years. So each time that you wanted to get some cargo from one state to another, they had to either change, basically just unload and load onto another train.
It's hard to understand what you're saying because it's sort of, I guess, the sound. Were you saying because of competing railroad companies? Is that what you just said?
No, it's more to do with just the early history of Australia, where all the colonies of Australia, they had their own gauges. And then in 1901, when the Federation came about, the trade barriers were eliminated. Basically, there was 3 different gauges. So, between each capital city in those states, they basically had all different railway lines. So, they had to just keep moving cargo from one to the other until they decided to make them all uniform.
I see what you're talking about now. Yeah.
There was this awesome British television show, probably aired about 15 years ago. I just sounded very Canadian there when I said about. It was called Connections. So if you ever have time, I'm pretty sure that's where I got that story about the horses' asses from. But it would do things like that. It would take some random, really weird event. Some guy didn't wash his petri dishes clean enough, but he left them out in the sun to dry, and that led to penicillin. But it made a huge amount of connections between one event and the other, and it would show you this trail on how you got from A to B, and it was just so interesting.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll look that up.
Also, if you guys are interested in post-apocalyptic themed television shows, The British also made a 3-series program called Survivors. It's about a bunch of people and how they interact with each other after a pandemic. Very good.
Oh, I can't stand all that.
What's the name?
Post-apocalyptic shit anymore.
It's called Survivors. Not Survivor like the American show, but Survivors,
Oh, okay.
plural. It's a genre I happen to enjoy. I mean, not everyone has to enjoy it. It's just something I like to watch people's interactions, how they get along under stress, that sort of thing.
What kind of end of the world was it? Was it just like a nuclear type of
No,
war?
it was a pandemic.
Oh, pandemic. Okay.
It was really well done, I thought. And it's just fiction. It's just fun. It's not, a documentary, obviously. It couldn't possibly be one, but I thought it was a cool show.
Yeah, the one I like the most out of the movies about that theme is the Road. I don't know if you've ever seen that one.
Oh, yeah, I have.
It's very realistic.
I thought so. And very, very depressing, though.
Yeah.
Wow. So what do you think happens to the boy at the end of that movie?
I don't even remember how the ending, what happened in the ending. I think he left him. I'm not gonna give any spoilers.
No, spoiler alert. The father dies from probably pneumonia because he goes to investigate the ship. He swims out in cold weather. He's not very healthy to begin with, and he's undernourished, and he dies on the beach. But he's felt like he's been being followed for quite some time, and that's why they keep moving on, even though they had that really cool bunker.
Oh yeah, he was paranoid. Yeah, I remember that. But I think he left. He gave his kid the gun with one bullet, right?
But that couple finds them.
Oh yeah, that's right. So I guess he was okay at the end.
Well, we don't know. I'm just saying. I wonder what happened. Like, what was their motive for tailing them? Why?
I think they noticed that they were. I mean, I tend to lean to the more positive side of things, and I think they were just. I mean, my interpretation is they were probably following him, knowing that they thought that they were following him with mean intentions. That's why they didn't approach him at first. They waited. For like a more opportunistic moment. That word didn't come up.
No, it came out fine, but an opportune moment could have worked as well, I think. But you used it fine.
So I mean, to me that type of ending sounds better. I like to think
I agree.
That he made it, and he had all the experience, everything he learned from his father. So he's pretty badass now.
Plus, they had other kids with them too, so it was really interesting that they didn't tie up every loose end, and they made you think. And I kind of like that, even though it can be frustrating. I like that about a movie where it lets you, keep thinking what's going to happen next.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can never finish a story completely, so it's better you just leave it at that, and let the person decide how it ends.
Right.
What's the movie called?
That one's called The Road.
It's based on the book, I believe. They say the book is a lot better. I never read it.
I'm too lazy to read books.
Yeah, fuck books.
My favorite director right now is, and I think I've said this plenty of times, is Lars von Trier. Lars von Trier. He's an awesome director. I highly recommend all his movies. He was also influenced by Tarkovsky. You guys may be familiar with him. He did Solaris and Mirror.
Oh, yeah.
And Stalker, I think. So I would definitely.
What's his name again?
With Lars von Trier, so he does things in threes. So the last one has been his depression episode, which is really similar to what I've been going through personally in my life. So that's why I find it so fascinating. But it goes in the order of the following. It's the Antichrist is first in the series.
Oh yeah, that one's crazy.
And then Melancholia, and then after Melancholia is Nymphomaniacs, or Nymphomaniac.
Oh, so those are they're connected, huh?
Oh, absolutely. So like the first one is really about how the traditional biblical view of Christianity shows how women are evil, and it shows the the relationship between him as a man, her husband, and her as a woman, and them losing their child. And then after that, so that one's definitely, I would say, misogynistic against women. So anyway, the second one is Melancholia, which actually, to me personally, is the opposite. It takes on it kind of protects females in a way. It's kind of the opposite of what's the word I'm looking for? Misogynistic. And then
Is it do you mean melancholy?
Yeah, you
or
can pronounce it either way.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Melancholia.
Gotcha.
But that's what Kristen Dunst. You know, it's really interesting if you go and look at his. He made a really weird comment on it was on YouTube. Put Lars von Trier and put Nazi quote. He basically was saying he got kicked out of the Cannes Festival for saying what he said.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, but people didn't really know what he was. People they don't understand him, and he's kind of an alcoholic, so he says things that he doesn't mean to.
He was promoting.
Was he drunk at a restaurant and he was arguing, or he didn't like the people he was speaking to, and he said something about Jews or something? Is that the man I'm thinking of?
No, he was at the Cannes Festival, and a guy asked him, "Why don't you explain the Nazi aesthetic that you're interested in?" And then he started going on about how he was a Nazi and how he understands and sympathizes with Hitler. And and then somebody said, "So is this your grand entrance into Hollywood?" And then he says, "Well, we Nazis like to do things on a grand scale." And then then he said, "Final solution for journalists," or something like that.
But he wasn't being serious. He was being facetious.
I think there's a part of him that kind of. See, like, I'm not a historian, so I know if I'm kind of hesitant to say anything in history about something especially as sensitive as Hitler. But I think that there's an aspect about Hitler that's not told because the winners write the text, and so I think there's a part of the what was going on during World War II that's not being told, and anybody who tries to say anything opposite is going to be crushed. So I just think that there's a part of that he was probably referring to in his heart, but then he made it very clear that after he got kicked out of the Cannes Festival that he didn't mean any of that, and he basically took back everything that he said.
I mean, you can pretty much just read Hitler's diary and know what he was all about, right?
But a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't. From what I understand, from what I've read, there have been some texts that have suggested that Hitler tried very hard not to go to war.
Yeah, but I mean, you could just look at Mein Kampf and see what his intentions were, basically.
Yeah, but
have you seen his speech when there was a demand to not go to war?
Is that the one where he says like the Jews they shop, they do business with everyone and they do business with no one? Is that the one?
No. There's one where FDR sends him a list of nations not to invade. They basically included every country in Europe. Down to Latvia, and Hitler read every single state on that nation, or every single nation on that list, basically like a comedy routine, saying, "Look what they've demanded us not to do, LOL," and then proceeded to do all of it. I think it was all but 3 nations or something like that on that list. Some small number like that. It was like 16 nations were on the list. And he invaded basically every single one of them. Was told not to by FDR.
There you guys. I'm gonna head off. I'll see you later.
Night, sweetie.
See ya.
Good night. I just would, Ocean. I mean, you have to say though that no story is one-sided though, and I just think that that's been over dramatized because it's happened in a European nation, but you can't tell me that there's not other forces that happen that cause him to be provoked or cause the Germans to be provoked.
I'll let you know that since the Civil War, the other side of history has not been too hard to find, and.
Agreed.
The Nazi side was pretty much put out on the table during the Nuremberg trials.
Not only that, someone's even just stated earlier, and I forget her name, I'm sorry. If you want to know what his intentions were, they were very clear and they were set out in Mein Kampf. Like, he stated exactly what he wanted to do and how he was going to do it. And even if we were to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he was somehow provoked into invasion, which I think is a contradiction anyway, he's still, one word, Holocaust.
I'm not saying he was a good guy, but I'm
No,
just.
I know.
I mean, come on, like, what about the Native Americans that we did to
I'm not saying that's right either. As a matter of fact, I'm usually on the other side of that conversation too. But
what do you think would have happened once he got into Asia?
What do you mean? Once he got into Asia? Japan was over there.
And they were siding.
Yeah, that was his ally. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was going to turn against everybody, right?
No, he had an interest in ruling Europe and stopping.
Oh, yeah?
If Britain had laid down its arms, he probably wouldn't have wanted to invade Britain. And if Britain had just been like, no, we give you consent to continue, but Britain and France declared war on Germany at the same time, and put Hitler in a two-front situation. And they knew it would do that, and they thought it would be successful, and France just went in a few days. And then he tried to invade Russia, which he could have kept that peace easily. France and Britain were like, you can stay the way you are as long as you don't invade Poland, and then he invaded Poland. At the same time as Russia. He made a deal with Stalin saying, hey, let's split Poland, okay. And then they did that, and they remained peaceful until Germany decided to say, that living space for the German race should be moved east. And that's basically why he was taking over Russia, was for living space.
He got greedy.
It was so that the master race could have lots of land to live on.
Yeah, but that's kind of dishonest to say that in that way, because actually the cause of all war is reproduction. I mean, the cause is that you're trying to expand your people, and so I guess you could use that argument for anybody.
He flat out said that the stated reason to go into war was for living space for the master race.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that every war is ultimately for that reason, though.
Yes, you could say that every war, or most wars anyway, can be whittled down to property. But
he was delusional.
This is a guy that came out and stated, this is the reason why I'm invading huge tracts of land, was for living space for this group of people. Like, rarely is that just said flat out. It's like, I want places for my people to live.
Well, I think it was just a natural reaction to what happened to them, that the degradation, the humiliation after World War I. It was just the Hegelian.
Obviously, yes.
A Hegelian synthesis or Hegelian antithesis.
It might have been the reason for a lot of people to follow him. I don't think that was him personally. I think he wanted the power, the money, and the women. How to say it again? Sorry.
Put it that way. You put it that
way. Possession. Ultimately, like you said before.
Well, who doesn't want that, right? I mean, who doesn't? Like, what guy doesn't want a bunch of women, power, and position? I mean, I certainly do.
You got to see it. You got to see it with the accent, though.
It wants the power and the women, yes.
Yeah.
Duh.
Duh, yeah.
But he just
usually it's not okay. Even with Hitler, this thing about living space, that's not really the every reason. The every reason is usually has to do with property and commerce. That's why people point to the Crusades as a religious war. It was a commerce war when it comes right down to it. It had more to do with commerce than it did religion.
Do you think that's a subconscious thing, or is just an excuse?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean? Like subconsciously, they feel the need to take over territory, but in their minds, they're fooling themselves to think they're doing it for religious reasons.
Depends on which war.
Well,
some wars were, well, I mean, not all wars have a religious component.
Yeah, I mean the other reasons, whatever outside of what the
outside of commerce.
Yeah, the purpose to occupy and get more territory.
Sometimes the reason is justified. So like there's a concept called just war theory, which is there's certain reasons in which going to war is completely and absolutely justified. One of those reasons is if you're invaded, it is justified to attack back.
Yeah, self-defense.
Right, and it can then be justified to go further and invade that territory and take it for your own when they attacked you. That's what Rome did. They had a system of, okay, somebody tried invading us, now we will subdue them absolutely. And
Right.
they enacted that system for about 1,000 years.
And that's still acceptable, right?
Say what?
That's still acceptable.
Yeah.
Is there anything else outside of that that's also acceptable?
There's a number of reasons that have to do. You can just look up just war theory.
Oh, okay.
So the most of the early explorers, when they looked to enter into new territories, you can look at Christopher Columbus and then the conquistadors, Spanish conquistadors after with what they did. Would you say that was because they were expanding due to new land or just greed? Were they after just, more financial needs? Or?
So you're talking about conquistadors in the Americas?
Yeah.
Okay. There was a couple of reasons why that was. They needed gold badly, and that was where they could find it. And one of the reasons why they needed gold was because of the expansion of Islam in the East. It was coming into Europe, and there was nothing anybody could do about it, unless they had money.
Yeah, they were kind of on the front lines. Well, France and England kind of had a buffer with Spain, and they felt more pressure and a need to help defend themselves.
So Spain and Portugal moved into the New World.
Check out the link, y'all.
So did they try to take the gold like in a nice way by trading at first, and that didn't work out?
Say what?
Did they at first try to negotiate with the natives from these lands at first to try to get the gold that they needed?
No, that did not.
They just went in fucking shit up.
Here's how it went. Columbus shows up. He makes a treaty with them. He brings a few of them back. Most of them die on the way, or I think it's either a third or 2/3 die on the way. And the ones that make it back wind up dying in Europe. And then he comes back. He writes down that he could rule these entire people with like 50 men and a few weapons.
Guess
he then comes back. He brings weapons. He takes over everything. He gets gold. Comes back. He goes, look at the fucking gold. This kind of starts the movement westward into the New World, and where they kind of start wars with people like the Incas and the Aztecs and so on.
But I guess they didn't think these people were like human beings, right?
There's a lot of that, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Like they're definitely considered human beings, but they may not be considered equals.
Right, yeah. That might have been like the reasoning behind of why these people shouldn't be treated likewise.
Right.
The value.
What?
The value. Go on.
Oh, there. You could also I've heard arguments of just war from the Spanish to the Aztecs. That the Aztecs were an oppressive empire, and they were subjugating people around them, treating everybody like shit. The Aztecs had a terrible human rights record, so that it's ultimately good that they were destroyed.
Right.
But what the Spanish did with the resulting power gain is inexcusable.
They had
And how they did it is inexcusable.
They had other interests.
Yeah, but no. That being said, the money that they made from that stopped a Muslim expansion into Europe.
Weren't the remaining peoples basically forced into slave labor to mine gold?
Not all of them, but a lot of them, yeah.
No, I just don't know a lot about that particular part of history. I was asking you because it sounded like you knew a little bit more.
Mass subjugation took place. Because Spain took over the area very, very quickly.
If you could just go into the aim of what they went over there, they got all this gold, they went back, and what did they do with the gold when they got back? Were they using it to pay off other countries, or what was the main objective of it?
They bought ships, they bought armies.
From neighbouring countries. Yeah.
Right. What they were concerned with was expansion of a Muslim expansion from Africa into Spain, because they had all of northern Africa. So, if Muslims moved north from there across Gibraltar into Spain, it could be very bad.
Has anyone ever, like, I've traveled parts of Africa, including the northwest part, and it's really interesting because you can see, because at different points in time, different nations invaded and then were repelled and so on and so forth, and you could see it in the architecture and even in some of the people that are blue-eyed. It's really interesting, especially Morocco and Algeria. You can see Portuguese, you can see Spanish influence, French. It's awesome. And if you ever have the means and the time, I recommend a trip there. It's fascinating.
Just in, prior to the European civilizations that we're aware of, that area was taken over by damn near everybody. It started out with Carthage. If Carthage had won the Punic Wars, then that area would probably be very, very different. But instead, Rome won. And then the Western Roman Empire fell, and that area just kind of fell victim to pretty much everybody taking it.
But at the same time, it still holds like a Berber influence as well, which is the name basically of the tribes people that were the nomadic, native to that area. So it's this awesome blend of all these cultures. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I've been interested in trolling around there. I have not done it yet, though. I don't know what the origin of the Berbers are, because it seems like...
I'm not sure.
Okay, they are Islamic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they would have been at least post-Carthage. I'm interested in where's their origins. Here we go. Ew. Okay, nomadic, but southern.
And I've actually stayed in the Sahara Desert overnight in an oasis, which was really cool. It was very interesting too, because we ate at this long table with this white linens and men coming out with big plates of saffron infused meals and mint tea and with these Berber style tents surrounding us, where we would one tent was a main tent where we spent the night drinking wine and drums were played and people were dancing and singing, and then individual tents where we could sleep. It was another part, like if you go to Morocco, that I would also suggest that you take an overnight trip into the desert.
How did you guys get there? Like camels?
Yeah. What's cool, not cool, but interesting about camels is the way they walk. because both legs on the same side of the animal move at the same time. So you can actually get seasick in the desert.
Yeah.
Well, but the animal rocks back and forth as it walks.
Right.
It does.
They look goofy walking. I noticed that. Yeah.
Did the camels have names?
Is that a reference to a horse with no name?
Yeah.
Oh, I got it.
It's funny fact with that is Australia actually exports camels to a lot of the Middle Eastern countries because it's so prolific here.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, locally they do the tourist camel walks along the beach and that sort of stuff. But yeah, they quite often have to go out and actually cull quite a lot of them.
I forget what nation it was, but Canada donated a bunch of like 50 what was it, buffalo or something to a nation so that they could start an industry of breeding them and selling them for meat, and instead they just slaughtered the 50 we sent and ate them. I forget what nation that was.
It's not. It tastes pretty nice. I've had some myself, buffalo, and I've had camel. But
me too.
We eat everything here. Well, not everything, but we eat a lot of things here. But a lot of weird things, you could say. We even eat our own, coat of arms. The animals are on our coat of arms. We eat those ones as well. So
it's kind of like if I had a bucket list, I would say that I'd like to be able to go and see every nation possible, but also at the same time, I'd like to try as much and as varied types of meats as possible.
including insects.
Oh, definitely. In fact, when I was just in Dallas there with me and DPR Jones were there, we had alligator tail, and we had boar, which is just wild pig, but I hadn't had wild pig before I domesticated one. And we had prawns. Not prawns, pardon me. What are those tiny lobsters called? They're not lobsters, but they look, and they're in freshwater creeks.
Yeah, you can call them yabbies, or we call them yabbies here, or little crayfish, or freshwater crayfish.
Yeah, crayfish. Wait, crayfish.
Maybe gaffers in the line, yeah. Have a look at mangrove worm or mangrove slug. They look rather tasty. The indigenous people here, they cut them out of the mangrove tree, and they're just one big foot long, or even a couple of feet long sometimes, slimy grub.
Wow, that's a huge grub.
Can you hear me? Oh, there. I hear me.
Yes.
I was talking the whole time. My audio was out, so never mind. The moment is past.
Well, we can hear you now, Sugar.
Yeah, but it's not worth saying. Although I did hear the words grub. I said crayfish. I had alligator tail. Yeah, I think that was it. Oh, and buffalo's good.
Yeah, there's a buffalo farm just by my cottage.
Yeah.
But like I've had lots of mystery meat as well. I'm pretty sure that I've had dog in Africa. I know of camel, donkey, any meat that you could find in Canada I've had.
In Japan, they sell in the grocery stores. What was the weirdest thing I saw was a deer penis. Yeah, I'm not kidding you.
Sounds like a song though. Dear penis, I don't think I like you anymore. Used to. I think there's a song that's Dear Penis.
Dear Penis. Oh.
The Japanese are some of the. I don't know. My girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, she's half Japanese, half British, and just from what I understand from the culture, they are the weirdest and most interesting and most homogenous culture that I've ever seen.
It's funny that you said Japanese porn star, because I think that was what inspired that conversation about the origins of male genitalia size that I talked about earlier? Was it something about Japanese porn?
I think my phone
Maybe we had the
died.
same dream. I don't know.
They've got this thing for schoolgirls, don't they? Or they want their women to all look like schoolgirls.
Yeah, they do.
They what?
All the young girls look like either Sailor Moon or schoolgirls. The guys look like anime.
Yeah, they have a fetish with that, and have a fetish with bukakis, and they have these. But that's not the reason why I had the dream. The dream was more about me going there to teach English because that's what I'm trying to do. But but I think my sex drive got like intertwined with me going to Japan, and so I think that's what happened.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time. Damn it.
Yeah.
Thought it was just an isolated incident.
But did you know there's some interesting facts about Japan? So the pornography, like you can't see their genitalia, right? Like it's blurred out, which is
all pixelated.
Pixelated, right?
Yeah.
And then there's just some weird facts. Like another thing about Japan is like it's common to like cheat on your wife. You know, like there's hotels and stuff that are meant for you to where you have your affairs at. What's that?
Love hotels.
What's that?
Love hotels.
Yeah. So those are common, like your work life.
No, I know. there's areas that are devoted to them.
I saw the panty vending machine there in Japan. The schoolgirl panty vending machine.
Apparently, that's a huge industry.
Yeah, sell on eBay. Not that I would know. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think that isn't like a tentacles a whole thing too. They don't have to be blurred out.
So I have a story.
Darwin, I didn't hear that.
That's what I heard. Tentacle porn.
Right. So my buddy is currently my roommate. I've also known since like 5th grade, and he at one point in high school just went to me and he was just like wide-eyed and he said, I've discovered this site. I go, what? It's GenkiGenki.com. And I go, oh, what is Genki? It's GENKI. It's repeated. GenkiGenki.com. And he goes, I've found out all kinds of horrible things. And I'm going, what? And he goes, it's a site that has stuff like foot sex with cockroaches. There's a particular video in which there's 100 eels coming out of this girl's rectum.
Rectum damn near killed him.
I was just gonna say that.
So apparently he also saw an interview with the guy who created the website. And they was asked about these things. How do you determine what is safe? And he says, oh, I'd never ask any of my girls to do anything that I haven't done myself.
I detect bullshit.
I mean, it just means this guy's stuck 100 eels up his own ass.
Yeah, him and Richard Gere. Oh, that was a hamster. Or was it a gerbil?
It was a hamster with a PVC pipe.
There was a video of it was by an Australian. He was trying to show some of the things that can happen in Japan, and he was trying to say that like when you're in Japan and you're on a train, like it's best to keep your hands up because that's usually where the women get molested is in the train because there's so many people, and so you don't want to be like falsely accused. But anyway, there was like this little scrawny Japanese guy, and he just sat there and took a picture of like these teenage girls. And then the guy was like, the Australian was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? They're like 12, 13 years old. And he just like kind of shrugged his shoulder and was like, oh, well, I don't care. And so
the Japanese are kind of, go ahead, finish your story.
So I was going to finish, because I knew where you were going to go with that, I think. And I just found this out too, is that like when it comes to pornography, like they just outlawed child pornography. I just found that out like a week ago. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, it used to be girls, the lowest age was 14.
Yeah.
Used to be.
Do they pixel out the pictures because they're embarrassed?
No, they just pixelate the pictures because they don't. It shows that they don't necessarily approve of the pornography. But they.
Oh, okay.
It's any pornography that's sold.
How many pixels do they need?
Well, I mean, I think there's a standard. But anyway, it does kind of ruin it. I'm saying as somebody who's watched it, it's like, all right, fine. Well, oh well. As far as the molesting on the trains thing, that's a huge issue over there. And there's a friend of mine that works. He doesn't live over there anymore, but he worked with the military over there as a civilian, and he got a story from a Marine who was riding the train, and he saw this like older dude just start molesting this younger girl that was next to him. Just started going for it, and he kind of looked around. He's like, "This isn't my country. I figure somebody else will fucking do something about this." Train had a number of people on it. She's crying, and nobody is doing anything. And it's coming up to this. It's like this guy's stop is like right around the way, and it comes to his stop. The door opens. He walks up, takes the guy's head, smashes it into the one of the bars. Like there's like these metal bars that are on the sides of the seats, and he just smashes his head into it and walks out of the train. He's incredibly frustrated that no other Japanese person on the train did anything about that, and it came upon him.
You know, that's awesome, and I say this because I was on a TTC streetcar, which is Toronto Transit Commission, and this man, because there's open molestation, and then there's this other thing that a subgroup do, is that they pretend that it's so packed that they accidentally rub up against you. But then there's people can get away with it because the people that it happened to, at least in my case, I was young, I was 16. I thought at first it was an accident, but then it happened again, and then it got aggressive, and then I knew exactly what he was doing.
But you can get in a lot of trouble though, but for interacting with something like that in Japan. That's what I heard. Like if
you can.
Okay, so the rest of my story is because I was so outspoken and very, I guess, strong-willed, even at 16, I stood up on the seat that I was standing on. I pointed my finger in the man's face. I said, "I know what you're doing. You're not going to get away with it. You dirty, filthy fucking bastard. Get off this bus before I get the cops on your ass." And he ran.
I like it. Gotta fight back.
I was going to say about the Japanese thing, is that, do you think that is a cultural thing where the women are not treated as perhaps as good as what they should be?
Feminism is just stirring over there.
Yeah, so what I was going to add to that, I know a girl that just finished teaching English. They're still stuck in the 1950s, and so really, like, the only people they really show any respect to, and maybe they don't show complete respect to, is white people. And I don't know if that has something to do with the bomb, but that seems to be the case. So they're still stuck in the 50s, and it's interesting that feminism, like Ocean was saying, feminism is just stirring over there, and that may have a contributing factor to the fact that they're not having sex, and they're no longer having kids anymore because females are starting to become into power, and so that's kind of destroying the family unit. So,
oh yeah, I heard about that.
Did you just go straight up MGTOW on me?
No, antinatalist. They went antinatalist.
Well, that was a huge leap.
Yeah, I was like, wait.
Like what? How? I mean, because if the female is now encouraged to care more about her career than for the family, then of course that's what's going to happen. I mean, look,
it worked well enough for women in America through the 80s and 90s.
You look at the Young Turks. I mean, that's what Anna is going through right now. Anna she seems to want to have a child, but she's like, what do I care about? Do I care more about, my career, or do I care more about having a child? She's stuck through that. She's right now going through that psychologically. So yeah, I do think that like that type of feminism has hurt the family unit, but maybe it's appropriate because of the population. I don't know. I mean, I'm not.
People that want to get married and have children are going to get married and have children. I mean, now we just have a choice in whether or not we can do what we want. Like, the people that wanted to get married got married before. The people that didn't want to get married got married before. The only difference is some people who now have a choice, and if their choice is not to get married, they can live that choice. It's not hurting the family unit. The family units that exist still exist.
I know,
there's still people.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying there's certain people that who would have had children, but have been encouraged by society to care more about their career goals for whatever reason. And I told you, like, Anna is a good example of that on the Young Turks. If you go back, if you continue to listen to
I know who you're talking about and kind of what she's talking about. And she's in a situation where she's a public personality, and if she gets pregnant, then she loses 9 months of her gig. So, yeah, that's an issue for her. It's not necessarily an issue for women in general.
Do they have?
Yeah, I
do
like the
they have
Young
anything
Turks.
like paid parental over there?
Well, okay, with respect to Japan, they're going through this lack of reproduction shit going on. When as somebody who's been over there and been on a couple of dates over there, when a friend of mine and I were over there, we went on a date with a couple of girls, and we kind of asked them, like, hey, what are your dreams, aspirations, and so on, and they both responded that they want to be mothers. Like, that's what they said, and that's not strange in Japan. The women generally do want to get married and have children. It's just for some reason the men aren't doing it, and we don't know why.
Like the whole way that the women act, don't they act like very submissive too? Like they speak in a very quiet voice, and you know what I mean?
They're very polite in
Yeah.
like generally. It's not obviously it's not the rule, but generally they're very polite in public and so on, and then they're also very interested in the idea of sex at the same time. They just don't demonstrate it, like unless somebody is flirts with them a lot or something like that. It's weird that it's this, but it's a cultural thing that's going on over there. But the men over there are, for whatever reason, not doing this. It's purely a phenomenon that's going on with males over there. It's nothing to do with feminism bringing them into careers. It's the men are less interested. The women are crazy about it.
I would
they want to have children.
I'm not saying that that's not true, Ocean. I'm just saying, like, it seems to be like a meme that where, like, maybe what your experience says that, but where I'm
talking about Japan in general. I use my experience as an example, but it's more to back up what is generally the opinion among women is they want to have children and be stay-at-home mothers. And the men want to stay at home and play video games as adults for whatever reason.
And have sex toys. I know sex toys over there are like really popular.
They're more interested in their porn than their women.
Well, actually, the study that I saw from the Young Turks was that, you can look this up too. I'm not making this up. That both of them were not interested in sex. At least the females were discussed. They said that they were disgusted. These are young females.
They'll put that down on a they'll put that out on a survey. I assure you, the women just will. Their interests are different. What they say and what they actually feel is. There's all the reason in the world that a Japanese woman would be dishonest on that survey.
Because it's considered impolite to talk about it and to admit to it.
So how do you account for their porn being so explicit?
Because the men are more interested in... That's one of the things, is the men are just way more interested in exploring their fetishes and everything through pornography than through partnership. Which is strange, really, because, it's not like that kinky Japanese girls don't exist.
Maybe they got like the really, really well made robots, like sex robots, that we don't know about.
That's not uncommon either.
Yeah.
You guys know.
Dolls are a huge thing over there.
You know who invented the sex doll? It was Hitler, by the way.
God damn it.
I wouldn't doubt it.
We won't ask what color.
Why did
You're talking about the real girl.
The first guy who invented the sex doll was the first man to look longingly at his pillow one night.
No, but Hitler made for his troops.
Really? I never heard about that.
No.
I think the history of sex dolls probably predates Hitler by about, I don't know, thousands of years.
Well, I'm talking about in mass, and if you look it up, I'm not making this up.
Is that what he had all the scientists doing over
I don't really care. It's kind of sideways of the conversation we were having.
I've spent my whole life not saying his name.
really dollars?
Feminism is not to blame for this career thing that, or the lack of reproduction going on in Japan.
It's Pokemon.
Zero to do with it.
It wasn't the. It was saying the family unit was destroyed, but my point is that the family unit isn't destroyed. Those family units that exist are still family units. There's nothing wrong with ones that are in existence.
I just say, okay, I'm sorry to mention, I don't mean to blame everything on feminism. I really don't mean to do that. I guess when it comes down to the family unit, I just think that it's just it's so difficult now to get a job with security and have insurance and to have, the traditional, like I was raised in a traditional way, so, but like I don't live in that way, in the way that I was raised, because it's just not possible. But I mean, even if I didn't have that arrest record and I was able to work, I still wouldn't be able to. We still wouldn't be able to have a traditional way of life that we had, like my grandparents had or my parents had.
Well, we could if we didn't have to have the bigger house and the 2 cars, and we were willing to live with our family. I mean, if you're willing to live with your mother and father-in-law again, and combine houses like we used to do.
Well, yeah, if you want to do a longhouse model in your life, that's totally cool. You just have to go back. You don't have to go back to that generation where we were just we were economically ahead of the rest of the world for a little while because everybody else had gone to war and had their countries blown up. That's the reason why that existed, by the way.
Are you being sarcastic, or am I?
Say what?
No, I mean, seriously, I'm too stupid to understand. Are you?
No.
Being sarcastic?
Here's the reason why the 50s were the way they were. Is in the 50s you have the household where the man works, the wife stays at home, and the kids are running around. And it was economically feasible to have that lifestyle where one person is working for a household of 4, possibly 5 people. Now, in the 40s, World War II happened, and guess who got blown up? The Germans got blown up, the British got blown up, the French got blown up, the Spanish had a civil war, the Switzerland even got blown up, Italy got blown up, Russia got invaded, the Chinese got invaded, and Japan got the bomb dropped on it. Australia got invaded by the Japanese. Everywhere that had a manufacturing industry was involved in that war, and a lot of factories were targeted over the course of that war. America got out of it completely unfazed as far as damage on its own land. The one place that we got seriously bombed was Pearl Harbor, and that was it. There was like a couple of skirmishes off the coast of California. That one plane, I think, got in a little bit further, but it didn't do anything. And so as a result, we're the only country in the world that actually has a manufacturing industry in place.
Not to mention, at the end of the war, you were not owing any money to anyone.
Exactly. We weren't caught up in all the nasty treaties, and we had an infrastructure that came out of the war relatively unscathed.
Well,
plus, in addition to that, we came out of the war with a working class. Like the women went to work, the men came back to a bustling jobs industry. Everything was crazy. The economy surged because we were the only people able to make anything, so we were selling to everyone. Now, the rest of the world is caught up. Everybody else has industry now. There's manufacturing has moved across overseas, and so we're not only not the only country making anything anymore. A lot of our manufacturing industry has actually been moved out of our country to somewhere else.
And so is the innovation as well.
Right. So that's not. We're not the people. We can't do that anymore. We have to adapt.
Well, I think my problem was with us trying to start a family unit. It had more to do with the fact that her parents were a lot older, and so now she's taking care of them, and so there's really no time for her to take care of children. I mean, her mom's like close to mid-70s, and she's 38, or 37, so it's like it would be.
Which one is it? Is she your ex, or is she your girlfriend? Is she your wife, or what?
I call her my No, we're not married, but I mean, we've been together since I was 19. We've been living together since I was 19, so it's really kind of immaterial for me to say ex or girlfriend, because we're so.
Why do you say ex?
Because we sleep in different bedrooms.
Oh.
So,
Well, you live together.
Yeah, after my arrest, it kind of really put a strain on the relationship.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and so then after that, I mean, I want to be with her. It's just like she doesn't want to be with anybody now.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that sucks, dude.
Yeah, thanks.
Anywho, so like that model, it's not easy to do in the current world. You
Plus,
can.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm basically done. So I've made my point. Go ahead.
I apologize. I thought you were done, and I jumped in there.
There's nothing new I can say, really. I think I've said
Okay.
everything.
I think also too, it was a time when people were paid a living wage. After the baby boomers, that stopped happening, and back then you could work a 40 to 50-hour week and just have one person in the home employed and afford to own a home and a car and take a holiday and send your kids to university. That's not happening anymore because there's no we don't get a living wage.
But a lot of the reasons why we don't get that living wage has to do with what I just mentioned. The rest of the world has become far more competitive than.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but
also I think deregulation as well of a lot of corporations.
We need another progressive era.
How can you compete with China, for example? They don't pay anything to their workers. How can you even? What chance do you have if you're trying to have a country where everybody lives a comfortable life? When over there they're able just to use very cheap labor, basically. How can you compete with that?
Well, if their economy is based on the fact that they can manufacture en masse products, right? You have to base your economy on something different than that. You can make it on a banking nation or an innovation nation where you do a lot of research and development in maybe chemicals or pharmaceuticals, and you have to diversify.
And have to look at where the money's tied up too. I mean, when you have so much money tied up into the executives in these big corporations, it's just, it's not doing anything. You have to allow that to filter down through to the economy and use it to innovate. Come up with new inventions and invest in them.
Definitely, the more times you can get a bill to change hands, the better off your economy becomes.
That's probably why they're so scared to tax the rich. Because if they overtax the rich, why do the rich people would want to stay here? They could just move their business elsewhere, basically.
Well, it's too late because they already moved their money somewhere else, and they're not paying their fair taxes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say that has to change. There's too many loopholes. The top, not even 1%, but 0.1% of the population makes this great amount of wealth and then puts it away, squirrels it away, and it's out of the economy. It's not changing hands. It's not being taxed.
But if they're responsible for innovation, how can you take away that the capacity of somebody to reach that situation that they're in?
They still can do this, and they can still get paid a fair wage for their innovation. A person, one family, has 6 people in the top 20 richest people in the United States. It's not unreasonable to say that maybe they could be in the top 100 instead of having to be in the top 20. Instead of getting, $200 billion, you can make it. You can scrape by on $100 billion. Personal wealth.
I don't know. I heard of a study, a very simple study, where they measured how human beings behave depending on their financial situation, and they measured at what level somebody would want to take advantage of situations, like, maybe pick up some money that they found somewhere. And they were trying to measure if the poor would be more willing to do something like that other than rich people. And I guess they noticed that it didn't matter in which situation the person was in. Everybody is always willing to try to take as much as they could, take as much as you know, try to take as much advantage of any situation as possible. It didn't matter if they're rich, poor, or whatever.
On the
It's just,
on the Young Turks, they had a demonstration just recently where a blind guy was pretending to ask questions about a lottery ticket that was supposedly a winning lottery ticket, and the other poor people were more likely to help him and show him how, and were happy for him, where rich people or people who were okay actually stole the lottery ticket from him and would take off.
I saw a
but
very similar study with a blind man too, where he was asking about the denomination, I believe it was, of the bill, and he was more likely to be lied to by those that were more affluent.
It's horrible.
so don't you think that just anybody would be? I would think the rich person, since they had the money, they really wouldn't care. But I guess what you're saying is that they're more greedy than a poor person
Yeah.
from those studies.
I don't know what the reasons were. I just know what the results were from the studies. I mean, I could guess, and I would probably even guess what you said. I would also guess, too, that people that struggle to make money have a deeper appreciation for its worth and what you're actually doing to a person. You're not just taking a piece of paper, but you're taking away all that hard work that they to get that piece of paper.
Yeah,
Power.
I think a lot of it has to do with misanthropy, because I think what happens is a lot of people who have money pride themselves as being tricksters or being people who can, and they don't really care, they really hate humanity, so they justify. I mean, Enron is a good example of that.
But don't you think that's just how human beings are?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, but I think that's
Not just the rich.
But I think if you allow yourself to be demoralized, you're more likely to be able to make more money than if you say I can't do this. I mean, Kafka wrote a really good story called the Metamorphosis, which is based on that. You know, he couldn't get out of bed because he was a businessman, he was depressed, and so he goes through this like surrealism of becoming an insect, which is really a metaphor for being depressed because like to be a businessman or to sell stuff, I mean, you have to give you have to give a little bit of your soul to do something like that, especially if yourself. Go ahead.
You probably always think people are trying to take advantage of you because of your money.
Well, also if you're tricking other people to make money, which inevitably you kind of have to, no matter what position you're in, you're also going to have form that opinion about other people as well, right? So you're thinking to yourself, if I have to be dishonest to make a living, so does everyone else.
Some people, if they've been poor and they become rich, it's a power thing. My mom was poor and then got really wealthy, and it gave her power that she didn't have as a poor immigrant's child, and she made it her god, and there was nothing more important.
That's an excellent
Nothing.
point. That's an excellent point, because if you live, I don't know if you're familiar with Wagner. I love Wagner. He did the Ring Cycle, and so the Ring Cycle begins with the goblins. The goblin, I forget what his name. I forget what his name is. It's irrelevant. But basically, he wants love, but he's atrocious looking, and so then there's like these nymphs that he wants to have sex with, and they reject him. But then there's gold at the top of the Rhineland, or the top of the area, the surface area that we're speaking of, and he finds out from the nymphs that if he renounces love, then he will be able to have power and wealth. And so what happens is he goes ahead and he forgoes love, and he forgives. He gets rid of that, and he takes power and wealth instead. And so that really starts the whole Ring Cycle. And it does demonstrate, and I found this to be true, like people who don't find love in life tend to gravitate money as being their power and their ability to control others. And so, I mean, that's why I would say money is so evil and so wicked.
It really is. It really is. Oh, now I'm depressed.
Oh, don't be depressed. You're just tired.
I know. No, I'm over it. It was that quick. No, my mother chose money over, but she's a nutbag, so money is a big deal for her. You know, it was she'd in one breath say, "Oh, I won't have enough money by the time I retire." And if you even in the littlest challenged her, she'd go, "I could buy and sell you." And she just changed that quick. It was like,
wow.
Sugar.
Yeah.
Sugar.
Yes.
Give in to the
Yes.
dark side.
No. I left.
Yeah.
I said, "You take my inheritance and you shove it up your ass and you give it to everybody else because I don't want it." And
Yes, yes.
I literally live with nothing by choice. But
Give
everybody
into the
else
dark
wants a bit of
side.
her money. Not me. No, I will not be.
What about Bill Gates? He seems like a nice guy, right?
You know, the last time I had lunch with him, he was great. But, you know, then again, he was
I'm
drunk as
saying-
hell. So.
You do
I'm
have
saying
those.
doesn't he try to he's trying to invent a system where people can drink poop water basically, and
Yeah,
have access to clean water, and he donates a lot of money to charity, like a lot of money.
I
You
agree.
do have those philanthropists out there, you know, which are fantastic for the world, and they're in stark contrast to obviously other big corporation executives. It was a story, or someone was talking the other day there about there was a pizza place in America there that wouldn't pay healthcare for the employees just because they just felt it was going to be too costly, and it worked out to be something like 14 cents a pizza is what they would have had to add to the price to pay for the healthcare for the employees. And they're the sorts of the areas that really seriously need to be looked at in those instances where you do have people who are more than willing to pass with money like Bill Gates and people who are willing to put their money on the line like Elon Musk and be able to try and advance the economy and do the right thing. Then you have these imbeciles who are just not willing to part with anything.
Right.
Yeah, I know. Where's your God? In your pocket or in the sky?
The only reason I would like a certain amount of money is stability and to eliminate one source of worry and to have a solid future. That is the only reason I want or need any amount of money,
And
is
that's
so that
not
I have stability.
That's not unreasonable. That's what you should have.
Yeah, I love to think that way, but I don't know how I would be as a person if I was rich. If I would just completely lose my mind and be a greedy, completely different person, you know what I mean? And be
They say
scared.
how you are poor is how you are rich.
I think another thing too, Christine. I mean, it's important. I mean, I don't have a family, so I think from say like a parent's perspective, and this is coming from someone who doesn't have a family. You really want the best for your children, and so you sort of you're going to try and strive to give them the best opportunity in life and try and get as much financially independent as you can. So I'm not sure how big a part that plays in the whole scheme of things, but I would say it would play some part.
That seems to make a lot of sense.
Yeah. So it's like under all that greedy lies like good reasons for it. Well, human reasons for it, not good reasons. Just instinct to try to do what it's how human beings evolve to be.
Well, to do well and have money, but not to be filthy rich. I mean, there is like the Koch brothers, for instance. I mean, they have more money than I think 100 generations could possibly spend. I mean, how much is enough,
Yeah.
really, guys?
They're horrible too. They really are horrible. But Brave New Films has a really great documentary on them.
I'll have to check it out.
In the side chat right now, bravenewfilms.org. I really like these guys. You have to let me know how you feel about them, because I'm not much on. I mean, I love documentaries, but I'm not always sure who's fair and balanced. I'd love to use that.
And that guy from Tesla, he seems like a cool dude too.
Yeah, you mean that? Yeah, that's one of my favorite bands.
Not only that, my favorite inventor was Tesla.
No, but I mean the car Tesla.
I was waiting for somebody to say something. I guess it wasn't
Elon
funny.
Musk. Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah.
I thought it was funny.
Tesla Coil?
Sorry. Yeah, no, Tesla cars, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. I was done.
How much influence do you think the religious bodies or institutions have on, dictating to people what they should be making? When you're talking about tithes and those sorts of things. I've heard of Pat Robertson over there, and he seems to be a very creepy sort of guy who tries to milk whatever he can from people, and I've even heard him talk about when people ring in, they talk about their situations, about how they can't work and because they've got an illness or something like that, and the way he comes across is like you've got to try and do whatever you can so that he can get more money.
What I hate about evangelists like him is that the theory of seed money, and through a third party, I ended up giving money to someone who was less fortunate than me. I gave them $2,000 in total because they were going to lose their home, and they were behind on some what's a mortgage? Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. And they gave the money to a person in their family who was supposed to be paying the bills. And instead of paying the bills, that person gave that money to an organization like Pat Robertson would do as what's called seed money. Have you heard of that concept?
Well, I haven't heard of that term, no.
Yeah, there is a little thing on that last week or whatever with John Oliver on HBO. Have you seen that guy's a Comedy Central thing?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that particular one.
It's the last 2 weeks, not maybe. And if you search it on YouTube, you'll find it, and it talks about seed money and all the religious organizations. They're just shysters, and they send you this, and then you have to send $1, and then they send you this thing, and then you have to send it back, and it's just a big hullabaloo that they.
Basically, they tell you if you give the church or them money, that you'll get it back tenfold, and it's like planting seeds. With every dollar you send, you're going to reap
God bless you.
Tremendous harvest of money later on. So
how they know that when he never comes down to talk to us?
You also have a lot of the foods that you buy in the supermarket are actually owned by some of these religious organisations. Some of the brands that you're buying, so like here in Australia, the Sanitarian food products, I think that's owned by the Mormons. And I'm not sure how the taxation works on that sort of stuff, but I'm fairly selective now with what I go and actually buy from the supermarkets after learning about different brands.
Well, that's an unfair advantage if you're selling a product and you're a tax-exempt organization. The other people that are competing against you have an unfair disadvantage.
I heard some Australians talking to G-Man yesterday, and they said, "Hey, thanks. It's because of you we're all starting to do this in Australia." And I went, "Oh, that's just really, G-Man's region worldwide."
Wow, that's incredible.
I mean, just when you think, "Oh, we're just yapping. We can't have that much of an effect on the world." Get ready, Black Swan. You're going to be going, G-Man.
I think a lot of people got upset, particularly with Tony Abbott, of course, with some of his. I know I did with some of his ideals, and then of course, when we do have like the shootings in Sydney there, where we have these infiltrations of other cultures, and it sort of it took our innocence away in some respect when that happened in Sydney. And I think it opened up a lot of people's eyes. So the atheist movement and that, particularly in Australia, I know is gaining momentum, which is good. And we've got a census next year, which hopefully will show how strong it is.
That'll be interesting to see. I can't wait to see the results on that census.
Yeah, the way they've structured the questions are quite good too, because it's actually, I think it's put atheist on there, whereas before it was like non-believer, and it was way down the bottom, but now they've got it as one of the first ones to tick on the paper, so that's good.
What's the statistics now, if you know, percentage-wise in your country?
I think the last census was up around 30%.
Wow.
So yeah, it's quite a fair chunk. And look, I don't even think that took in Buddhism or anything like that. So yeah, we are fairly multicultural, of course, but again, I think it's a lot to do with the freedom of space, the freedom of we aren't really sort of pushed in, cramped in too much. So there's not the same sorts of pressures you find in a lot of other places, I don't think. And and when it comes to politics, well, it's been pretty much kept out of everyone's everyday life. But just in recent years, yeah, there's been a few things that have popped up. Like the chaplaincy program in the schools. Which I think
heard about that.
When Aaron Ra was here, I think he got to talk to some people about it when they did their tour down under. And well, Matt Delahanty, he was here with him. There was, you've got that. You've got the gay marriage problem, which is still trying to get passed. Yeah, so it is opening up a few people's eyes. There's a few, fundies as well, that want to try and get into politics, which is a bit of a concern as well. So try and keep them as quiet as possible, or just ship them off to America like we did with Ken Ham or something.
Thanks.
Tell you what, we've got this great trade deal. We'll send you 2 of our... No, I'm just joking. I would like for everyone to worship whatever God they want, so long as it doesn't hurt another human being. But at the same time, I would still like every atheist in the world to move to my country. I just would. I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
Not every atheist, because only the good ones, right? I mean, some people are just being rude lately.
I guess you're right. I should put like parameters on that one. Like,
yeah,
I guess
you don't really want TJ, do you?
No.
Yeah.
And I don't want the real world either.
Yeah, or atheism is unstoppable. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of numbers because he keeps getting his channel killed or something. I don't know, but. Yeah, I
don't actually like him using the root, but anyway, that's another story.
I remember when I first saw Thunderfoot in real life. It was so funny because I don't particularly like his politics when it comes to feminism. So I ignore him. I don't.
Why not?
I don't feel like going against him right now, although saying that, I just made a video where I mentioned his name for the first time, saying that I disagree with him openly. So I might go further and I might dive into it more. But I was in DC and I was at the Reason rally there, and in the hotel there's sort of like a 90-degree angle, and he was coming down one hallway towards the corner, and I was coming from the other hallway towards the corner where they meet at the 90 degrees. And I could see him because there was glass instead of walls. And he was walking just sort of like normal, kind of even a little bit hunchbacked. And he was by himself. And as soon as he turned the corner and saw someone with a lanyard on saying that they were a part of the convention, his chest puffed out his head went back, his shoulders went back, as if I am about to be approached by one of my fans. I must get ready for the love. It was just the.
And they call me a narcissist.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was thinking of TJ's really upsetting me, and I was almost going to make a video today about him, and I thought, I don't know. One of his old disciples was running his mouth, and I said, you know what, you can go tell TJ to F right off. I was so upset. Yeah, I don't know.
Were you talking about TJ, or were you talking about somebody else?
No, I'm talking about TJ.
I'm just going to be AFK for a bit. Your microphone's just playing up there again a little bit, surely.
Yeah, your microphone went to hell.
All right.
Sorry. Christine, were you talking about TJ as well?
No, that was when I saw Thunderfoot in DC. I mean, I really liked his series on why people laugh at creationists. Don't get me wrong, like some of his work I can appreciate and have enjoyed. It's not flawless, but it's pretty good. But I don't like how he has treated some Muslims and some women. But I did just make a video defending him to the point where I said it was inappropriate. This is my last video. That, you know, in YouTube, I don't know if you participate on YouTube, but when you make videos and you challenge each other's beliefs, you rant against them, or you just ignore them. You don't send someone's job site a letter saying, oh, did you know your employee is a pedophile, and lie, or even say the truth and say they have a certain viewpoint, fire them. You don't phone someone at home. Like, this is inappropriate behavior, because that's just happened to him, eh? And I said, even though I don't agree with his politics, you don't send the person because you disagree with their beliefs. You don't try and silence them by sending their employer a letter. Stay out of their private life.
Then somebody was making fun of his father that had cancer or something like that?
That was a while back. I thought it was
That's disgusting.
Oh, a while back? Okay.
Yeah.
That's disgusting behavior, but it's covered under free speech.
Right.
I wouldn't do it myself, and I don't think you should do that, and it's disgusting. But if you censor that, then you might be, tomorrow you might try and censor something I say. Not you in general, I'm just, the royal
that was like Incorporated talking last night. It was just, shut up. But what can you do? I mean, he has to have this freedom of speech.
Exactly.
Did you guys see the episode? When you say TJ, you mean the one from the Drunken Peasants, right?
Yeah.
Did you see the episode that Brett King was there?
Yes, that's what I'm upset about.
No,
I
missed it. But
he was trying to bring in. He brought up Nadia twice. He was trying to get them to invite her to the show.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was really cool.
Brett doesn't have a good history, but since he's been back, I don't know what he's. I've never had a problem with him since he's been back. I get a lot of criticism for even talking to him, and my feeling is, which I've had with everybody, that you're not going to tell me who I can hang with and who I can't hang with. If someone screws me over, then that's fine. Hi, G. But I'm not going to just not like somebody because I'm not 12, right? And I realize that he did something. He did some other things, but I wasn't there to witness it. So I'm going to take the man on how he is for right now. And if, like I said, if he does me wrong, well, then I know. But this kid came into Brett's room and was like, so I saw you, and I got to tell you, I almost am on your side, but I really think you need to make a video and you need to apologize for all these things. And the kid's like 17 years old, smoking a cigarette. He's holding it wrong. He never smokes. And I said, wait a minute, kid. I said, are you going to do that too? Is TJ going to do that? Because he's got his issues, or people think that he has these problems with the money and all this stuff. But I said, when everybody discloses all of their mistakes, then you can ask this man to do that. But if you weren't there and it doesn't involve you, why are you getting involved? It's just troll city. One.
I think I was
another
in that.
After another.
I was in that chat for like 5 minutes. Brett invited me. I didn't see the peasant show, but right after he had a G Plus hangout,
Yeah.
and I was there for 5 minutes before my phone crashed, and then I
We
joined
had to
Nadia's
move.
room.
Yeah. It was horrible. I mean, look, I'm not saying that the guy's the greatest guy in the world. I honestly don't know. I don't know him, but like I said, he's always been nice to me, and I won't. I don't want to live in a world where everybody just takes the guy next to him's advice on somebody. I don't want to be that.
I mean, warn me about someone, but I'll form my own opinion.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
I was on Brett's show for that. I've been to his show a couple times,
Mhm.
and I've always said Brett and I will never agree probably on anything, but
No.
I'll talk to him as long as we can have a civil discussion. I will talk to him.
Yeah, he's got a pretty thick skin, cause he just laughs at everything that we're saying to him, you know. And it was weird because at the end they were like kind of they kind of went their ways, but in the good sense. They're, you know, it seemed like they kind of, you know, they didn't. They were like buddies well, not buddies, but they were like respectful at the end of the episode.
I don't know that much. I don't know who you guys are actually talking about, but I know when it comes to like what you say, quote or unquote, warning somebody about somebody, it's called because I've gone through it because of my arrest record, and then also if you look at the website, I mean on Google, you also see the federal case, which actually the case was dismissed. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make was like that federal judge didn't know what he was talking about. But it's called poison in the well when you do that. And I think it's a pretty terrible thing to do that to somebody, because I don't respond to everyone the same. So certain people I just on a philosophical level may not like, and then so for them to warn me about somebody else who like I may really like a lot and who we may philosophically agree on, you know, it's just I think you got to let everyone make their own decisions.
Yeah, and if it doesn't involve you, I think it's really, I think one ought to keep their nose out of it. You know, I really feel that's quite, because it's easy for something to go down here and it can just roll. I mean, you can just make a silly mistake or a big mistake, and it should stop, but it doesn't.
Yeah, how long do you persecute someone? How long do you hold a grudge against someone?
Yeah.
How do you get anywhere in life? Do you continually hold a grudge against people?
And when does it cross over to libel and slander? And how do you say, well, yeah, nobody ever saw that before? I mean, there has to be limits. And is it real down here, or is it not real? Are we real people?
Well,
or
I
we just
have a question.
Avatars?
Like, for instance, what just happened to me recently, because I'm a landlord, and people weren't paying their rents. And then they actually said that they were going to leave, but they wanted me to sign receipts because they're on government assistance, saying that they paid the rent so that they could get the money from the government. And I said I wasn't going to sign false receipts.
Yeah.
And they said, if you don't sign these receipts, we'll fucking kill you, bitch. And if you call the cops on us, we're going to burn your house down when we get out.
Wow.
I don't, and I can tell you the story without naming them, so it's not a big deal. I don't put up posters. I don't go around telling people, hey, this person you don't know has done this to me. But if someone were to call me and say they have applied to rent at their location, I most definitely would say what happened. You know.
Yeah.
You do see quite a lot on social media these days. People wanting to hold others responsible for every single little thing that that they do. Whether it be they served you bad at a restaurant or something like that, and they don't understand how much harm that it can actually do to a business or to someone personally. Just by doing those things on social media. So sure enough, like you say, Christine, I mean, depending on how serious the situation is, and obviously when it comes to threats and all those sorts of things, you want to make sure that everyone around who may be dealing with them is kept safe, and so you go to the authorities and you leave it in their hands, but. you also, you can't just go out and start.
Well, the social media has definitely made it worse, and I think that's the reason why Google. I mean, if I have any salvation before the end of my life, it would be if Google implements the same thing they have in the UK, the right for it to be forgotten. And so we have a hard time doing that because of free speech. But and I think Google should allow us, if we have something like a web page or something, for us allow ourselves to be forgotten, for it to be removed or to be expunged.
Right. Yeah. I agree.
I found a bunch of stuff on the internet, on internet psychology, and it's kind of frightening. I'll put them in the side chat if you get a chance to read them. They're quite interesting.
Everyone
about our
should Google.
personality.
Sorry, Sugar. I thought you were done. Sorry.
No, it's all right. Go right ahead, hon.
I was just going to suggest everyone Google their name at one point and just see what pops up, because it's very interesting, and sometimes, obviously in this one gentleman's life, very scary and hurtful. But I found old pictures of me, from I think 2003 when I was doing charity work, so it's kind of fun too. I know there's exceptions here in the room, and I think it's horrible what happened to you, and I'm sad for you, but others might be pleasantly surprised. You should try it.
Yeah, I've done it a few times, and it's I'll have a name that's actually someone else carries who's quite famous, and all I get is all of them, and
It's
they're
Keith
actually
Urban. You're Keith Urban, aren't you?
it's actually someone black. So
You're Keith
yeah.
Urban, aren't you? Oh,
No.
sorry.
Yeah, but I paid Reputation.com I think it was $1,000, and that's if you see all the the stuff about my education history. Those are the people who wrote that. But you have this one newspaper company that just refuses to give, and the case has been dismissed. You can put dismiss after my name, and it shows the case being dismissed. But yet people tend to believe authority, even with the federal judge example. But the case was dismissed. Obviously, the federal judge was either incompetent or he was evil. Either way, it just shows how corrupt our system is. But still, people will pay more attention because of the fallacy of an argument, because of authority.
Yeah.
And so,
Yeah. Even
When
not
I hear-
authority, they want to believe what they want to believe.
When I hear the word dismissed, I hear insufficient evidence. Therefore, the person most likely didn't do it. At least in my situation, anyway. To let you know. So if I saw that, that's what I would think.
well, the way I'm treated is just, and I'll stop berating about it. It's just, in my case, it just seems like people kind of treat me as used goods, and that, basically, you got your Social Security, you're kind of out of the way, but we really don't want you back in the workforce. Even though I'm completely harmless. There's never been an event in my life that to cause alarm. It's just one accident from an email that was accidentally sent to too many people. That just one incident. They actually had an incident which is not nearly as bad as this. I saw in the Young Turks where this guy was doing Snapchat with his girlfriend, and it was him masturbating, and he was sending it to his girlfriend, but it accidentally got sent to all his students.
Whoops.
Because so he got fired right away. And so teachers are held into the spotlight so much. I can't even go to a bar now because which really sucks, because at least with a teacher I have authority. At least that's one of the benefits of the privilege of being a teacher is okay, people are going to listen to me because I have an authority. They kind of know me. I have a rapport with them. But now that I've lost that, it's really interesting because I don't get the respect as being a teacher. But at the same time, I'm held accountable as a teacher. Still, so when I go to a bar and if I go do drugs, if I want to go do coke or something like that, then people laugh or humiliate me because I'm doing drugs, and it's look, I'm no longer a teacher. I don't have to keep this mask up anymore. I can do what I want to do. So I told one of my students, he caught me doing, I think I was getting some drugs or something like that, and he was just he was kind of giving me a hard time about it, and I looked at him, I said, look, I'm no longer your teacher, and you're no longer my student. So that deal between you and I, that contract is broken.
And I don't understand why teachers are they feel like they need to be held as these role models. They can't have a life outside of their role as a teacher.
It's not that we feel that way. It's because we're treated that way.
Right,
So
right.
if I go and I'm trying to have an affair or something like that, right? Because my old lady won't put out or whatever, and then if somebody sees that, like because I've had that title as being a teacher, just because I've had that title once for 2 years, 3 years, like forever, like I'm held more punitively than anyone else. Like
Just like that teacher that used to be a porn star, and she gave up that life and became a teacher, but I guess they fired her because she had that history.
Dude,
It's
I'm so close to making a porn and putting it on a I am so fucking close to doing so.
No. Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you why.
I got really close. I got really close to being a webcam girl too because I couldn't get a job, and no, I didn't do it. Don't do it. And I don't sell my underwear on eBay. I got close to doing that too, so don't do it.
If it were under an assumed name and you made money, I'd say why not.
Yeah, but they're gonna,
No,
what
the
do you do?
reason why I was gonna do it is because I'm so sick of these girls having to commit suicide because they feel shameful for doing it, but yet everyone enjoys it. I don't care who you are. Everybody's looked at porn at least once. If you're
That
like,
is the dichotomy of the world, isn't it?
and so I just wanted to be like, look, I want to contribute to what I've been taking. That's basically how I see it.
Tumblr
It's like society is very hypocritical.
really is. Yeah, it's very odd, but sometimes I feel like we take it, so we let it happen. There's not much we can say. Who was it that was saying? Oh, it was you, Christine. You were talking earlier about if a man wanted to stay home, and that was his choice, that it was the responsibility of anybody around if he were to be ridiculed to stand up for him. And I really liked hearing you say that because I feel that we don't do that enough.
Thank you. And I was actually really just about to reiterate that in the case of porn and this sexual freedom of an adult individual to make choices that suit them and not have to live with the shame. I mean, as long as anyone involved can give consent and does give consent, who really cares what they do? I mean, I'm a pretty boring person. I self-labeled myself vanilla. But I do realize that other people have different kinks, and they should be allowed to enjoy those kinks as long as it doesn't hurt anyone.
Yep. No. Yep.
Yeah, but unfortunately, society doesn't think that way. So, a lot of people got to stay in the closet.
And we gotta start by saying simple things like I just did in public venue.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, can't we look at it differently? And it'll start slowly, and it'll start with one voice, but then it's 2, and then it's 4, and then it's 8, and so on.
It's the same
just
thing
by
with
standing up.
Brett. It's the same thing with Brett. Like, I know you may not like him, but he's never done me wrong, and I'll thank you to keep your opinion to yourself. We don't really want a whole society full of followers, do we? I mean, it's like lemmings. We have the ability to speak up. I think we forget.
What's the position of the churches these days when it comes to celibacy?
Comes to what?
Sorry, celibacy. What is this word that you speak of? I wish I didn't know.
What's the position of the various churches these days? Are they more open for relationships?
I don't think so. I think it's also the same. That's one of those other things that you think about. How religion kind of poisons things. That God gives you this perfect body, He makes you this perfect being or imperfectly perfect being, and with sexuality to go forth and multiply, but you're dirty, nasty, and evil. Like, how do you live up to that?
That's a good point.
I'm just glad. I mean, I really appreciate. I don't think I ever really appreciated growing up. As atheistic as I did. It's amazing.
Well, it just makes you wonder whether there is any correlation or whether it is causation of some of the issues that like the Catholic Church has with their issues with pedophilia and that, and then trying to hide it and all those sorts of things.
Well, if you look at it, I mean, if we just look at it from an adult point of view or from a child point of view, I mean, well, just a human point of view, we don't see each other naked anymore. Not that we really need to, but you know, those things are missing. So that's shocking. Nobody can talk to their children, right? So they don't see animals mating as much anymore, and who knows how that happens. And the biblical scriptures tell you that, you know, if you touch yourself, and how many kids have, you know, you found them playing doctor, and you know, all these things that we do to explore and to learn, and they're all bad. I mean, what are we doing? Who teaches a woman how to orgasm? You know, I know that's a big conversation, but you know, there's a lot that goes along with that. Men feel bad because they're really trying to get that job done, and a woman can only handle that kind of action for so long without pleasure before she's going to start having a lot of headaches. That seems wrong, right?
Yeah.
It seems wrong to give a man pleasure one time and then take it from him again, and a woman not have her enjoy. You know, those things don't seem right, because what a beautiful intimate act. It's not even sacred anymore. You know, it's not that thing that is deeply held between two people.
I don't remember any any sex education as such in my school, particularly in a public school. So it obviously didn't have too big an effect on me, or as far as you know, staying within my memory. But I'm just wondering whether they teach it differently in say Catholic schools or private schools.
Yeah, they don't. They don't teach it. They teach abstinence. They teach. Well, a lot of them are their hands are tied, you know, because parents are like, no, we don't want you teaching this, but they have to teach something. The Catholics, I don't know if masturbation is still a sin or what they teach. You know, every mother should know that once your boy turns about 10 or 11 or 12 years old, you just don't walk in a room. You just don't do it, you know. I mean, boys are boys, you know, it's what they do. Girls need to, I don't know.
Girls need to do it too.
Yeah, they do.
I didn't know about that until I was in my mid-20s, and you know, sadly, the first part of my sex life was greatly diminished pleasure-wise because I didn't know enough about my own body, because it wasn't even brought up as a thing that women did. I had no idea it existed.
When my daughter was about 17, she had this boyfriend, and I knew that things were going to be happening. You could just see it, right? And I'm like, okay, they're going to get past me at some point. And so I sat him down and I said, look, here's how it goes. I don't want this to happen, but you know, I can't stop you. It's been happening since the dawn of time. So let's talk about some of the things that you're up against, you know, and we talked about it, and I kind of told him the same thing. I told him, I said, don't ask my daughter to do anything that you wouldn't have done to you, and her, I said, if you don't like oral sex, don't do it, and then take it away. Never use sex as a weapon, either of you, and I said, and you need to learn your body and what feels good, and so when he is looking at you with these eyes like, what do I do, you can tell him. Because they don't mind.
Oh, exactly.
They just want to help, you know.
You know, it makes such a huge difference. And if there's any women listening that don't know this yet, I hope you do. I hope I'm just the most naive person in the room. The sooner you learn how to masturbate, the better, because you learn what the feelings are leading up to the big O. Yeah. And when you can identify them, you can better help your partner to start those little parts off first, and get.
Okay, I gotta go. I got something to do.
No, are we allowed to talk about stuff like this on Google
Yes,
Plus?
you can talk about whatever you want.
Because I'll stop if it's against the rules.
No, honey, I've been single for a while, long time, too long. It's been a running joke of mine lately, so. Yeah. Anyway, go on. I was taking notes.
I think you were talking about it before. I heard you talking about it before, Sugar, where you actually you didn't instruct your daughter, but you suggested that it should be done sort of in home rather than in the back of a car or something like that, which I thought was
You are listening.
a really important thing.
That's so sweet. Yeah. You know, I always forget that people are. That's another example. People are always listening. It's important that we make sure our information is accurate. It's really sweet that you remember that.
That is cool. And it is a good reminder that people are listening. And, you know, even little things that you can teach your teenage son about having clean hands. You know,
Yeah.
having clean fingernails.
Trim your nails.
Washing
Yeah.
your hands. Because you'll prevent, or you'll cause fewer urinary tract infections.
Yeah.
If you're just kind of, instead
Teach
of
your daughter to
having...
pee afterwards, right?
Yeah, that's another perfect example. Or if you're pleasuring with a hand to a genital, remember that there's one area in that area that is dirtier than another part, and you can't
What did they say
cross-contaminate.
in Saving Sarah Marshall? What was that line where they said, "Why would you put a playground so close to the garbage dump or something?"
Sewage system next to it. I don't know the movie, but I said it the other night on here.
Yeah. Yeah, I told my daughter, I said, when you do this, you'll do this in your bedroom like an adult. You know, you're not doing anything wrong, and you shouldn't feel bad about what you're doing, but you don't need to do it in the back of a car or in a basement or wherever you kids are doing it nowadays.
And if
of
you
course,
think
they're
you
looking
have...
at me like,
Oh, yeah.
God, yeah.
Sorry, I did it again. I interrupted. I'm excited.
No. I'm the same way, and you'll never get a complaint from me.
Okay, cool. And, you know, another great thing to teach both, I think, your sons and your daughters is that if you're going to have sex, think about what the right reasons for having sex are, and then decide whether or not you're fulfilling those. Like, am I having it to keep someone from leaving me? Perhaps that's not the right reason.
Yeah, a good point on that one is I told the boys, every time you have sex, regardless of whether it is your plan or not, you are agreeing to be a father. Should she get pregnant and should she choose to keep that baby, so look at the girl that you're about to do that to, because you could be stuck with her for a long time.
And then
Exactly.
and it's like for women, it might be harder because if they have like they can be called like names for being promiscuous, where
Yeah.
men could get away with stuff like that. That's something I don't understand either. You know, you can't just go around having like a healthy sex life because society would just judge women for being...
The guy's the stud and the woman's the whore.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. For the guys, it's like a cool thing.
And it can be hidden too. Like if the guy really wants to, like there's no evidence, there's no physical evidence later, like a pregnancy. So it's a lot easier to hide.
Sorry.
Even if the woman doesn't get pregnant, you know, it's like word gets around that she's been with too many guys. It's still like, so what, you know?
Tell me.
That's what I don't understand.
Like a healthy sex life, someone who enjoys their sexuality, what's the big deal? Whether it's one partner or 100 partners, if you're doing it for the right reasons and you're doing it in a safe, healthy way, why do other people have to label you? I mean, is it because they're not getting enough? Are they jealous or insecure about their own sexuality? I think so.
Could be.
Should there be age boundaries? 60-year-old to teenager, 20-year-old. Should there be some sort of, I don't know, some sort of restrictions, if you like?
Well,
I know we have those social. Go on.
My rule is you have to be 5 years older than my oldest son or my oldest child, so that means nobody under 35. That's my rule. I'm sticking to it, unless you're 34, and then I'll consider it. Teasing. I know my humor's not going over.
No, you always
Well,
obviously
it's because
hear
our
the
mics
toy
are off.
voice.
You don't hear us laughing. That's what.
I know I don't hear you laughing. That's exactly why.
I mean,
What'd you
there's
say?
always those stories where you have the toy boy scenario, or the dirty old man sort of scenario.
Yeah. Remember when it was always just the older man and the younger woman. Now there's the whole cougar, which I don't like the whole cougar thing. I don't like it at all. Yeah. Only because I saw this chick on YouTube, and she said that being a cougar meant that you could boss them around. You could tell them what to do, and they boss them around. I'm like, ew, I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
I don't fall in love with a person's number, or I don't fall in lust with a person's number, or I fall for a person for them, so long as they're a consenting adult.
Would you prevent it though, Christine? Like, let's say that you did, let's say that you had kids at some stage, and they, a daughter who maybe in her late teens decides that she wants to marry an older man in his 50s or 60s. It would be hard to sort of deny another adult, no matter who it is, to prevent it. But I mean, at the same token, it does seem to be, in my view, a little bit odd.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy. Yeah.
I think that whether they were male or female wouldn't matter. I would still probably have a similar conversation, and that is, I'm not here to stop you. You love who you love. I just ask that you have an honest conversation with yourself at some point and ask yourself some very specific questions, because it's not that it's wrong, but it is sort of, it's on the outside, not the outside, because that's not even a good term either. It's a rarity, and it seems to be rare for a reason. Do you think that, what do you think your reasons are for doing something that is considered an extreme, without condemning the relationship? Just honestly, you don't even have to tell me your answers, I'd say to them. Ask yourself, be honest with yourself, and if you still come out at the end of those questions with the same feelings and thoughts, I'll support you 100%.
Yeah, obviously the immediate family members will play a big role, particularly someone in their teenage years who may be feeling or wanting to go down that path with somebody of that age or of a significantly older age. Obviously, if they themselves, if she wanted to have children herself, there'd be obviously questions to be asked about that. It would be probably, from my view, I would probably try to not prevent it, but yeah, like you say, make sure that
they
the
know
child
what they're
knows,
doing.
knows all the implications of such a relationship.
Yeah, because I knew this guy. He was into spiritism. What do you call that? It's people that believes that you can get possessed by a spirit. I can't remember what the name is.
Reincarnated or something? No, I don't know. Possessed, maybe.
Yeah, but it's like a religion, and he convinced his like younger woman to be with him because he said that the spirits told him that was her destiny. And he was like 60, like around that age, and she was probably around her 20s or 30s or something like that. So it's kind of weird.
I just don't care for stupid.
Sure.
Yeah, but
just a bad joke, sorry.
But she was swearing that she loved him and stuff, She was easily convinced by that by that strategy or whatever you want to call it.
Well, one of the questions I would bring up to my child is about power, and is there an equal power amongst the two of you? Is there an imbalance?
Yeah.
Is someone taking advantage of their position? Like, i.e., are they teacher, a mentor, or boss? Or are they just out of sheer age difference trying to use that to exert power over you? Those are questions. I remember I dated a 42-year-old when I was 20. And we were getting quite serious. In fact, this man wanted to marry me. I wasn't quite into him as much, and I ended up breaking up with him. But there was talk between me and my mom, and she said to me, where do you see yourself in 20 years? And that was a big one. That one really, I think that did it for me, because I saw myself as a 40-year-old with a 60-year-old. And I was like, no, that's not something I want to do.
Yeah, but you thought you were mature enough to understand that relationship with the older guy, right? At the time, to analyze the whole situation.
I thought I was mature enough, and I did handle it, I guess. My mom was non-judgmental, but she said, just ask yourself these few questions and be honest with yourself. Don't even tell me the answers. Just ask yourself. And they were actually really good questions.
Yeah, but it's like you can't really fight against love, right? I mean, love is love, and it's like it just takes over you.
Right, and I think that if it was meant to be, those answers would have been different and wouldn't have mattered.
Right.
We would have been together.
Hey, what you guys were saying about can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, what you guys were saying, I wasn't sure, sorry about that. What you guys were saying about why women were viewed as whores, where men, or like, we talked about this before in this chat room. I think we spent like 4 hours on this, but the reason, and the truth of the matter is this: if you look up Wikipedia and you look up nymphomaniac, or a nymphomania, or a nymphomaniac, actually, men are treated equally as harsh when it goes to that extreme. Now, the reason why women tend, maybe on a slightly scale more so, get treated worse is because whenever we get you guys pregnant, we have to believe that that's our child, where you know that's your child when you're pregnant. You see, but like if a woman is sleeping with, like, let's say 10 guys, then some guy needs to believe that that's his in order, if he's going to be spending the money to raise that child. Whereas you don't really have that risk of that economic ruin like a male does, because you know for a fact that that's your child. So I think that's all. I think that's probably the reason why we have a tendency to.
Yeah, but that's not a reason. That's not a reason to doubt somebody. That's what my father did to my mom.
No,
And
but I'm not.
she'd only been with him, and she knew that. And
I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's the
shamed her.
reason. I think it's a psychological thing that's in our evolution. That's what I think it is.
You know what I think it is?
Oh, go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
I think it's because women have it's the power of the pussy, and it's the only way to combat it is to shame it. And I'm not saying that you all do that.
Right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you do that, but I think some men do, and because they forget. And you know what? I wish women would forget, and that's why I often will joke. Well, thankfully, I use my powers for good and not evil. You know, because
I think I did too.
We can all agree that the women has the power of the pussy, then.
Yeah, and I think that's mean. I don't like ever using sex as a weapon or anything like that. I mean, that's just too sacred to me.
That's just the truth, though.
Yeah, but okay. So if that was true, though, I want to say if that's completely true, then how come like you can have like homosexuals when it comes to male, and they'll call one of them a whore?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's cultural, right? I mean, it's just going to be, they were indoctrinated as males anyways. I mean, just because they may choose another male doesn't mean they don't understand the dynamic. You know what I mean?
Is
Am I missing your point?
I was just wondering. I don't know this I don't know this as evidence. I was just curious. I'm just wondering if the person who's receiving is viewed more harshly than that who's given. That's what I was wondering.
It might be about the looks when it comes to the gay relationship.
I think it has a lot to do with they're viewed as being female and therefore less.
Because if you analyze it like in evolutionary terms, then it's like women has to waste a lot more energy if she's going around, having a kid, so she's got to be more careful choosing a partner. While men, we could just impregnate as many women as, but I'm not saying nowadays, I'm just saying how we evolved.
Oh, yeah.
And not worry about,
Yeah,
about
I mean that's
carrying
your role. Well, but look, if you look at it the way it is, you've got thousands of sperm for a reason, right? Because you're supposed to go out. It's like the old bull and the young bull, right? Two bulls are up on a hill. The old bull's sitting there, and the young bull's, jumping around, going, "Come on, let's run, let's run down there and fuck one of them." And the old bull goes, "Easy, boy. Let's walk down and fuck them all." So it's the old bull, new bull. I think.
So maybe that's why women evolved to be less promiscuous than men.
Yeah,
well,
and then I guess
like you said, there's more of an investment when it comes to the possibility of becoming pregnant.
Right. But I think modesty is also considered to be virtuous for whatever reason.
Almost done saying what I was about to say, but it's a minimum 9-month investment, if not an 18-year investment. And it's also, in a lot of cases, still in some third world nations even, a risk to your own life because pregnancy can kill, right?
Yeah. Why do you think, from the evolutionary point, why do males hit their peak sexual levels, peaks around their teenage years, and women reach that around their middle age, around their 40s?
I know.
To me, that would be evidence against a
monogamy
design,
marriage.
a perfect design, if you like.
I think that's a myth, by the way. I don't think that's
30s.
True. So
me.
In my case, I believe that it has a lot to do with the fact that, like, if you're not close with somebody, you become more of an nymphomaniac. So, like, my desire for sex has increased since my partner and I are no longer together. But when I was having sex and it was available, I didn't want it. But now that I don't have it, I kind of want it now. So I think that has a lot to do with it.
No, I'm the exact opposite. I didn't realize that I wanted it so much till the last husband wouldn't do it, and then I got mean. I didn't mean to, and so yeah. No, I don't know about that, but I wonder about. I think it's a little older for men than teenage Swan. I really think it's probably
early 20s, would you say?
Yeah. If you're talking just purely from a sexual standpoint, I still like the experience of an older guy, though. I mean, it's you either need, an older guy or a geek in their late 20s. You gotta love a guy.
As far as their sexual
I love nerds.
promiscuity,
I
if
do
you
too.
like.
Sorry, Swan. What was
I
that?
was just sort of thinking along the lines of the sexual promiscuity, or the desire for it. I actually thought there was evidence to state that the males reached their peak sort of in their late teenage years, and women of the age around 40.
Well, for me, it was my age 30, when I reached my peak of sexual desire. I still do have a sexual desire, and I had sexual desire prior to that. But age 30, I definitely I said to myself, I finally feel what it must have been like for men, between the ages of 18 and 21. And I think it has something to do with levels, either an increase in testosterone or a decrease in progesterone and estrogen at that age.
In
36, I think it was for me, 36, and it has not stopped at 51 at all. I think it's the worst it's ever been, probably right now, I think.
Plus, it gets a lot easier too once
Keep
you.
laughing. I'm buying a plane ticket right now, Swan.
Once you realize if you do go through the change, I'm just assuming, but I'm on the doorstep.
I haven't.
There's less of a risk for pregnancy, and that might embolden people too, and a sense of liberation, so it's less scary. I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know.
Could that be because like if you're at that age, could it also be like that last one chance to get pregnant?
I think it is exactly what Christine said with the hormonal shift. I know I got my tubes tied around 32, around 32, and it was probably around maybe 34, 35, 36, right in there that I started to notice an increase in desire, and I think it had a lot to do with it was a lot safer. And then now I'm noticing it's a hormonal thing because it's like everything you think a young boy or you know what I mean. It just leads you. It just leads you. That's all I can say.
Right. Yeah. But what I was trying to say though is with Christine when she was saying like she felt an increase in, like you said yourself, because of those chemicals. I'm trying to just say if I'm wondering if that was program evolution wise in order to get pregnant one last chance.
I have no idea. But
yeah,
I
it
do
could
know,
be. I mean, it sounds
sorry.
reasonable to me. No, that's right. Sounds reasonable.
All I was going to say was that also, do you know that in the morning, female testosterone levels are higher in the morning? And when I found that out, that kind of explained a lot of things because I would rather enjoy morning sex.
That's for both men. That's for both men and women. Both men and women have a high increase in testosterone in the morning.
Oh, maybe that's why I want to kick the shit out of everybody in the morning, go bust up things.
That's true. It's true.
Just use it. No, I'm not a morning sex person. Just take note of that, Swan, please. Not morning, okay? Please. Not till I get my coffee.
Swan, you lucky man, and I'm straight.
Yeah.
Is that your morning or my morning? Because it's.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Is that? I think that's the way it goes. Same thing. Yeah, I think it's very interesting that that we can talk about this here, but any other place we would. I mean, why shouldn't we be able to talk about this? I mean, what's so bad about us sharing these things together? I think it's a good thing.
Maybe it helps not spread disease. The reason why we created this whole stigma around sex, it helps us kind of hold back from having too much unsafe sex and contract like diseases and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't know that we really knew. I mean, diseases wouldn't be. I don't know.
Maybe before the 80s, but now we know how to have safe sex, including safe oral sex.
Yeah, but we wouldn't really need to know about diseases. I mean, if you think about it, the people who were able to avoid transmitting diseases because of a social stigma, for example, may live and be able to produce more and live longer. So it's not necessarily that we need to have conscious awareness. So, I mean, Darwin, he could be absolutely right. Like, we don't need to be consciously to know that's the reason why.
Yeah, it might not be conscious aware. It's just nature picking out the ones that develop this stigma about sex to live longer, have more children, and pass on their genes.
You're right. Have you guys, any of you, ever talked to the MGTOW? Not the MGTOWs, the antinatalists?
Yeah, I think I heard one guy. Somebody suggested if he just didn't think about killing himself since he thought that way.
Oh yeah.
That was a good.
Did you? When I went in, when I went in, she's an Australian, Flyora. She's the only one she's ever kicked me. She kicked me from the room. They ask you, did you get permission to have your child? I said, permission? Yes. Did your daughter give you permission to have her? And I'm looking around the room like, is she serious?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, they said, well, what gives you the right to do that? I said, well, I've got a vagina. I was born to do it. I've got hormones. I feel like I want to do it, and I'll do it again. And I said, an orgasm keeps me coming back for more. And he told me, the young man that was in there, that that was evolution's joke. That at one point we had sex and there was no feeling, and I guess we weren't having as much, and evolution gave us an orgasm.
I've had to, well, I actually have heard her talk before, and it just sort of surprised me that she was firstly Australian, considering
She's actually she's Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
And she's an immigrant.
Yeah, and I have to wonder what's gone on in her life for her to have those sorts of ideas.
Yeah, I'm worried about that too, because I thought, what happens to someone like that? Because she can be so angry and so upset. She worries me, actually.
Yeah, and I've like I said, I've heard a couple of their conversations, and that they seem to be very of depressed sort of nature, very much anti-world, put it that way, anti-anything really.
Yeah. I remember saying to her, I said, you guys don't like pain and suffering so much, but your existence and your attitude is causing me a lot of pain and suffering, so you should stop.
I was in the bathroom. What happened? Who were we talking about?
Antinatalist.
Don't know her.
Oh, you don't know Antinatalist? You don't know the organization? They're I guess David Benatar, Emendum. They're antinatalists. They think that we don't have the right to reproduce, or we shouldn't have the right to reproduce, because life causes pain and suffering and wreaks havoc on the earth. And it's not that they want us dead; it's just that they don't want us alive anymore.
Oh, so. The philosophy, Anthony. I thought you meant there was like a person who used that name on YouTube. Sorry. Yes, I understand the concept. Sorry.
Oh.
Do you guys hold them in the same ranks as MGTOW? I mean, do you guys take MGTOW more serious?
Oh, I don't take MGTOW seriously at all. Those young men have been abandoned by their mothers, and they are giving.
Oh, that's cheap.
I talked to the MGTOWs once before, and I don't care for the feminists either. So I hold them at the same level. What these young kids are missing is that this is a character issue. Both sides, nothing they're complaining about has anything to do with a gender. It's all character, because they're saying that men kill themselves more than women, but yet men use more violent means, so of course they're going to succeed more. Women have been beating men forever, and the guy goes, there's only one shelter, one men's shelter in the country, and I said, well, looks like you have something that you need to get going on then, because I agreed that women have done that. He goes, there you go again, a woman trying to have a man solve her problems. And I found out that a lot of these young men have had mothers that abandoned them, or were drug addicts or alcoholics, and that bond was broken.
Well, so when you say that, like I have so-called quote mommy issues, but I think every male does. I don't think that's specific
Not
to
true.
I think it's the rule and not the exception.
Oh, no, see, you should, when you raise your children, your son should be in love with you. I mean, not the Oedipus complex thing. He should look at you and grow with you, and you're the first woman that he looks at and goes, Mommy, you're so pretty. And when you love him appropriately, not inappropriately, someday he will want a woman that treats him with love and respect and kindness like that, just as this husbands need to stick around for their daughters. And my son-in-law, whenever he sees his little daughter, hey gorgeous, hey beautiful, and he's just so nice to her, and if he sticks around and stays consistent and keeps raises her well, she'll never, most likely, never be on the pole and never pick a man who doesn't treat her as good or better than her own dad did. I mean, this is just.
How would you account for like my relationship though? I mean, I've been with her since I was 19. I never beat her. She never, we treat each other for the most part with respect. I mean, I think right now we're not together and we're not having sex. I think that's the worst part. But I think that has more to do with the fact that she just doesn't want to have sex anymore. And that was, she's 37. But I think
If it's not good outside.
But I was going to say, there's also females that are part of MGTOW, like Karen Strong, who has taken on the position that the feminists have gone.
It's not natural. It's not natural. It's just not. It's not natural for feminism either. I mean, it's not natural to hate men and to want them to bow down to you. It's just not natural. We're supposed to.
I would argue that the war the war between the sexes is eternal, and it's always been like that. I mean, a lot of philosophers would argue that, like Nietzsche would say that that's part of the war is that there is a difference between us, and then there's that brief.
Perhaps
a war.
You have a problem with people of the other sex because you think there's a war and you have to win something.
Maybe you look the power of the pussy, right?
I'm speaking metaphorically, but I don't mean it. Okay.
But it wasn't.
So you said you had mommy issues, and I get that. So, but why are you discounting it?
No, I'm not. What I was trying to say though, I mean, I'm not being a crybaby. I'm just trying to say, like, I have some issues with my mother, but most men that I know have issues with their mother. I don't think
that's a bad thing.
But again, Hamlet. Okay, Shakespeare's Hamlet. It is about his issues with his mother. I mean, so it's a universal. It's the rule, not the exception. I'm not saying.
Wait.
But it's universal.
Because the most damage. Okay, so we're saying that only the people that how do I explain this? So when I speak to 10 MGTOWs, and 7 of them have mommy issues, and not one of them yet has been married, not one of them yet has been screwed over by a woman, and not one of them that I've met yet even has a child. So I'm thinking these guys haven't even been screwed over, and none of them were over 30. And I'm like, okay, well, you're either doing it right or you're avoiding intimacy, which is more like what I think is going on. And just because things have been going badly between sexually in our society for a long time doesn't mean that's the right thing to do. You shouldn't have mommy issues. I shouldn't have mommy issues. My dad wasn't around. I got daddy issues. Doesn't make it right.
What's MGTOW?
Men going their own way. They're men they're tired of women being in control, women having the run of everything, that women get everything, and they don't want women. They want to be able to say, if a woman gets pregnant, to say, I'm not paying for that child if you keep it. I want the right to tell you to abort it. Now, I have to admit that I don't like the fact that women can abort a man's child without at least asking or notifying. That's a controversial thing. Don't yell at me. It's just one thing.
I don't think a man should tell a woman to abort a child ever. I just think.
Well, I don't think a woman, and I don't think a woman should tell a man that I'm aborting your child either. I think that's wrong.
That's the one. I think that's the female's right. But the thing is, if the female is willing to raise that child by herself, she can keep it. But if the man is asked if he's willing to have that child with her and he says no, then I don't think maybe the men shouldn't have to have responsibility.
Have we lost?
I think we already talked about that.
And if it weren't for the third party involved, I would absolutely agree with you. If it weren't for the innocent child that happened to be born by no fault of its own, I'd say you're totally right, Darwin. He should be able to walk away and say, no, I didn't agree to this. I don't want to have a child. But
isn't there like great single parents out there that raise their child?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, come on. We don't really feel that way, right? Just because we can doesn't mean we should. I mean, just getting by with a single parent and that pressure of being a single parent.
Do you think it's healthy for a man to be there for his son and completely hate a kid that he never wanted to be around? Do you think that's a good father?
What's wrong with What's wrong with a man that he would impregnate a woman and then hate the child?
No, but I'm saying
there's a bigger issue there, right?
Isn't that well? But
you hear what I'm saying?
he didn't want to have the child, so you're forcing
But that's
somebody.
the child's fault. At what point do
But
we not?
that's not what I'm arguing. I'm saying that's not even healthy for the child to have somebody that hates him for no fault of his own. But
Well,
it's
then
just
let's fix the problem. Let's fix the problem. Let's teach our children about sex. Let's make sure that they don't think they're dirty in the eyes of God. Let's make sure that our secular children know that the reason that they're going to delay sex is because as a society we've decided that this is how we want to live, and that it's harder to have these things if you engage in sex early and possibly get pregnant. Let's teach our women that you're not a whore if you give in to the advances of a guy. Let's teach the guys that you can go off and masturbate and not have to be with a woman to get off. Let's teach the women how to masturbate. Let's not have them have their daddy issues so they don't have to seek approval from a man and let a man do things to them that they weren't ready to do. Let's not abandon our sons so they don't go off and objectify women.
Sugar, I
Stop
agree.
me whenever you're
Okay, so Sugar. First of all, I want to make a point about the objective. I get 2 points. Let me go back to before I meant the objectification of women. The first point would be okay. So here's about raising a child that you hate. For example, I mean, I had an affair where a girl tried to steal my the love juices out of the condom, and she was trying to get pregnant. There was no doubt about it. And so, yeah, I mean, like, it's going to be hard for me to not present a child that I have to pay for, that I had a fling with, just a one-night stand.
But you're saying that you had to do that. You had to have that fling. That was your choice.
Yeah, but I didn't want to have a
That was
child,
her
though.
choice.
She snuck and tried to steal.
That
Steal the
doesn't
juice.
matter because you're there. You're voluntarily there. We are responsible for ourselves. I mean,
But
that's what.
But she was
If
wearing
you
a
weren't there,
diaphragm.
she couldn't have done it.
Yeah, but what if
she was wearing a diaphragm and I took it out of her and injected mine?
If you
what
weren't
if what if a condom breaks?
Again,
No, but-
do you remember what I
no.
told? Do you remember what I told my sons? I told my sons that every time you have sex, you are agreeing that you will enter into this contract with somebody. If you don't want
But that's
that
not
contract,
true, though.
don't stick it in.
It's
It
a
is
contract
true.
that it did not, but not if a condom breaks. That was an accident.
A possible outcome to sex, even
When
with a
people are having-
condom.
Okay, so if I mess with your birth control, that's perfectly okay?
Of course not.
Okay,
A
so
possible outcome, though, to sex. I'm not talking about I was answering Darwin, and then I'll answer your question, honey. A possible outcome to sex is a malfunction of birth control, not a manipulation of birth control. I'm just talking about a malfunction. So we all should understand, as adults, when we have sex, that a possible outcome, even though it was not the intention, could lead to pregnancy. Better education, better access to birth control will definitely cut that down. Now we get into the manipulation and stealing, and if you were to remove a diaphragm from my body, that would be an assault, right? If I were to steal sperm from a condom that you tied up and threw in the garbage can, there should be something against that as well. There should be charges.
What about a condom breaking?
Well, I'll say it
How are you
again.
going to prove that?
If a condom breaks,
I agree with you. I agree with you if she steals it, but how are you going to prove that?
Yeah, I agree if it's broken with Sugar, that then it's your, then that's just an accident. You guys both have to take responsible for it. But as far as manipulating the situation, that's a different story. Now, what she was saying about the objectification of women, yeah, some women want to be objectified, and some men want to objectify
Hell
them.
yeah.
And there's nothing wrong
Absolutely.
with nothing wrong with that as long as it's consensual.
I wasn't talking. I'm sorry. I didn't. I agree with you 100%. There are times when I love to be objectified, and I'll never complain. If you see my boobs, that I want them to be seen, and I'm never going to complain about it, right? So I get that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about those things that the reason that if you're jumping into bed with a woman that you can't trust, that I guarantee you, if she's stealing your sperm, you're either sleeping with her too soon, or you're staying with somebody who you're not compatible with, because that's not normal behavior. It's not what a normal sane woman does.
No, you're right, because the girl that I was referring to is not the girl that I'm living with. It was because we like I said, we were ex. It was a girl that, okay, so she was she was this girl that I didn't know this, but she had like a drug habit, and she her kid had got taken away from her by the courts, and so I think she just desperately felt guilty about not having her kid with her no more, and I think she desperately wanted that to be a mom.
Sure.
So I think that's
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not. You know, nobody loves sex as much as I do, so I get it. I feel you. But you know, the thing is, we have some personal responsibility as to what we do and who we do, because the outcome, like Christine says, one of the outcomes is a child. I am that child. I am that child that her mother hates her. I represented everything that was taken away from my mother. You know, I paid every price. So I'm telling you what it's like. It sucks. And had those two. I mean, I have only JFK to thank because he was shot that night, and that's why my parents parked and didn't go to a dance, and that's why I'm here. But
I'm sorry you feel that way, Sugar.
It's the truth, unfortunately, because she's a narcissist, and it's you know, I know the exact parking spot. I know the whole story. My mom was sent to a home for unwed mothers, and it was yeah, I carried that story with me forever. Carried it with me. I couldn't tell it without crying for the longest time.
Wow. Well, you're a valuable, bright, beautiful person who has only aided to the pleasure of the world and being in it. So forget about what she said, okay?
Yeah, and unfortunately, like he was saying, you know, having mommy issues, you just never forget it. It's that one thing.
How much truth do you think there is where males tend to seek out a partner that resembles their mother?
Yeah, I think it happens. I think, hell, I pick my partners based on the relationship with my parents, and if I don't know, I think it's probably pretty.
Can I say something?
In personality or in appearance?
I think personality, yeah.
Before we dive right into this new topic, I just want to say something really quickly to Rustin. Is that how you say it?
It's Rustin.
Okay. Maybe in sex education, we should include a portion of it where we talk about how to properly dispose of condoms and what to do if you do end up, you know, you might think you're going in with the right person, but, you know, afterwards you find out,
well, no, that's
I
not
made
actually,
a mistake, but it's
that's not
too
what
late.
happened. That's not what happened. She didn't.
Okay, I'm just saying, though, that there have been sperm jacking, that's what I'll call it. There have been cases of sperm jacking, and I think an excellent way to help men have that from happening to them is to include it later on in sex education, not like grade 4, but like grade 9 and above. Talk about how do you remove a condom? What do you do to the condom after you remove it? You know, how do you check for holes? And where do you leave it when you're done with it? How do you dispose of it? That might be a great way to help other men. You know, add that to sex ed.
She was trying to take the condom off when I was finishing, on purpose. She told me, she was like, tell me when you're about to finish. I'm gonna show you something very special. And we were not in the right state of mind anyway. But when I was trying to tell her, and then I noticed that while we were having sex, her hand was like down there trying to take it off.
I don't know about you, but I would have stopped having sex at that moment.
Oh, man, I'm sorry, but man, it's kind of hard for us to
spoken
think.
like a real woman.
Okay, then they would have been having their hands held above their head as a part of play. You know what I mean?
We're so much better than them. No, I'm just kidding. I'm teasing. I don't feel that way.
You guys are you're making me paranoid saying that something like that is so common out there. Sperm jacking.
That's not what I said. I didn't say it was common.
I think we should write a pamphlet, Christine.
Holy crap.
Sperm jacking. Yeah, I love it.
Or maybe they could make something like, like something in the condom that kills the sperm immediately, something like that.
Well, then that's a perfect idea. You always use a condom with spermicide in it.
You better patent that idea right away.
I was going to say patent that sucker right now.
Teach them how to check for holes. What you want to do is take a pin, and if it goes through, the condom, right?
Yeah, I know.
Jokes are just dying.
I don't know if you guys talked about this before, but are you guys anti-abortion?
I'm not. I don't think anybody should ever have to have one, or and I wouldn't wish it on anybody. And I would prefer nobody have one. But with that being said, I don't want that right taken away from a woman or a man. I guess because I think they should both make the decision, but that's of course impossible. So I think both sides should work together, and we could save at least 50% of the children. That's just me.
I'm pro.
You say you're pro-choice, right?
I vote pro-choice as well, but I'm pro. Let's make sure that this doesn't happen anymore. Let's fix the problem, so we can at least reduce it down. Hey, I got another thing to ask you. Yeah, exactly. Did you know that not all women that are victims of rape or incest have the desire to abort their babies?
Yeah, I knew that.
I didn't know that. All these until about 5 years ago, you always heard that about the abortion debate, except in the areas of incest and rape. It was like that was never an issue. It's like, oh well, yeah, they get one. We're not going to hassle them. And then I married my last husband. His niece was a victim of product of rape and incest, and she was so wonderful. And I sat there and thought, how, the world wouldn't have her. And so I was looking through the interweb, and I found a few documentaries, and they were kind of church sponsored, so I was a little hesitant, but I thought the information was important, and then these women felt like it helped heal them. It helped them get over it. And the one woman said, the doctor said, okay, well, we'll set up your abortion. And she's like, is that going to take away the pain of my rape and the misery that, the emotional pain? And he said, well, no. And she goes, then why are you going to kill my baby? And I thought, oh, that's powerful. And I thought about how many women got talked into it by aunts, sisters, best friends, because you don't want to look at that baby's face. It'll remind you of whoever. And some of these women said, it saved me.
That's why it's so important for there to be free choice.
Yeah,
so that they can choose to do that or not.
Yeah.
I never heard that in the social narrative. I didn't hear the same thing that we didn't hear during the first round of feminism, that it was honorable to be a wife and a mother. That while you can be a fireman if you want, don't forget that being a wife and a mother is quite the honor. And
we gotta remember not to put down quote unquote traditional roles. There's nothing wrong with that, as so long as it's your choice. Goes for men too.
Exactly.
It's funny that some of these religions, they try to say that abortion should never be allowed, but they're not willing to take care of all these children that were born from unwanted pregnancy.
And there was a history.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah,
oh no, I'm just agreeing.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
I know. I understand that. The history of abortion, there was, for a while, there was a time when nobody really cared about that. What they cared about was something different. It had to do with religion. I think it was before there was conversation as to when life begins, and I'll see what I can find. I saw the website before, and it kind of gives you a timeline and what they believe during what time of history. I found it very interesting that during certain periods of history where you think they'd be really, really strict, they really didn't care about abortion, but they cared about other things.
But
sorry, go ahead.
Was it safe to have an abortion back then? Maybe it wasn't that safe, huh?
No, it wasn't. But then again, it wasn't. They often used pebbles for camels. They'd stick pebbles in the uterus of camels to, kind of like an IUD.
I know that some of the indigenous cultures here, they used to use special plants that, if they ate too much, would actually kill them as well as the baby. So they had to take the right amounts.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting.
I try to. Oh, sorry. I thought you were
No,
done
no,
again.
Go ahead.
I do apologize, Sugar. I thought you were done.
Don't worry, honey. Like I said, I'm going to do it to you a million times. I'll do my very best not to.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I try to explain to people that are anti-choice or anti-abortionist that is actually, if they cared about increasing the amount of lives, and I'll include for their sake of argument the fetus as a life, if they wanted to increase the amount of people that survive, they would want, because it's going to happen. Abortion will happen whether it's legal or not. You want abortion to be legal because more often than not, illegal abortions will lead to the death of a woman or the unsuccessful complete abortion of the fetus, leading to a birth later that has the child suffering from defects that were caused by the failed abortion and a decrease in quality of life. So if they really cared about life, they would try to legalize it as much as possible and then attack the root cause of unwanted pregnancies. And that, in the cases, at least in the United States, unless things have changed dramatically in the statistics that I most recently have seen, is the poor education on sex or the lack of sex education completely. So if they really cared about saving lives, they'd make it legal and they would start sex ed, a comprehensive sex ed.
Yeah, it's the what's the name? Planned Parenthood is under like heavy attack in the United States because people are just so critical about it.
Yeah, I know. And what kills me is that they won't work together. I mean, say just for a number, let's say, I don't know how many abortions are done every year. We'll say 1,000, and I'm sure it's way more than that. If they could come together and work together to, keep women in or to offer those things, they could save half the babies. But the people who are pro-life refuse to have anything to do with pro-choice, and I don't know how they don't work together.
Oh, exactly. And not only that, there's a lot of people that refuse to accept the truth that Planned Parenthood doesn't use one federal dime in an abortion, that it's only like 3% of its of overall things that it does are even abortions to begin with, and most of the things that they teach and most of the things they provide stop unwanted pregnancies. Yeah. So they're actually in the better, or they're in the corner of the anti-abortionists, and they're trying to defeat them.
Yeah, yeah.
And they try to argue that women that have an abortion, they become depressed and they can't live. A lot of them commit suicide. But it's like, is it really because of the abortion, or is it just the way society treats women that chooses to have an abortion?
Actually, there is an answer to that, because they've done studies, and it's more often than not the reaction of the healthcare professional towards the person seeking the abortion that causes the depression.
Yeah.
And even that being said, there are some people that don't live with a choice, but I'm sorry if that's what happens to them. It shouldn't affect what my choices are. Do you know what I mean?
Right, right.
Just because some people are alcoholics doesn't mean I can't drink.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just the imposition of ideology. It's why do you care about what other people? They think they're enforcing God's laws upon the people, because if God is angry with the whole nation, He's gonna strike them also, and they feel responsible to be God's angel on earth, I guess. That's usually what it might be.
Which is nuts when you think about it. When you read the Bible and you look at the actions of, not that I believe that they actually happened, but if you were a Bible Bible-believing person, and you look at the actions of the God represented in that Bible, how many abortions was he responsible for?
Apparently all of them.
Exactly. Exactly.
I guess Russia used to use abortion as a birth control. I'm looking at the statistics now because I can't remember what the numbers were last time I looked. In China, when China had the one-child rule for those who economically couldn't handle it, that's how we all got. That's how all the homosexual men started getting little Chinese babies, because they were drowning all the girls because it was more important to have a boy.
And that still happens, and it's not just China. There's a lot of nations that put the life of a boy baby above that of a girl baby, which is too bad, because it's proven that nations that economically empower and educate their females are more likely to break the cycle of being a third world nation to begin with, and to become more powerful, more productive as a nation.
Yeah, but China is already very powerful.
Yeah.
So there's that problem. It's like a very
That's right.
cultural thing. That men are seen as these, they're
In China,
better.
look into the dying rooms. Okay. So we should look into the dying rooms. I don't know. Did anybody else know where that is?
Yeah, there might be pictures of dead fetuses, maybe? I wouldn't want to see that.
It's probably
Dying
partial
rooms.
birth
I think
abortions.
I think it's just the abandoned baby rooms, maybe.
Or where they starved little girls to death.
Wow.
Too, that happens.
I never brought you in, Swan. Sorry. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I never presented you. I'm so sorry.
As much as I'm for abortion, I still don't have I don't have the stomach to look at abortion pictures. I mean, people would argue, see, then.
Oh, nobody should. Yeah.
People argue saying that, see, then you shouldn't agree with abortion, but that's not how it works.
Those same people would have a problem watching a prostate being removed. I mean, any procedure underneath the skin is going to be messy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can someone look at Sarai's oh, what am I trying to say? Your page. I'm sorry, I don't know you, hon, so I gotta check out Steve's as well. Hey, Steve. It's not his room, and so I just want to make sure. Do y'all know? Okay. 253 for what, Steve, or for Sarai?
Well, we can also kick people if they're inappropriate, or at least giving them warnings first. Tell them what they're doing wrong.
Yeah,
what they can do to correct it, and then if third strike, you're out.
It looks like Sarai's been here quite a while. She's been around, and Steve, someone vouched for Steve, so there you go. In you go. Welcome, welcome.
Well, hello. Good morning or evening or whatever in between.
Wherever you are in the world. How are you?
Early my time, way early.
Yeah. So we're just having one of those great conversations where I think so far we haven't, I don't think we've yelled at each other at all.
I was listening. That's why I popped in.
I will. I'm going to look it up. So. Yeah, Ludic, honey. Wake up, sweetheart.
Did he fall asleep?
I love doing that. Yeah, either that or he's watching something.
Sarai, is that how we say it? Hello?
Yeah. Looks like Sarai. Missed. So look it up. I will look it up. Does someone want to text Ludic? Ludic. I'm knocking on his window right now. Hello.
So Steve.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were listening. How long have you been listening for?
Oh, I listen every so often. I jump in every now and then. I think you or Sugar were talking about abortions.
Right.
Just casually paying attention. And so I drop on in.
Well, hello and welcome.
Well, thank you very much.
That's so nice. So what's going on in everybody else's world? We've been all talking all night.
Yeah, I finished like a 5-hour hangout the other night, and another one with Drag and a few other people, and then before that, Positively Godless.
I love him. He's such a nice man.
He was awesome. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott was he came into my hangout that I hosted for a while, and yeah, I was really impressed by him. I liked him a lot. I had never had a chance to actually talk to him. I just seen him around, and
yeah.
Well, I
he's a
would
good
love
guy.
to be invited the next time that happens. If someone could drop me a line on Skype or something.
Yeah, I really, really appreciate him quite a bit. I was, well, he was in another room with me tonight, and I just felt like there's just not enough people
He's
like
just a nice
not
guy.
enough atheists, yeah, like him. And I appreciate how, because I've been feeling like there's few of, it seems like a lot of the atheists are shit disturbers lately, and I'm getting offended for my grandmother who was, she set forward that good attitude, be a good atheist. She used to say, and I'm like, I didn't even know what that meant.
Well, put out what you want to receive, right?
Yeah. Oh, this looks harsh, sir. I don't know if I can.
Rustin's back in there too. Sugar, if you can broadcast Rustin.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. It was in another. Who do you want? Oh, there he is.
Hey, Steve. Not that I'm going to, judge you, but just out of curiosity, are you a Christian or are you atheist?
I tend to be an apatheist. I don't really care one way or another as far as the theistic atheist position. I suspend judgment on it for the most part. I listen to both sides. I'm more of a science person, so I generally go to the more scientific ones, to promote evolution and to promote a better understanding of science, to try to make sure that we don't have things like religion and young earth creationism in our school system, intelligent design in our school system. Those are the things I tend to gravitate more to. But I mean, I like a good theological discussion every now and then. I was in here earlier with Ludic and who was it? Mac, is that his name?
Mac.
Yeah.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
We butted heads instantly. I knew who. Actually, after I talked to him, I knew who he was, and I was like, okay, because I mean, I've had my dealings with some very militant religious people, to say the least. Armored Christian, Neo, Cloud, the whole gamut.
Yeah.
Most of them I get along with very well, but some of them I just butt heads with.
Yeah.
I tend to butt heads. Sorry, go ahead.
I'll put it in the side chat. Go ahead, Christine.
I tend to butt heads recently with Nufflin 3 or Free or whatever his name is, because he seems to have the habit of saying all atheists believe this, and he's like saying it right to my and everyone else's face that this is what you believe and this is why you act the way you do it and this is what you think. And it's like, well, I have first-hand knowledge and I'm telling you you're incorrect. No, you're lying. So, and I hate being called a liar.
Me too.
Yeah, I've been in Neff's hangouts that don't last too long because it never answers an actual question.
Yeah, he's pretty funny. This is when I first got here, they wanted to know what I was, and I wouldn't tell anybody because I really didn't, I knew enough to not tell them. But Ozzy, we came up with something, and it morphed into existential crisis apathetic apologist. Basically, I don't know what I am, I don't care, and I'm sorry.
That's probably the best default position I've ever seen, actually.
You're welcome to take that if you'd like, because I'm not using it.
I may borrow that.
Yeah. I'm on right now. I'm just on the. What was it? What I say? I can't remember what my little thing says. Apathetic? No, not apathetic. Anarchist. Yeah, anarchist atheist. With a vengeful something or other. I was really mad at the time.
You can add apatheist too in there.
Yeah, I could, but yeah.
Is Sarai,
I never used it.
Able to talk?
So I spent $150 on a mic last year and it doesn't work. Tightwad. Sarai's a tightwad. So we spent $10.
I can't see the side chat, so I don't know if they've been enabled or if they're just chatting on the side.
Yeah, she has. Happy. I guess I did look at that website, by the way, and that was just horrifying. She was just, encouraging us to the Dying Rooms. It's a documentary where an American journalist took live film of what was happening in China, and that's just brutal. I won't be looking at it again, but yeah, pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
surprised
all
we don't have more people trying to jump in the chat because this is such a polarizing topic
Yeah, but-
that you'd think that
yeah.
people would want to come in here and I don't know, challenge our beliefs or whatever.
Yeah, I think the world is changing though, and that might be good. That's right, sorry. I'll send you the psychiatry bill for depressing me because I was already just so. Yeah, no, I think we need to see those things.
Don't get depressed.
No, I won't. We need to see those things sometimes. Got to have a little reality.
It is a
Don't be
reality
sorry.
check. I mean, I've been over to those kind of countries and I've seen it firsthand. I've been to Africa. I've been to Djibouti. I've been to Korea, not north but south. But I mean, those
Me too.
impoverished nations. There are some brutal things that Americans and Western cultures do not see all the time. I mean, when we're not used to walking down the road and seeing dead bodies laying off to the side, but in other countries, it does happen.
Somebody was.
Eyes.
Yeah. Somebody was reminding me the other day about being a meat eater, and that how they thought that it should be. We were just doing like a mind game, mind exercise. That if you're going to be a meat eater, that once a year you should have to, like butcher your own animal. Hunt and butcher your own animal to remind you this is where your food comes from, and be respectful to the earth and the world. And
I would take no issue with that. I think that would probably be a self-awareness thing, because we had that discussion earlier about just a few hours ago, actually, that they were trying to make the James was in here talking about why aren't we vegetarians, and why is it okay to kill animals but not other humans? And of course, we're trying to make the distinction that the human race is they're animals. Of course, we're animals, but we have to survive, and we are a higher species than other species.
Yeah, we should
do
start
live on-
acting like it, huh?
Yeah, well, like you said, when people have to actually go hunt and gather their own food, it does remind us that there's a communal thing with other life that we have to take into account.
I like that you add the gathering part too, because it might lead people to be less wasteful if they understood the amount of energy and time it takes to grow and to cultivate and to gather or even find your food. And that would definitely make the planet a lot better, a lot less
Yeah.
wasteful.
Well, and
Well, I live in America. We're
native
the most wasteful
cultures.
nation on the planet.
You do?
Yeah, Americans are they're so wasteful. They don't understand that in other countries what we consider waste, they consider it a feast.
I know. I'm American too. Sorry.
Well, we're very similar in a lot of aspects in Canada. I'm not gonna claim no higher road.
Did you bring poutine this time? Because last time you didn't bring me any poutine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you like poutine?
I'm sorry. Did you just say I'm sorry?
Yes.
I'm teasing you.
Je suis malade.
Yeah. Every time somebody comes from Quebec, I'm always like, oh, and where's the poutine?
Well, aren't you supposed to be speaking French then?
Yeah.
I should be, but my 4 years of French escapes me at this point.
My one word, oui. That's all I know too.
Oui. My French, she escapes me, but I
No,
will get
monsieur. Je suis malade is what I said actually. Like I'm sorry, I'm sad.
I thought you were trying to pick up on me. That was too bad. Now I'm really sad.
No, I'd say voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
We even flirt with
I
each
know
other.
one or two things maybe in French, but yeah, they probably would be inappropriate. Some things
Yeah.
my friends tell me.
Like tabarnakesti is in Paris would not be a swear word, but in Canada is a swear word because it just means basically it's saying on the tabernacle, like on the cross. It's a very benign statement, but to say it in
It's like
Quebec, it's a swear word.
Yeah, like sophisticated, and if you call somebody in Italy sophisticated, they don't like that at all because of a this is where my dumb comes in. Not dumb, but it was explained to me last night. There's an argument or an education it's where sophisticated comes from, right? And it's this position that you're overeducated, and so it's not a good thing. So you don't want to call an Italian sophisticated.
Really? I think I would want to be educated.
Doesn't mean the same thing. It means you're full of knowledge that and you're like a know-it-all. Is the way they take it.
I get it. Okay.
I'll have to look at the word again.
Are you talking about like a sophist?
Yes, sophist. That's it. That is it.
Okay, so not sophisticated. I gotcha.
No, a sophist, but they don't like being called sophisticated because I guess that's the origin of it.
Yeah, it would come from sophist probably.
Yeah. So I knew. Well, at least I got that going for me. Yeah. So it's like a Jeopardy question there that you get one day when you're on Jeopardy. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That is not.
I would think in America, sophist would be okay thing. I mean, sophist is just somebody who's well educated and that teaches people about belief systems and is a knowledgeable person. That's how I interpret the word.
Right. But I guess in the Italian culture, it's not so.
I'm too lazy to Google things. I just sit back in my chair.
Yeah. So when I think of sophists, like I actually think of 'cause I like philosophy, so I think of the sophists, the Greek sophists, which back then Socrates and stuff. If you come from a Socratic,
Socrates didn't exist.
Well, I mean, historically, in the Plato, a sophist was considered to be bad. But if you look at the pre-Socratics, a sophist is actually pretty good because Protagoras, who said that things are relative and that man is the judge of everything, so where Plato kind of gave birth to religion, I think he did, at least Christianity. Sophists would be the opposite of that. So sophists would be more like everything's relative, kind of like today's scientists are almost. So that's why we consider it to be.
Would that be a form of rationalism then?
It was just trying to say that man can make It's kind of part of the skepticism that man can make a winning argument about anything. So it was considered to be a good thing to make a weaker argument beat the stronger argument, which from a Socratic point of view, it was considered to be very bad. But the truth of the matter comes down to what is the truth and how can you prove the truth, and so that comes to epistemology. And so anyway.
This is all very. When I got here and all of this talk, I was like, "Can you guys just please speak for the rest of us?" Because I have had to learn all this stuff. And what have I had in my mind, my brain lately? Is it something that Seamus says all the time, a priori or something like that?
A priori.
Oh my gosh!
It's knowledge that's based upon a not observation rather than a posteriori.
After I got done with reductium ad absurdum. Yeah.
But
reductium ad absurdum. But that sounds so cool, doesn't it? Though.
But a priori is actually now is coming to because from it comes from Kant, and I'm not sure who he got it from, but so actually now a priori would be considered to be basically what your genes do to you. So the knowledge that you get from your genes and how you behave. So I would consider that to be a priori knowledge. So the brain's not a clean. I'm sorry.
Pure reason. Things like mathematics and.
I would think assumptions would be a priori.
What?
Assumption that the universe exists is an a priori.
Yeah, but okay. So what I'm basing this on is the fact that that there was arguments with John Locke called the clean slate, and so there were arguments between whether there was a clean slate or not. Well, when genetics came along, it became obvious that the brain wasn't a clean slate, right? And so you do have some instructions that tells you how to behave, and so I think that's really, I know mathematics is in that and rational knowledge is part of that. But I think also when it came to the behaviorists, I think they were really referring to your behavior and how you respond to your environment. Okay, I'm done.
But they weren't advocating like a tabula rasa when you're born, or they were advocating a tabula rasa.
So John Locke he believed in the tabula rasa, like that, and a lot of people mistaken like B.F. Skinner's behavioristic position on that. So B.F. Skinner came after John Watson, who did kind of believe that you could. I think there's a quote that says that give me any child and I can make him a banker, a thief, a doctor, whatever you want me to make him out of him. Whereas then when the neo behaviors came along, when the operating condition came along with B.F. Skinner, he started to kind of expand on that and say, well, no, the genetics does have a part to play on how much you're able to learn and how fast you learn.
I've got a joke. It's a little bit dirty, but it's about Jacques. Jacques is complaining. Jacques says, I build 10 of the world's longest bridges. Do they call me Jacques the bridge builder? No. I build the world's tallest skyscraper. Do they call me Jacques the architect fabulous? No. I suck one cock. No? Not funny? Oh, well.
And you're labeled a cocksucker for life.
Okay, you got it.
That was an aside from.
It was a bad joke,
hey,
but I
Brett.
threw it out there.
Welcome, Soraya, and welcome, Brett.
I was talking to your friend yesterday, Brett, Thomas Hall. He came into my hangout for quite some time. We had a good discussion. He was talking. I think he was promoting his emergence. His neurons being, self-aware. But we had a really good discussion. Oh, he's muted still. Brett's muted.
Hold on, Brett. I think we're gonna fix that.
Oh, I'm here. What's up? Who's Thomas Hall?
He was in your hangout the other night along with Scott from Positively Godless. He was talking about fossils with you.
Don't recall. I'll have to look back through it.
Anyways, he was promoting probably something that Rustin would probably be more familiar with, the principle of emergence of each cell having a consciousness and being self-aware, each neuron having an intelligence rather than like a neural network being the systergenic effect of the individual neurons.
Yeah, so I don't believe that each cell has that. I think basically what happens, and I've studied neurochemistry as much as an amateur could, and so what I think happens is basically the same way that whenever you're recording something on a tape or a disk drive is what's happening in the brain. So there's electrical patterns, and all those cells, just like every football player is needed in order to make a football game, every cell was needed in order to make consciousness. And I don't think consciousness is really consciousness the way that I think the word suggests. I think it's just an illusion for the most part.
You don't think it has any intrinsic property?
No.
Out of the mind.
No, I think we get caught up in this Neo-Platonism, this Christianity of the soul, and of duality between the dichotomy between spirit and flesh. But I think that has a lot. I think our language has a lot more to do with the fact that consciousness exists in the first place. I mean, I think if you were to remove language, I think you would also remove consciousness for the most part, and then you would just behave, but based on intuition instead of language.
You mean formal language or any kind of linguistics, like between animals?
Well, that's a good question. I think the more you limit language, the more you would limit consciousness.
I've never heard it tied to linguistics before. I mean, I can see the argument, but I don't know why it would be linguistically based. I mean, linguistics is a way to express your consciousness. I don't know if it would actually. I can actually say it was a emergence of a consciousness because of linguistics. Because as you said, the animals have the ability to communicate. They have a form of communication.
Why would you want to limit it? Because I don't know. I think this is my opinion anyway. The greater our ability to communicate, the greater the increase in quality of life just in general, but that's just me.
I'm not saying that I want to eliminate. I'm not saying that it's necessarily a good thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing to eliminate. I'm just saying that the more acquisition more language acquisition that a person
the more language that a person knows, I think the more conscientious a person becomes. That's all I was arguing on that case.
Conscious is more self-aware.
Okay.
You consider this
Okay,
to be
so
the
like
same thing.
okay, so like if you look at the grammar I, and I think Nietzsche made that point. I mean, that we get stuck in grammar, and we can't help but to get stuck in grammar. But the word I indicates that there's an I, like there's one person. But your behavior proves otherwise, because you're never the same person. I mean, when you you have like a universal personality, I suppose. But like the person that you wake up, with, depending on your testosterone, how much they rise when you wake up in the morning, it's not the same person that's alive when you go to sleep. So there's multiplicity in who you are, and you're constantly changing. I'm thinking about the philosopher Heraclitus, who said that that all things change and everything's a flux. You're constantly and so I think language is a beautiful thing, but I think it has its limitations. I'd rather go by intuition. I think intuition is a lot more powerful.
Well, that got quiet.
I haven't thought of that.
Some heavy
I've never
stuff.
thought on that before, but just off the top of my head, I think I'd rather go with a combination of the two.
I like the argument we may change who we are from the morning to the night. Obviously, you have a hormonal difference between when you wake up in the morning, your dopamine levels, your serotonin levels, everything's changed in the morning than it is from night. But if you actually apply that from a day to day to week to month to month, year to year, we are not the same people we were even a week before. We definitely were not the same people we were a year ago, or 2 years ago, or 10 years ago. So there is an incremental change there. And I think it probably does change throughout the day. But it's awfully quiet.
Yes, so like when you're younger, the reason why you like Christmas wrapper, the Christmas paper, and the reason why your kids are so excited about stuff like that is because there's an obvious level of increase in dopamine. So dopamine's responsible for your ability to learn and how fast and your desire to want to learn. So as you get older, that actually declines, and you do get some benefits. Different brain functions start to kind of kick in that are enhanced. Like I think the hemispheres start to operate a little bit better, but your dopamine tends to decrease, and that's why a lot of older people.
I can testify to that as you get older. Wow.
Well, take Adderall, though. Adderall is really good at increasing dopamine levels. So.
Yeah, but the trouble with any drug that increases the levels of something like that is that your body produces it still at the same rate, so you will use it up, but you can't replace it fast enough. So you got to just be wary of that, I'd say.
And I would think it would throw something else off as well, wouldn't it? I mean, anytime you take let's say you take a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor or something. I mean, you're changing the way your body's not only producing things, but how they're absorbing it and utilizing it. And I don't know. I think when you mess with one brain chemical, you're messing with them all.
Of
I don't know
course.
the metabolic pathways of them. But,
No, of course. But I mean, whenever you make a decision like that, you base it on the risk versus the risk versus
blood sugar.
Yeah, type 1.
Oh.
Hey, when we take medications, definitely we have to weigh the pros and the cons, for sure.
That's all I was saying.
Yeah, I've had people say, well, I don't want to take this heart medication because it might lead to 20 years down the line giving me liver failure. It's like, yeah, well, if you don't take the heart medication now, you will die in 2.
It's the lesser of two evils, right?
Nadia, is 45 good? Is that a good number?
Yeah, it's a little bit low. Probably won't cause a seizure quite yet.
Yeah, I would think that isn't like 90 to 120 kind of. I mean, it depends on the time of day and stuff, but I mean, my dad had diabetes. I have his actually equipment here. He unfortunately passed away a few months ago, but I'd have his diabetes just in case I ever do. So I've been checking mine as well.
Type 1's different, but it's still.
He was type 2, I think.
Right.
He had to take insulin. Is that type? No, is that type 1?
That's not what the difference is. So.
I'm sorry about your father.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, he had to go through the whole thing. I didn't learn much about the disease. I probably should educate myself more on it. I just know that he did have like a long-term insulin and a short-term insulin that he had to take.
Yeah, they're out there.
Are you talking about slow release, quick release?
I'm not sure. I know he stored one in the refrigerator, and the other one was a pen, like an EpiPen that he had to use.
How long ago was this?
He'd been diabetic for a while, but I just moved in the area to be with him only about, I don't know, maybe 6 months before he passed. So I'm sure he had it much longer than that, but I've only seen him have to actually inject himself a few times. So
No, it was in like the 90s or whatever. I think the long acting would have been Lente. I think and they had short acting before Lispro or Aspart.
well, his hit 400 and something plus, and that sent him into cardiac arrest, and he had to go to the hospital, and he passed a few days later.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty high.
Well, you can cause things, but yeah. There's stuff that can happen, ranging from dehydration to, I guess, ketoacidosis too. Anyway.
Welcome back, Nadia. How'd you sleep?
Yeah.
Get a cat nap in?
Well, I have pretty severe fatigue issues from about 3 different missing glands. So 2 of them seeming to be from, or at least one definitely autoimmune, one probably autoimmune, and the 3rd missing surgically. So.
Plus the fact you've been up all night.
No, fatigue is from that kind of stuff. Even with the replacement and all that, it doesn't really quite address it all.
Did you? So you did hear? I was gonna say, did you hear? You did hear Brett's shout out to you, Nadia, the other day? I think it was yesterday.
Yeah. Somebody got me a timestamp. Yeah. I didn't see it live. Yeah.
You know what I was gonna tell Brett? I think he actually held his own. I was actually quite surprised. A lot of people think he got wrecked, but actually, I got to give him props. He actually took it in stride, which.
Well, he's here right now.
Yeah, but he has his mic off, so he said, "Be right back."
I did not watch the whole video, so I didn't.
But Brett, if you're listening, sorry, I was gonna say, Brett, if you're listening, I think you took it in stride, and I think you hung in there pretty good. That's a lion's den that you walk into there.
I'm not really fully aware of the surrounding context of all this. And I have an idea that it was a lot of personal attacks.
You didn't watch it when he was on the Drunken Peasants?
I have not watched the whole show. Somebody gave me a timestamp, and I heard basically the mention of my name in the midst of a few others. Yeah.
No,
I missed it. I missed it as well, but I do know that because I was in Brett's room a couple of times. He invites me in to chat, even though ideology, it's really early in the morning for me. Sorry. We don't see eye to eye on basically anything. Oh.
Yeah, but Paul. I mean, I do love Paul's ego. I was in a hangout with him in a Rational Theist with G-Men. I think it was like last week, and Paul could put a lashing on someone. He actually took down Matt Bell pretty swiftly. It was actually amazing to see how quickly he can actually take somebody out.
I'm not familiar with the names you're using.
Paul's ego?
Oh. Who? Sorry?
Paul's ego.
Yeah, I don't know him.
Brett does. Well, you don't know Rational Theist, aka Matt Bell?
Yeah.
Matt Dow, like Matt Delahanty, or?
No, not no, but Matt Dillahunty has been on. They've gone at it before with Matt Bell, Rational Theist. He's an Irish guy that's very.
No, Scottish.
Basically,
Scottish. He's Scottish.
I played Cards Against Humanity at Matt Delahanty's house once.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
No,
that was me name dropping.
You were on Matt Dillahunty's show?
No, I was at his house with some other people. And we played Cards Against Humanity. And I said, yes, that was me name dropping. By the way, I won.
Oh, cool. Awesome. No, he seemed like he'd be a cool guy to go have a beer with, man. He seems pretty chill.
Very laid back.
I think he got thrust into all the limelight, and he still remains pretty mellow and doesn't let it go to his head, and he just projects his his opinion and his viewpoints, and he does it very effectively. He's very articulate, very knowledgeable.
He's very good at debating. He definitely understands the rules, and he's a very good debater. He also likes magic, and I like his wife Beth very much.
Yeah,
I'm a very poor debater. I should probably work on that.
It's a skill. I couldn't do it. I've watched them all, and it is an acquired art to be able to get to that level, to have a real formal debate of that caliber, especially in philosophy. Because when they start into philosophy, you really got to know the terms. You really got to know in-depth things about that, and that's more than I would get into on my own personal things that I would read about.
Oh, definitely.
I do got the Moral Landscape here. I've been reading.
I even saying that I know he's very chilled and relaxed when I've been seeing him in person. Having said that, though, whenever you watch his show, when he does lose it, it's awesome.
Well, Paul Eagle's about the same way. When he gets. I guess anybody does. I mean, I haven't even seen G-Man go off a few times.
G-Man sounds very familiar to me. You must be a YouTuber or something.
He is a YouTuber. His hangouts are really cool. I mean, a lot of people think he's kind of like the laughingstock of YouTube, but I don't know. I happen to really like the guy. He's just very opinionated, and his religion is his religion. I mean, if you don't subscribe to it, then you're wrong. He's right. That's the way he looks at it.
Well, some of those hangouts can be very entertaining. Like, I don't blame you for enjoying them at all. Now, this hangout might be a little bit dry right now just because it's 6 in the morning for me it is. For a lot of people, it might be very late.
Well, I can always do my usual relatively extreme philosophical positions, like, of course, godless communism. What's that?
I would be lost.
Godless communism and third wave intersexual feminism and a little bit of native materialism and all that. Yes.
Well, even Sugar and I were talking about abortion like 20 minutes ago, and I thought, oh, we're just going to get a flood of people trying to get in this room and start, biting our heads off, and it didn't happen.
I've heard. I mean, I've listened to the Naughty's chats for actually some time now. I just haven't really got involved the last couple of days. But yeah, I've heard it get pretty rough in here. I mean, but then I've also heard like Magic Sandwich talk for like 20 minutes and just kind of get droned out a little bit, I guess you could say.
Yeah, we bug him about that. His DPR's gotta get to the point a little bit quicker. But I'm guilty too. I drone on a bit.
I think Jimmy is really interesting for his character. He's very knowledgeable, and yet he has this one opinion about his views of his religion, and I don't see how he can see it that way.
Who's Jimmy?
He's the Calvinist.
Oh, I think I was in here once with him as well. I don't remember getting on with him very well. Not that it was like we obviously don't have similar beliefs. It was beyond that. I think it was just we have like certain niceties, and he was sort of if I remember correctly, I think we were kind of like button heads.
It's really
Well, Calvinists
smart.
can get that way. They're pretty staunch in their belief system.
Yeah. He's really smart, and he does challenge Nadia. I mean, Nadia's got such an incredible knowledge base that they speak each other's language.
I don't know. By the time we get to each other, I think it's less of the kind of challenging relationships and sort of like compare, contrast, and all that.
Mm. He was nice last time. I talked after the last time when I got all bent out of shape because I couldn't understand what anybody was saying. And I threw a little girl fit and walked out.
Well, when they get into the hardcore religious dogma, it is a little taxing because unless you have a master's degrees in religious studies or divinity, it's half the time it's basically you're not going to be able to verify everything they say, so you just got to accept it on faith. But then you just got to look at the argument and see if the argument is sound.
Yeah, I'm learning.
I think like the whole point that I was trying to make to Jimmy was, I don't know if I had made the point clear, but my whole point was that if you need that type of philosophical armor, then wouldn't that make like religion irrelevant? I mean, shouldn't religion be something very easy and to understand, not something that should have to have such philosophical terminology?
Well, I made that same argument before. Why do you have the ontological argument? Why do we have a cosmological argument? Why do we have a theological argument when, like you said, shouldn't it just be simple?
Yeah, but I think that behaviorism has made it simple, and I think that they were the first to do it because they went from Aristotle and Plato and they made it complicated. Because we had to, as scientists, to make to make any strides in that field. But I'm just saying, to believe in God when your life is at stake, when your eternal soul is at stake. No, I don't think it needs to be that. But when you're a scientist, of course, it needs to be that complicated.
Well, but science doesn't address those issues, though. I'm sorry, I was going to say science doesn't address actual cosmological arguments or.
But that's where it comes from, though, because I mean, after Aristotle and Plato, that's where after the skeptics, the skeptics and the cynics, then that's when you started to have like Thomas Aquinas, and his philosophy came from Aristotle's reasoning. So that's the reason. Anyway.
I just wanted to say that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nadia.
No, I don't think life's that easy. Things can get complicated. I mean, Keep Me Alive. Took Ancient Egypt documented type 1 and children dying from that. And it wasn't until 26 or something, Sir Frederick Banting in Canada. To figure out how to keep children with this alive, right? So, and of course, even longer, recombinant DNA genetics, of course, to synthetically produce these things instead of killing pigs for it.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that the salvation of the soul should be something very simple. It shouldn't be something that you have to acquire a massive amount of knowledge.
Yeah, the concept.
If God fits a set of rules that are laid out in the definition of a supreme being, the manual that is written either by that God or by humans or through humans should be a perfect fucking manual. Like, there should be no miscommunication or missing charts, or it should be easy to follow.
Not 2,000 years of people arguing about trying to understand the epigenesis of it. I mean, that's where it gets confusing, because if it was simple, then everybody would believe in the same way.
No, that would be a God that that'd be something about how it wants these things to be accessible, right? Like the
the Amazonian tribes and Pygmies and so on, you know, do they get to heaven anyway, even though they never got the Bible?
Yeah.
Well, some people say no, and other people would say without the advances in whatever kind of reasoning, maybe not either. Go ahead.
Yeah, somehow they get the exception, and no one can explain to me where the annex or legend in the Bible is where it says, the lines with this asterisk beside it, I can't say the word.
Asterisk.
Thank you. We're just kidding, or it only applies in certain cases. Like, there's no... People get to interpret and change the meanings and can't justify why or how they've decided that certain things are just,
blue for allegorical,
yeah.
red for literal, or pink for parable. Would make it a little easier. Hey, that's a good idea for a new Bible, actually. I think you should go with that.
Exactly.
That'd be awesome. Of course, it would still be subjective of what you think is allegorical or was metaphorical, or.
There's a whole other argument. There's a whole day's work right there.
Ain't that the truth, sugar?
Mm-hmm.
Or like one person even tried to argue once that, oh, that doesn't count. It's a parable. Jesus was just telling a story. It's like, yeah, and what was he trying to tell you by telling the story? Like, don't you get it? Like, oh no, slaves is Jesus talked about it, but it was a parable. He didn't endorse it. It's like, well, what was the point of him telling the parable? Like, they don't even. Oh, it's just so frustrating.
It's a rationalization.
Slavery is wrong in and of itself.
Oh.
That argument went on way too long.
Oh, you remembered. Okay, so there you go.
Okay. Well, kind of ambiguity, literary interpretation, and all that is, I suppose, an argument against the accessibility and what is it, divine hiddenness, all that.
Did you say divine hiddenness?
Hiddenness, yeah.
Hidden. Okay.
I thought that was hiddenness too. I mean, yeah, it's hip.
Can you explain? Can you explain? I'm sorry, I'm ignorant on what that means.
No, basically that the truth of religion isn't necessarily fully accessible to the God. It contradicts the idea of like the God that wants to be known and such. And well, the counterclaims, of course, that God doesn't necessarily want to save everyone, to have everyone come to know it, and so on.
Would you say that there was maybe an instilled ambiguity for a reason? Maybe.
Well, depends on what kinds of reasoning you want to get here. You want like within the context of their religion, or the context?
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, in a hypothetical context of a religion, or if there's a deity, do you think that there was some kind of instilled ambiguity that he had in mind when he made everything so confusing with the Bible and so many different denominations and so many different interpretations?
Yes. In that case, what is it? I think Christ has a quote somewhere, at the very least, in the book of Matthew, probably chapter 10, saying that it speaks in parables so that only those who believe might believe or might hear and understand. So it's supposed, in that case, it's supposed to render it inaccessible to any but the elect, those who have the quote-unquote Holy Spirit and all that.
The elect.
So that would mean inversely, I guess, I'm hoping I'm using this term correctly, that he has also selected people to burn for eternity. Wow, there's a God I want to worship.
That is correct, sir.
That would be Brett's interpretation, I'm sure, if you asked him.
Not necessarily, but there are non-Calvinists or what is it, monarchists, etc.
Well, isn't there some groups out there that do have more of an a nihilist type point of view, that after you die, if you're not saved, you just kind of basically disappear, poof, rather than a literal burning of yeah.
I've also heard
religion, one size does not fit all.
That's good.
Yeah, literal burning. It's out there, but a lot of people say like outer darkness or otherwise like separation from the God and so on. Or you have the annihilationists, universalists too. So
yeah, I think the outer darkness. I think that's an LDS belief system too, like a separation, a disjunction from God. You're still in his existence, but not in his presence or sphere of influence, I guess you can say.
Yeah. I see some Catholics, some Protestants, and yeah, outer darkness would be phrased borrowed from LDS, but I don't think the idea itself is unique to them.
Yeah, as long as I got a cool view of the stars, I'd be okay.
Here's an old one, but a goodie. I want to go to hell. The weather's warm, and I'll know people.
Well, that's a really good argument that people have made though before. Is like, wait a minute, if the Bible says there's no weeping or unhappiness, whatever bad things in heaven, then if your family and your loved ones go to hell, how do they reconcile that? I mean, do you just forget about your kids? Like, if my daughter goes to hell and I go to heaven, that I'm going to be happy knowing that my daughter's burning in hell? I've never been able to reconcile that, because it's a very good argument.
Good point.
Never had a
Jonathan Edwards has a, I guess, a sermon or whatever where he says, "Such will be their sense of justice that they'll, rejoice at the justice being done." And
wow.
And it's probably not quite as nasty as one thinks at first blush. But it's still
Is he a
not
father?
really,
that was justice?
Is he a father?
It's who?
The person said that. Are they a parent?
I think they're about 300 years dead. But
what was his name again, Nadia? I want to look into that.
Jonathan Edwards.
Okay, not the current Jonathan Edwards then. Okay.
No.
I'm gonna go look into that.
Well, then more than likely he was a parent, and not even I'm not a parent. Fathom thinking that way about a child that even one that I didn't give birth to.
The phrase to Google is "such will be their sense of justice." I think the idea is that, expect that one might have, children or loved ones who committed a crime or so on, that, when justice system or whatever did whatever to them as retribution, that one would still have the idea that the retribution was, the right thing to do.
I'm paying attention to the chat here. Have you guys been following along that?
No, I can't read it because I'm on my phone, so I don't get the sidebar. What's going on? Anything interesting?
Oh, it's just with Brett and Rustin talking.
Gee.
Oh.
Why don't they join us?
I don't know. They were having a good discussion. I don't know why they don't put it on the.
Don't tell everyone we're having a conversation.
I know. Yeah. Sorry, Jake. I didn't mean to out you, buddy. He's having a real conversation in the background, man.
I don't mind doing my text. I've been talking to non-believers on the phone practically all day. All the things I get on my answering machine.
Yeah, but I can't see the sidebar, so anyone is trying to communicate to me, I'm not ignoring you. I just can't see it.
I just find it. I always find it curious that people who suppose that atheism is intended as an answer to life's problems in the way that, for example, religion is. Because it's just an answer to a question. That's all it is.
Yep.
Well, atheism is declared a religion by the court system. That's even talked about on Richard Dawkins' website.
Yeah. Well, that's largely irrelevant because the Supreme Court doesn't define what words mean.
Well, what someone in a Google Hangout thinks about what the courts do is irrelevant.
Well, the Supreme Court of the U.S. can rule on whatever is what they think is relevant, but that doesn't hold true for all atheists across the world, and that was only in respect of, I think, the rights of people in prisons, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and for legal precedents, and just they have the same. So you can't get fired for being a Christian, can't get fired for being an atheist. It's for legal reasons more than anything else. To establish atheism as an actual religion, because as we all know, that is a just nonsensical statement.
That's what I told you, Brett. Come on now. I wouldn't lie to you.
What'd you tell me? It's declared a religion. I don't care how people argue against it or whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah, are you a reasonable person that understands things like above, or at least average IQ, Brett? You've heard this argument. So either you're not accepting it because of personal reasons, or you're just not understanding it. And I think you're a bright man. So I think for some reason you're just doing it to either be stubborn or somehow for your own personal reasons you want to refuse the truth here. So what is it?
Well, the facts is that the court system declared it a religion. Just because
no one's
you don't
disputing
like
that.
it doesn't change the reality of the facts.
No one's disputing that it was declared a religion. But it's been explained to you why.
Can I ask if the Supreme Court have decided that Christianity is a religion?
I don't need to be explained to why. I actually did a video showing all the court documentation. It's atheists that seem to have a hard time with it.
Brett, it's not much different from the courts ruling a corporate entity is a person. When they're not actually saying it's a real person. So just because there's a legal reason for something doesn't mean that a corporation is actually a living person. And that's when you're talking about religion, atheism being a religion in the court system, it's a different thing that they're talking about. In theology, atheism cannot be a religion.
Well, the court system says it is. If you have the issue, you can go to court and try to change it.
The courts say a corporation is a person. It doesn't mean a corporation is a literal person.
Legal
technicalities.
Did the Supreme Court rule on Christianity at any point?
There's a term for these kinds of things, treated as such in law, even though it's not the case in reality, and legal fiction is the term.
Legal fiction, huh?
Yeah.
G had a good question. Can you answer it?
Who?
Me. Did the Supreme Court rule that Christianity was a religion at any point?
I believe Christianity has been considered a religion for a good long time. I don't think anybody.
Have they ruled on it?
That's not the question.
I don't really care.
Oh, I don't care then.
Because neither one of you care anyway. The facts are the facts, and you're just going to continue to argue with me. I'm not the one that made the clause. Atheists fought for that.
Well, what does it? I mean, at the end of the day, even if I grant you that it's a religion, so what? Atheism, any religion that makes a claim that offers hope, has to have that claim tested. I mean, you can believe in something because it offers you hope. That's fine, but what's important is whether that is grounded in reality. Surely.
I don't think that atheism offers anything by definition.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Not supposed to.
Right. It's a very narrow philosophical position.
Yet another reason to understand that it's not a religion.
So something has to offer hope in order to be considered a religion.
I don't think it matters, to be honest. I'm just saying that if your argument, it seems to me that you think Christianity is superior because it offers hope.
Right. I think anything that actually offers some hope and something positive to people's life is good, sure.
But that doesn't make it true.
What do you deem genuine hope?
Well, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with hope.
There's nothing wrong with hope, no. But
Romans chapter 8, verse 18. The sufferings of the present time are nothing beside the glory to be revealed, is not something to deem hope.
Lots of religions offer hope, so which one do we pick?
Oh, are you asking me?
Well, it's a general question, but I guess so, yes.
Well, I would encourage people to look into all the religions and educate themselves on it.
I would go so far as to claim the falsehood of beyond Christianity, also Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, Tenrikyo, Jainism, and far more. Zoroastrianism, all of them.
You could probably spend your whole life looking into each individual religion.
What else you gonna do? Watch Netflix and My Little Pony? At least it's something exciting to do.
Well, I would be programming Linux kernel. It's not for the kinds of transphobic employment discrimination that Christianity has arranged within American society.
So what religions did you look into, Brett?
He's taking a break.
Well, he's gone back and forth. I mean, we don't know. He was an atheist at one time, and then became a Christian, and I think he's actually flip-flopped more than a couple times.
I find it hard to believe that not hard to believe, pardon me, but I think a lot of people misuse or mislabel themselves an atheist. Like, for instance, when they're between religions, they still have a feeling or a belief that there's a God. They're just not sure which one represents that God yet. Sometimes they mislabel themselves as atheists because they can't say for sure, I'm a Jew or I'm a Christian.
When they're more a deist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of the claims to have been formerly atheist are somewhat dubious.
Agreed.
Yeah, I don't label myself one only because I don't know. It's a claim that I just have not evaluated. I just spend judgment on it. I will side with secular humanism and methodological naturalism, but I don't feel the need to label myself as an atheist because I just don't know. I haven't evaluated that claim.
And you don't have to. And I'm not demanding that you do. I somehow find it very difficult to think that at one time Brett was an honest-to-goodness atheist.
Well, some people make the same argument he's an honest-to-goodness Christian, so it's hard to say.
I'm happy with being called an atheist. It doesn't bother me.
So am I.
I mean, I don't believe in gods, and that's what, to me, what the word means or should mean.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah,
that's
I find
fine.
nothing wrong with the label itself. It's just I don't know if it's applicable to me.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can tell you I'm an atheist towards certain types of Christianity, like young Earth creationism. I guess in that regard, I would definitely be an atheist. I guess it really depends on what God I'm evaluating. So.
Good point.
But I can tell you for sure that me being a science school teacher and me having agnostic beliefs led to a lot of my conclusion in life. I mean, what's happened to me, I think if you're a science teacher and you're a known atheist or known agnostic in the United States, at least southern United States, you're going to be treated pretty harshly.
And so, and then you have nowhere to go, and you don't see atheists or agnostic treating Christians the same way. Like, I don't care if you're a Christian, I really don't. And I never even even in the classroom, I let kids choose what they want to be in their home. I just give them the facts. I don't ever try to push an agenda. Whereas they are constantly pushing an agenda like Al Qaeda, and the Baptists are the worst. But I just want to make that point how dangerous it still is to be an atheist or agnostic in the United States.
I would imagine that would be in our school systems. I can see it in a political. I know it's very difficult for atheists to get elected politically. I can agree with that. I don't accept it. I don't think it's right, but it's a fact, especially in America. If you're an atheist, you're not going to get elected for the most part. It's getting better, but for a teacher, I would think that you would want that neutrality. You would want to teach science.
No, you would want that, but no, they actually push. I remember on the agenda for one of the schools at White Castle, one of the agendas was that they had to believe in some type of ultimate higher power, no matter if we taught evolution or not. But it's like Woody Allen says in what's that movie called? Amy Hall. Atheists are considered one notch above child molesters, and they still are. I mean, if you look at the attitudes, Muslims are like, I think someone mentioned this earlier, I think maybe it's Forehand, said that Muslims are seen worse than atheists. That's the only group of people who are seen to be who are viewed worse than. And I think there's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah.
Even then, it depends on
not
what you look at too, because I've seen it where atheists are considered to be less trustworthy.
That has varied over time. Atheists and Muslims are neck and neck. Muslims only recently descended below atheists in the rankings, and it's still like within 1 or 2 percentage points.
I can see that.
I agree
with that. Atheism would be more rational.
Who's the worst? Who's the worst, Nadia? The atheists or the Muslims?
It's only very recently that Muslims sank below atheists in the polls.
Okay.
So,
wow.
Yeah, it's still within like a couple percentage points. The margin of error is actually, bigger than the gap between Muslims and atheists.
That's a little disconcerting. That atheism is thought of so poorly.
Well, if Muslims, Christians, pagans, Jews just take a tour through YouTube and watch some of these atheist videos, I'm sure, Sugar, you've had some interesting experiences in Nadia. It's no wonder why people feel this way.
But that's people, that's not atheism.
Right, I mean, you guys keep saying that, but if you see a majority of videos of atheists acting like wild rabid apes, it's going to change people's view on things.
I was thinking about this recently, and I was in a conversation with someone, and I got pretty heated, and I said, shut the fuck up. And he started freaking out that I used the F word, and I thought, you know what? I swear quite a bit, and if I look at the world and I take it all in, what is the F word really compared to the amount of human suffering? Why are you so offended by the F word? Why aren't you focused on things that are actual issues?
It's a red herring.
Brett, you guys act more like, I'm sorry, not you personally, but I'm sorry, you guys act like much more like animals than I think most atheists that I know. Most atheists that I know are very compassionate, very knowledgeable people. So for you to say that, I mean, that's a very ad hominem attack against atheists.
I don't think so. I used to be a non-believer, and I made phone calls to over 180 churches and recorded them. And I never was told that they were going to come to my house and rape me or murder my family or beat the living hell out of me or anything like that. In fact, I even went into churches and discussed with people. And I didn't feel like my life was threatened or in danger whatsoever, but I have over 500 calls to my home from atheists, and I've got a video series about it for people to listen to.
Brett, you gave people your phone number and invited them to call you.
And that's what I said. You
and
posted
there's
it, man.
a thing on the internet called trolls.
And I've had Christians call me too, and they say, God bless you, brother, and you've got a lot of courage for what you're doing.
And I'm trying to finish what I was saying before I was interrupted by you. you put your phone number out there and you put it out on a system that have people called trolls, and they can call themselves whatever they want, but they will call you and say shit to you. So you can't complain about something that you did. Like, you put your phone number out there.
How do you know they were all atheists?
Because I talked to a great deal of them, actually called them back on the phone and talked to them. I've got a ton of recordings up on my...
But they're still trolls, and there's Christian trolls too, man.
So every atheist that calls and says something ignorant, they must have been a troll. All right, if that's your logic, okay.
What about the
Well, by definition, they're trolling. That's what a troll does. Is somebody who would do something like that. And to say that it's just one-sided, that okay, atheists are trolling. Believe me, we've seen shares of Christians that troll. Like people have 6, 7, 8 sock accounts that are Christian. They're trolls. So you can't use that as
these people, and I'll tell them that their behavior needs to change and stop. I can think of a few atheists out there that I really enjoy, and I would love to have to my home, give them some barbecue, a burger, or salad if they happen to be vegan. Nadia is one of them. I also dig Palm Jam. But a lot of the atheists I run into, they cause people some anxiety for sure.
Not only that,
Christians cause me anxiety. So I mean, I feel more threatened by Christians than I feel by atheists.
You released your phone number on a channel of a user that has over 1 million subscribers, plus another user that has what, 500,000 subscribers, and you got 500 phone calls. Like that's infinitesimal.
Got this persecution complex.
Infinitesimal.
Right, persecution complex.
Well, you kind of do. It seems like you're out in a community where there's going to be trolling. I mean, you've been on the DP, the Drunken Peasants. You know the formats are out there. You know it's going to be harsh. You know the environment. You know the Google environment. And when you put viewpoints out there, you're going to expect to have people criticizing them and attacking your viewpoints.
I do expect atheists to behave this way. It's not a surprise for me.
There you go again.
Why did you give out your phone number? Why on earth would you give out your phone number?
The phone number was meant to be able to help people and support people. It was also meant for friends who'd like to call me.
Christians shouldn't lie.
I know you.
That's what you have Facebook for.
I shouldn't mind if people threaten my family.
I said you shouldn't lie. You shouldn't lie.
Shouldn't lie about what? I have the video recordings of me.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Why you gave out the phone number, and you can lie to us, Brett, but there's one person according to you that knows the truth, and I don't believe that you gave out your number to try and reach people and change their minds.
No, I'm sorry you don't believe me.
Brett, did you know that you were going to get people call? Or did you think in your back of your mind that you were going to get people calling you and leaving you messages and trolling you? Did that ever come to your awareness that would possibly happen?
I know
anybody in the right mind would think that it would.
Yeah, I know that putting my number out there, uploading videos, and having any contact with non-believers, the probability is high. Yes, I know this.
But you still did it.
I think there's a little bit of self-martyring going on there, if you'll forgive me. Not really sure what you were hoping to achieve there, and I think even if all
I got what I planned on.
That's part of the MO, right, of being a Christian, is persecution?
Well, this does seem to be the case.
It's baiting. He probably knew that he would get these kinds of things, and he would just say, okay, look at this, and use it as a bull bait kind of thing, and I can understand it. It gets views, it gets videos, it gets context, but to say it's so just an atheist, that's where I'd kind of get upset, because I'm telling you, I have enough hangouts and been around a long time to see that there are Christians that do the exact same thing. You're going to hell. Your children are going to burn. I'm going to kill you, and so you're
the Westboro Baptists.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah,
So,
I bet you're getting Christians calling you all the time, right?
Well, no, because we don't give out our phone number.
Sounds to me like you guys are just fibbing and making up stuff. Can you show me a recording of a Christian harassing you?
Are you saying it doesn't happen? I mean,
saying it doesn't
really argue it.
Look at the West. You've heard of the Westboro Baptist Church?
You claim that religious people are dangerous, but I bet you don't have one single recording of them harassing you or doing something like this.
We don't give out our phone numbers.
Right. I mean, if you want to look on videos, go to some evolutionary videos. You'll see my comments all over the place on Stated Clearly, Potholer, Thunderfoot. I'm all over these videos explaining evolution to people. And yeah, I get some vitriolic comments from Christians when I'm just addressing the science. It's not even about theology. It is about the science.
Show me where Christians being mean to you.
If you've heard of the Westboro
I'll suss one out from here and send one to you later if you wish.
No, send me one now. If you got all this hate coming towards you, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find it. I could hook you up in about 10 seconds.
Brett, you've heard of the Westboro Baptist Church, presumably.
Right, and I've done videos against them.
Right.
Any religious group out there that causes any kind of death, destruction, or hatred, I go against them just as hard as I rail against non-believers with bad behavior.
Right, but you're asking for evidence of Christians doing things that are unpleasant, and they're on camera doing it all the time. There's no shortage
that particular group I'm talking about as individuals in the room who are stating that you're receiving hate. I'm asking you to show it. Not only will I look at it, but I'll also go talk to that person and ask them why they're behaving.
Well, I wouldn't need you to intervene for me. I can handle my own discussions, but
well,
I'm
all about
not
cleaning
going to
out the
suss them out right
backyard.
now.
I'm all about cleaning out the backyard and pointing out bad believers when I see them.
Well, that's the point. We've given you evidence of that. I've just told you, and you've accepted that the Westboro Baptists behave badly. So what's the problem?
Who are the YouTuber Christians that are doing it, so I can go see what's going on here?
Okay, let me ask you this. Hey, let me ask him one quick question. Okay, I invited you know who Armored Christian is, right?
No.
You haven't dealt with him? Okay. I've been corresponding with him. I invited him to hang out, and his thing was, I don't hang out with atheists. And I wanted to address some of the things that he was talking about, and to come back and say, well, I don't hang out with atheists. I mean, first of all, I'm not atheist, so how is that not offensive, though? How is it not a Christian being, just my opinion, was I would call a dumbass, saying, well, I can't defend my views, so I'm not going to hang out with you because you're an atheist. I'm a Christian.
Well, you just referred to the guy as a dumbass. If any Christians watch the 3-hour show with me against 4 or 5 non-believers, they're probably going to have a lot of anxiety about dealing with non-believers on the internet. I can understand.
Why? I have watched it.
Referred to the guy as a dumbass just simply because he didn't want to participate in a conversation where most likely...
No, not him. I wasn't referring to him as a dumbass, but use that as an excuse as being a dumbass.
Understand, Christians are not punching bags. We are not required to sit there and continue to be insulted and attacked.
But it wasn't about theology. It was about science.
Turn the other cheek.
Yeah, turn the other cheek and also dust your feet and walk away if you feel like you can't work with the person. One of the big reasons I'm here is because of Nadia. I totally, I dig her, and I think she's a wonderful person. I enjoy hanging out with her.
Do you think she deserves to go to hell?
Hell to me is not Dante's Inferno. I believe in annihilationism, obliteration of the soul. I don't believe in eternal torment.
So you believe that she should be annihilated after she dies on Earth?
I didn't say that. And this is one of the reasons why people have a difficult time talking to atheists.
That's why I just asked you
I didn't say that I wanted Nadia to hurt her.
I asked you the question.
You did.
She's asking you if you do. The question.
No, I don't believe that she deserves that.
That wasn't the question, though. You were asked if you believe that she will, not whether you think she should.
I don't know what to believe in that particular position. I'm not God. I'm not the one who hands out the judgment and wrath.
According to your belief system, what do you think?
According to my belief system, God is the authority, and He will do what He does. I might have my soul obliterated after it's all said and done. I don't know.
You know, you can skirt around it with us, but according to your own beliefs, someone does know what you're doing right now.
And I don't know. There's nowhere in the Bible where it says man's going to know who's going and who's not.
Well, let me ask it this way. How about this? Do you believe, based upon your religious beliefs, that Nadia will be saved? How about phrasing it that way? Based upon your beliefs, according to your ideological belief system, would Nadia be saved? That's more of a direct yes or no question going to your ideological belief system.
I think that anybody and everyone has the opportunity to have faith.
I didn't say opportunity.
Well, I understand you're trying to push me into some crap, but I think that I've articulated myself quite well. I don't know what will happen.
Oh, you've proven yourself to skirt around the issue.
Yeah, we're trying to. You're
and
trying
being
to
a politician.
I think you lack the courage of your own beliefs, mate.
I've already said that I don't think that she deserves to have her soul obliterated.
That wasn't the question.
I already said I don't know if she's going to. I'm not God.
Does someone have to believe in? Does someone have to? What's the phrase? They have to confess their sins and what's the phrase? You've got to accept Christ as your savior.
That is usually the standard view, that people should have faith and walk towards Christ. Hello, can I finish my sentence? But I also believe that God knows the heart of every man and woman, so God will have mercy on whom He chooses.
He may well do, but is it your belief that one has to come to Christ?
I believe that is very important, but it's also possible that God can choose to do whatever He wants with a person's soul.
We have a changeover coming. Put the link in the sidebar text chat. No, sit to a screen on Skype.
Here we go.
Are we transferring over to that one?
Skype. Yeah. No worries. Yeah. No worries. Yeah, I hear you. Hopefully they can all make it over. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Hopefully they all make it over.
I think I'm transferring over. Hang on.
Yeah, I was holding off to the last minute because the feedback trick I do would disturb people who try to sleep. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.